With his return to school fast approaching, Harry was determined to enjoy what remained of his time away from the castle, the time he had left with the DeLackers, all of whom he had grown very fond of over the weeks he had been here. He had not expected to spend as much time within their home as he had, and any time the subject of him leaving was broached, there was always a reason for him to stay. Whether that was Gabrielle insisting, he remained for another couple of days with a pout he could not say no to, or Apolline and Sebastian making it clear they did not want him to leave, something kept him here. Not that he minded, he merely did not want to feel that he was intruding upon them. When he voiced that concern, it had been readily and vehemently dismissed by both parents who, for whatever reason, seemed to like having him around. It was an odd thing to the boy who had spent much of his life being shunned by people that were supposed to want him no less. The DeLackers had no such obligation to him, and yet, here they were making him feel more welcome than his own family had. It was a rather bittersweet feeling, and one he struggled to comprehend. Though Apolline, Sebastian, and Gabrielle had seemingly done all they could to get him to stay, Fleur had said nothing to convince him to do so. She had assured him that it wasn't that she didn't want him here, but she would understand if he felt he needed some time to himself. That conversation had been so unlike the one he had shared with Aline. With her, he had been somewhat guarded, but not with Fleur. Flashback. The two of them were seated by the pool, having returned from the beach the previous day. Aline had left for her own home only this morning, and the day had been spent unpacking at a rather leisurely pace and doing little else. Sebastian had aptly named it the holidays blues, the time in which you return home, but you're not ready to return to the mundanity of day-to-day life. Something is bothering you, Fleur muttered, breaking into his thoughts as she extracted herself from his chest. Lots of things bother me, he replied with a smirk. She raised an eyebrow in his direction, and he deflated. Many things did bother him, that was no lie, but they bothered him more so with each day that passed when he would return Britain and could no longer put them to the back of his mind, could no longer live in ignorance without thoughts of Voldemort plaguing him and the monumental task he had to undertake. Those thoughts he could ignore. He had accepted long ago that it would one day come down to him and the Dark Lord, and he never expected such a thing to be as simple as striking the man down. No, it was the changes in his life that distracted him. The loss of Tom, the adjustments he had to make, the Horcruxes. There was much he needed to deal with, some of which would take time. There is a lot bothering me, and I don't really know where to begin, he sighed. She offered him a sad smile. I know, awry, I see you lose yourself up there, she replied, placing the tip of her finger on his temple. If you need more time. He shook his head. No, it's not that. Everything is just different, and it's taking me time to get used to it. You mean us? Not us, but other things, he answered cryptically. It's complicated, and I want to tell you, and I will one day. I'm just not ready, not yet. She nodded. Only when you are ready. He smiled as he held her close to him once more. Not once had she pushed him to share his thoughts and feelings, nor had they discussed Voldemort and what he faced when he returned. She knew that she would not be able to prevent him doing what he would. It was as though there was a silent agreement between them, one that could not remain so indefinitely. One day it would be discussed, but today was not it, and tomorrow not likely either. For now, neither wanted to voice their thoughts on the matter. To do so would mar what they were building between them, whatever that may be, and neither wanted to be responsible for that. You will know everything one day. I just need to come to terms with it first. She simply nodded against his chest in understanding. Were it a pressing thing, he would tell her, and would do so when the time was right for him. End flashback. Are you sure you do not want a croissant? Awry! The voice of Apolline shook him from his reverie. No, thank you, he answered, giving Fleur's hand a squeeze under the table as she looked at him worriedly. I don't understand how you eat pastries for breakfast. They should be a dessert. Watch it, awry, Sebastian warned. You do not want a lecture from as to how uncultured you British are. Apolline's hands were firmly on her hips as she was seemingly preparing to do just that. With a playful glare at her husband, She took her seat and began tearing strips off the sweet treat before popping them into her mouth. "It's scary how much you look like her," Harry said to Fleur. "I remember when you did that with the bacon." "You said I would get fat," Fleur reminded him. "No, I said it to Hedwig. And then to me." "See, there's that face," he said triumphantly, gesturing between the girl and her mother. "It is uncanny," Sebastian agreed. "Oh, Uri, did you not learn your lesson to not upset a creature of fire?" Apolline asked almost demurely. The woman had been furious with Fleur when she had seen the burn scars on his arm, and quite the heated argument had broken out between the two. It wasn't until Fleur reminded her that she too had once lost her composure and almost immolated Sebastian that the woman reluctantly conceded the point. Still, she had not been happy for several days and had fussed over him more than usual. It wasn't until he explained the situation that she had calmed. This, however, was the first time she had referred to what had happened without chastising her daughter. "I do not think he is Mammon," Gabrielle piped up. "Bloody hell, you can't win here," Harry grumbled as the three Vila stared at him amusedly. "Non, Uri, you cannot," Sebastian chuckled. Fleur smiled sweetly at him before shoving half a pastry into her mouth, reminding him of the cake incident. He opened his mouth to speak, but was prevented doing so by the girl as she held her hand up to silence him whilst she finished her mouthful of food. "I would choose your words carefully. Uri Potter," she warned. "I know you well enough to know that you were going to say something that would get you in trouble." "I was not," he denied. She hummed in disbelief as she took another, more delicate bite of her breakfast this time, waiting to see if he would continue. Any further back and forth between the two was interrupted by a gentle tapping on the kitchen window. Sebastian admitted the owl with a flick of his wand, and it landed next to Fleur with its missive presented. "It must be my results," she whispered nervously as she relieved the large tawny of the burden. It promptly exited through the still open window, leaving Fleur, staring at the roll of parchment she held in her hands. "I think you're worrying over nothing," Harry offered as he took the pastry from her other hand and took a bite. "If you've failed anything, I'll eat Hedwig." "You will not," Gabrielle said hotly. "It would be quite rude to eat something you are related to," he mused aloud, eliciting a scowl from the girl. Sebastian snorted as Fleur glared at him. "That is one too many bird jokes from you." "Awry," she chided, the corners of her mouth tugging slightly as she broke the seal holding the scroll together. "It stopped you feeling nervous." She shook her head before turning her attention to the unrolled parchment. She released a deep sigh of relief and handed it to her father, who smiled. "I'm very proud of you, my little flower. I think this calls for a celebration." She blushed under the praise as her mother also read the missive and stepped around the table to give her a tight hug. "I did not expect anything less from you," she whispered. "Thank you, Mammon. I'll take it you did well." Fleur nodded. "I got all 9 in top grades in everything except herbology. Even transfiguration." She nodded once more. That had been the one she had been least confident with. Harry had spent hours with her working on it. "Thanks to you. You should become a professor. You're a good teacher." "I've thought about it. I've got to get through my mastery first before I can even consider it." "Is that something you want to do, or why?" Sebastian questioned. "I'm still not decided," he replied with a shrug. "Speaking of your apprenticeship, shouldn't you have received a letter about it by now? You only ave a few days before you go back," Apolline reminded him. "Oh, McGonagall gave me a letter the night before my trial. I completely forgot about it until now." "Is there anything you need to get or prepare in advance? I will need to go shopping tomorrow and can take you with me," Apolline offered. "I didn't read it," he admitted sheepishly. "I should probably do that now." "You should," Apolline sighed. He went to his room and retrieved the letter from his trunk, where he had placed it with the locket. Another thing he would need to deal with when he returned to the castle, along with collecting the diadem. Pushing thoughts of the Horcruxes aside, he returned to the kitchen with the missive in hand and took his seat as he opened it. The first piece of parchment was the standard Hogwarts letter one would receive every year. Having already completed his OWLS, his required reading list was different to what his peers would have gotten. He had been instructed to get the Newt test for the subjects he would be continuing with, along with additional texts for charms and transfiguration, though the letter informed him that others would be provided. Inside the envelope was two more pieces of parchment, the first being a note from Professors McGonagall and Flitwick. Dear Harry, we would both like to once again extend our congratulations to you on your results and express how proud we are of you. We are currently working on a tailored timetable for yourself, which will be discussed the morning after you arrive back to Hogwarts. Further information regarding your apprenticeship with us and what it shall entail will follow also. For now, enjoy your summer break, and we look forward to seeing you in September. Warmest regards, Professor Minerva McGonagall. Professor Phileas Flitwick. He placed the note with his list and released an audible groan as he read the final piece of parchment. What is it, Uri? Apolline asked. Why would they make me a prefect? He despaired as he upturned the envelope, and a gold badge with a blue P was deposited into his palm. I thought being a prefect was a good thing, Gabrielle said, confused by his reaction. It is, Fleur confirmed. I don't want to spend my evenings looking out for people hiding in broom closets or dealing with the Weasleys. Why would people be hiding in broom closets? Gabrielle inquired. Never you mind, Sebastian huffed. Why is it such a bad thing, Uri? It is not. You should be proud of yourself, Apolline urged. I suppose so, Harry grumbled, not seeing any benefit to the position. Your professors clearly think you will be a good role model for the younger students. Harry snorted. I have broken more rules there than most, but I suppose there must be some good that will come of this, he added, eyeing the badge as though it had been horribly cursed. Then we will have a double celebration, Sebastian declared, for both of you. You should not see it as a bad thing. I am sure you were chosen for a reason, Apolline comforted as she wrapped her arms around Harry and placed a kiss on his cheek. He shrugged as Fleur smiled encouragingly at him. I think you will do a good job. You could always scare the naughty children with your snakes. He grinned at the thought. His spy network will love the new role and would do most of his work for him. Them, along with the map, will make being a prefect rather easy. Still, he questioned why he had been chosen. Dumbledore and Flitwick would know that he wouldn't relish the position, so they would not have appointed him without a very good reason. Something told him that it was not as positive as the DeLackers believed, but only time would tell. He would know in only a few days. Break. I'm going to miss you, Uri. He pulled her into his arms, conscious that her parents and sister were stood only a dozen feet away, though they did their best to give them a moment of privacy. I'll miss you too, he returned sincerely, an uncomfortable weight setting into his stomach at the thought of leaving them all behind. The celebration they'd had for Fleur's results and his being named prefect had been the last time they had spent an evening together as a group. Sebastian had been working tirelessly for the ICW as a series of strange disappearances had been occurring across Europe, and the giants seemed to have mobilized from their home in the mountains on the west side of France, all without any official explanation. Harry knew why, as did Sebastian, who made a final plea for Harry to remain away from Britain, an offer that only became more tempting with each unwelcome development. As much as he would like to, he couldn't. Thoughts of his parents, of Tom and all those that would suffer would not allow him to walk away. Above all else, he wanted to be the one to put an end to Voldemort and to do so on his own terms. If he did not, he knew that it would consume him. As selfish as he was being, it simply had to be him. He had managed to go to the French magical shopping district in Paris the day after the celebration, though it was out of necessity. Due to his growth over the summer months, he had need of being fitted for new robes, something he had thankfully checked whilst arranging his trunk for the coming year. Once again, he found himself in disguise as he perused the various wares on offer, and though he purchased little, He was looking forward to returning in the future. Now, however, his time with the DeLackers had come to an end, and his inevitable return to Hogwarts in Britain had arrived. "Please be careful," Fleur whispered. He nodded. "I will," he promised, "and I will speak to you every day and even write." She smiled sadly. "It won't be the same. What if I come and visit, as much as I can? Will it be every day?" He chuckled and shook his head, causing her to pout. "It's not enough then. And there's the spoilt princess coming out." She narrowed her eyes at him, but giggled, nonetheless. "I am not spoilt. Awry, I just like aveing you around. Is that such a bad thing?" "Non, it is not a bad thing. I quite like being around you." "Then why are you leaving? You don't have to do this," she choked. He squeezed a little tighter, not knowing what else to say. How did he explain the mess that had been his life? Would she understand or think him unstable? He shook his head. If anyone would understand, it would be her. She knew him better than any, had learnt to read his moods, and despite everything, she only wanted him more, a sentiment he could readily return. It was not the Vila he saw when he looked at her, but a beautiful, intelligent, and passionate young woman that made him feel worth something for the first time in his life, made him feel that he was not merely a burden to be tolerated. Tom had been the same in many ways, but different also. With Fleur, she was there because she wanted to be, not because she was obliged to be, or a voice that dwelled within him. "You won't forget about me, Non." There was the insecurity, the vulnerability of a girl that had been scorned by her peers and most others she had encountered in life. As strong as she was, it hadn't come without a price, and he was sorely reminded of that in this moment. It was not only the adversity she had to overcome to be here, it was also her nature, and the words of a line played over in his mind. "She is a Vila Awry. She is different to you. She will give you Eart fully, and for there will likely never be another. Are you prepared for that?" He nodded to himself. "Of course, I won't forget you. I couldn't even if I wanted to." "I will hold you to that. Awry," she sighed. "I think my parents would like to say goodbye to you too." She beckoned to them, and they approached. Gabrielle closed the distance between them with a sprint and flung herself into his arms, almost sending him sprawling as she fired off a string of French he could not understand. He was improving, but quickly lost the thread of a conversation if it sped up. Gabrielle spoke quickly, and more so when she was either angry or upset. "You will have to slow down, Gabby," Sebastian snorted. The girl blushed as she frowned at her father. "I don't want you to go awry," she huffed. Harry wrapped his arms around her. "You will still see me. I'm not going away forever." She nodded as Sebastian pulled her back gently, though the words seemed to offer little comfort. Apolline approached next and took his hands in her own. "Please be safe, awry. I do not like the thought of you walking into danger." He gave her a smile. "It's not so dangerous for now. He is hiding and won't come out until he is ready. That could take years, and he won't do anything to risk being exposed." She nodded unhappily. "It does not mean I ave to like you going back," she returned. "Just come back whenever you like, Non. There is Christmas and our New Year ball. I'd like you to be there for both if you don't have other plans." "I will need to see Sirius, but I can be here," he replied. "Good. Then I will see you soon, hopefully before. I'm sure I can get out of the castle without any problems." The woman shook her head. "I cannot condone you sneaking out of school, but I will pretend that you ave permission, Non." He grinned in response, eliciting a sigh from the older Vila. "You ave a very mischievous side to you, awry. I think I need to keep an eye on that." "You can blame my father for that, apparently," he chuckled. "From what I know about my mother, she stuck to the rules." Apolline hummed as Sebastian stepped forward. "It is almost time," he announced as he pointed to his watch. It was 10:30, and he needed to be on the train. Were it not for the prefect meeting, he would have arrived at Hogsmeade on his own volition later in the day. "I should go." "Oui, but I ave something for you," Sebastian said as he removed a small box from within his robes. "I had a friend make this for you. It is a portkey that will bring you heir. I do not think it will work in Hogwarts, but should most other places." He opened the box to reveal a black ring inscribed with various runes. "It will also send a message to mine," he explained, showing one adorning his own finger. "If you are in trouble and can't escape, press your thumb onto it and say my name. I will be able to find you." "Thank you, Sebastian," Harry offered gratefully as he placed it on one of his fingers. "I only wish for you to be safe. Please do not go looking for trouble if you can help it. Awry. There are a lot of people that care about what appends to you," he finished, gesturing to the rest of his family around them. "I won't go looking for him, not yet," he promised. He was not ready to do so. Before he would be, there were other things that he needed to do first, and he still had much to improve on. Voldemort was leagues above him in skill, and it would take time until he would be able to face him with any hope of putting an end to the monster permanently. That didn't mean he could not deal with the Horcruxes in the interim. "Good, then I can let you go knowing that I will be seeing you soon, You will." Sebastian nodded as he offered his hand. "It has been wonderful, aveing you heir with us, and you can come back whenever you like. I'm sure Fleur would appreciate it." Harry accepted the proffered limb. "I'll visit her and the rest of you. Thank you for having me and being so welcoming, Sebastian. Remember, any time you wish. Awry, I mean that. If I had my way, I would keep you heir, but I know you will not. As much as I wish you could let it all go, that is not who you are, Awry Potter. Just be safe and remember we are heir for you whenever you need." He could only nod as Fleur once more threw herself into his arms, and all but squeezed the air from his lungs. "I will write to you tonight," he gasped. "And use the orbs." "And that," he chuckled, "I will be back before you know it." She released him reluctantly, and he offered them a final smile before activating his portkey, the smile setting into a hard line as he arrived at Hogsmeade and apparated to London, a short distance from King's Cross. The Muggles milled around him, going about their days unaware of the danger that could lurk in any corner. Men in suits talked away on phones as they dragged wheeled suitcases behind them, and women chatted, seated outside coffee shops without a care in the world. Any modicum of relaxation Harry had felt whilst in France had all but vanished as he arrived in Britain, his eyes scanning the crowd in suspicion, his body tense and wand ready to be used. As much as he denied the danger to the DeLackers, Britain was not safe, and he had no intention of assuming otherwise until he looked upon the corpse of Voldemort. Giving a final fleeting glance at an oddly dressed man by one of the ticket barriers, he leaned casually against the pillar between platforms 9 and 10 and emerged into another crowd, this one of his own kind, though they too were seemingly unaware of the peril they were in. Evidently, they were happy to remain ignorant of Voldemort's return, at least until they could no longer be so. He would show himself eventually, and they would look to a leader who had already proven his ineptitude to lead them. Harry felt nothing for them other than pity. If they were foolish enough to follow Fudge, then whatever ills befell them were theirs to handle. He would not treat kindly those that would undoubtedly look to him, and those that followed the Dark Lord much worse. He had often dreamed about the night in the graveyard and the cruelty he had been subjected to, not only the physical, but the laughter and mocking of the robed men as he was helpless. They would feel the same too if he happened upon them. He knew of them all. Tom had been meticulous in the names he had provided and the various ways in which each could be dealt with. He had not voiced his intentions to any, but being here, and having those dreams goad him steeled his resolve. A dozen or so plans formed in his mind, and he shook himself of them. It would not do to dwell on such things now, not when other matters required his attention. Besides, it wasn't as though he would likely encounter them unless in a scenario that would be or soon erupt into violence. Fighting the urge to draw his wand and seek them out, he entered the train and secured a compartment for himself. Before he could seal it, however, he was tapped sharply on the shoulder. "Bloody hell, Harry. I tried writing to you almost every day over the summer, but the owl kept coming back." "Sorry, Terry, it's been a weird few months," he replied, sliding his wand back into his holster. The boy shook his head as he took a seat. I saw you when she brought you back. I've not seen a dead body before, but you were gone. How are you here? Harry shrugged. It's complicated. I don't even understand it myself. Terry released a deep breath. Mate, I've been worried. The only thing I've heard is what happened with the Weisengamot. My dad told me, he explained as Harry shot him a questioning look. Idiots, he grumbled. He believes you, Harry, and so do more people than you'd think. Just not enough to make a difference. He has moved my family to our holiday home in Portugal. A smart move. Terry nodded. Anyway, I don't expect you want to bring all of that stuff up again, he said as he stood. And congratulations for being made prefect. You'll do a better job than Corner or Goldstein. What about you? I'd rather use the time to focus on my OWLS. I don't want to spend my evenings lurking around. Thanks, Terry. I'll remember that when I need to meet my detention quota for the week. You have those. You'll find out soon enough. Would you like a week with Filch first or with Hagrid in the forest? Terry snorted. You wouldn't do that to me. Harry simply raised an eyebrow in his direction, and he laughed. I'm glad you're okay, Harry. Maybe next time just send me a letter to let me know, yeah. With that, Terry left, and Harry sealed the door with a series of locking charms and wards. He had a little bit of time before the prefect meeting, and he wanted to use it to work on his occlumency and center himself. When he did pull himself from his efforts some time later, the train had left the station, and he stood and checked his watch to see that he had only a few minutes to reach the carriage. He had opted to not sit there for the duration of the journey. He liked the peace and quiet a solitary compartment offered, and had no desire to exchange false pleasantries with the others. Exiting his compartment and resealing it so it would not be lost to him, he was pleased to see the corridors bereft of students. Thus, his walk to the front of the train was unhindered, and he entered the prefect carriage just as the meeting was getting underway. Nice of you to join us, Potter. A seventh year, the new head boy, according to his badge, greeted him disapprovingly. Harry merely frowned in response as he took a seat next to Padma Paddle, his fellow Ravenclaw prefect, as he took note of the others within the compartment. Garbed in the red and gold of Gryffindor were Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, the latter paying rapt attention to the head boy, her quill poised to take notes. Ernie Macmillan and Hannah Abbott had been selected for Hufflepuff. He'd had little to do with either of them over the years other than sharing a boat with the girl when he had arrived for his first year, though she was now a far cry from the pigtailed 11-year-old. She had blossomed into a rather attractive young lady. His frown deepened as his eyes drifted towards the Slytherin prefects, where Pansy Parkinson was seated as closely as possible to Draco Malfoy, who was leering at him. His cockiness and arrogance somehow having seemingly doubled since he had last seen the boy so many months prior. It was no surprise, in truth. He had always been cocksure, and that would have only increased with the return of Voldemort. Undoubtedly, he felt as though he was more untouchable than ever, believing that the Dark Lord would care enough to keep him safe should any cause him upset. Harry snorted lightly at him, shaking his head. Did he expect Voldemort to waltz into Hogwarts and murder anyone that upset poor Draco? Voldemort cared for only himself, and Draco would soon learn that. Following the man was not a privilege, it was folly. He was pulled from his musings by the head boy as he began speaking once more. Firstly, I would like to congratulate you all on earning your positions. Prefects are not chosen lightly. It is a role that comes with many responsibilities but benefits also, all of which are explained in these packs, he explained as he handed each of them a wad of parchment. You will need to read those. It explains exactly what you can and cannot do and when you should defer to a professor. Why can't we give out detentions to students in other houses? Malfoy questioned as he perused the handout. We could last year, the head boy answered with a shrug. I was only told that has changed. You can still issue detentions to members of your own house and deduct up to 5 points from others. If you feel further punishment is warranted, you must bring it to the attention of the student's head of house. Only 5 points, Parkinson probed. It's to prevent people abusing their power. You can take only 5 points from a single student in a 48-hour period. If there are further instances that require more points to be taken, it must be cleared with. The student's head of house, Malfoy finished disgustedly. The head boy nodded. That badge does not give you unlimited power at Hogwarts. You are still expected to adhere to the same rules as other students and will receive equal or even worse punishments for any transgressions. You are here to act as a role model to younger students, not terrorize them. Weasley snickered at the crestfallen Malfoy, who glared at the redhead in turn. The only other thing we must establish, the head boy spoke loudly to head off any unpleasantness erupting between the two, is your schedule for patrol at night. There are 6 prefects in each house from 5th to 7th year. For the most part, you will only be required to pull a late shift once a month. 6th years will manage the remaining days as yourselves, and the 7th years have exams to prepare for. You will be notified of when your stint will come a week in advance. This will be completed with the prefect in your house. If you have any other questions, you can find either one of us or speak to your head of house. A girl, the thus far silent head girl, suggested. For now, the 6th years are patrolling the train and the 7th will take over halfway through. Just be available if any students need help. With the meeting ended, Harry exited the carriage, still none the wiser as to why anyone would want to be a prefect. With a shake of his head, he continued on his way. It was when he was making his way into the carriage, his compartment was in, that he realized he was still being followed, and had been since he had taken his leave from the prefect one. He turned to be faced with the smug visage of Malfoy as Pansy Parkinson stood next to him. Behind them was Weasley and Granger, who had seemingly followed also, for reasons he knew not. "I'm surprised you came back. You'd better watch your back, Potter, my father." Any further words he wished to speak were cut off as Harry seized Malfoy by the throat with one hand and quickly cast a series of charms around them with the other. It would not keep people out for long, but would give him enough time to have a private word with the boy. "Your father is a sniveling, cowardly shit just like you," he spat. Malfoy gasped for breath, wide-eyed, as Harry pressed the tip of his wand to his temple. "You seem to be under the impression that with Voldemort back, you are safe, that you can do whatever you want, and people will be too scared to correct you. You're wrong." His gaze shifted to Granger, who was struggling more than he expected to undo his work. Parkinson was pale and mute as Weasley was torn between intervening and letting the Slytherin get what was coming to him. "I will tell you now, Malfoy, you are less safe than anyone else in this castle. Do you want to know why?" Malfoy shook his head, and Harry pointedly ignored it. "I promised your father that I would end your line. That means anyone with the name Malfoy. Your father, you and even your mother are not safe from me. I will keep my word, Draco, but I want you to live in the same fear that you seem to enjoy everyone else experiencing. I am going to kill you. You just won't know when it is coming. The Dark Lord will also die by my hand, but not likely before you. Write to your father, Draco. Write to Voldemort for all I care. Just remember, the less attention you draw to yourself, the longer you will live. If I hear even a whisper of you throwing your weight around and making a prick of yourself, you will answer to me. Do you understand?" When an asinine comment was on the verge of being uttered, Harry tightened his grip. "Do not make the mistake of thinking my words are empty, Malfoy. I killed 3 of his followers the night he returned. Your time will come, but it doesn't have to be so soon. Take this as fair warning, and if you ever attempt to hinder, mock, or goad me again, I will not be so lenient." For good measure, he rammed his head into the bridge of Malfoy's nose, sending him sprawling to the ground with a satisfying crunch of breaking bone. "Do we have an understanding?" Malfoy could only whimper as he nodded, a stream of blood spilling through his fingers as he attempted to stem the flow. With a wave of his wand, he ended his spells, and Malfoy scrambled away from him as quickly as he could, a trail of blood left in his wake. "You're going to be in so much trouble," Hermione whispered furiously. "Fuck Malfoy," Harry grunted. "The pompous little shit got what he deserved." "Bloody hell," Weasley exclaimed in awe. "I've dreamed about doing that for years now. What did you say to him? That is between Draco and me. Let's just hope he listened. Hermione frowned disapprovingly. I thought the ferret was going to piss himself, Ron said gleefully. It is not funny, Ronald. Harry could be expelled. Harry shrugged indifferently. He had barely been back in the country a few hours, and he was already fed up. Perhaps he was getting close to having outgrown being at Hogwarts full time. It was something he would have to ponder in the coming days and weeks. Break. You have to do something, Albus, Minerva growled. She has been here for a day and has made her intentions clear to all. Dumbledore released a deep sigh as he shook his head. Dolors had been appointed by the governors, the only applicant that had received unanimous approval, undoubtedly at the behest of Lucius Malfoy. Of course, the man would champion someone who could curb any truth to the knowledge that the Dark Lord had returned despite the fact she was not qualified to teach the subject. There is little that can be done, Minerva. Any prospective candidates were vetoed, and Cornelius took advantage of the very little influence he can have within the castle, though he will try to further it in the coming months. What can we do about it? Very little. He has successfully turned opinion against me. Should he push for more, it is unlikely he will meet little resistance. We cannot allow that to happen. It is, for now, out of our hands, Minerva. We must plan accordingly for when I will be forced to leave the castle. You can't believe it will come to that, the woman returned exasperatedly. It is almost inevitable. Minerva could only shake her head, as Severus's lip curled in distaste. What can we do, Albus? We can't just allow this to happen. You do as you always have, Minerva. You teach and allow me to manage these affairs. I would not see you ousted also. There is no other I would trust with the safety of our children. Minerva nodded reluctantly. She will cause problems. You know why she is here, Albus. Indeed, I am relying on you to keep Harry away from her as much as possible. With him out of her classes, there should be little reason for them to interact. Does she truly bear a grudge against him? Dumbledore nodded sagely. For the reason that Harry is currently at odds with the minister would be enough for her. Add to the fact that he humiliated her during his trial, she has quite the chip on her shoulder where he is concerned. Humiliated her, Minerva pressed. I believe his exact words were that she was a nosy cow and a glorified note-taker, with an overinflated sense of self-importance. Minerva snorted unwittingly, and even Snape fought the urge to grin. He was rather unflattering to the entire Wisengamot, Dumbledore continued with a frown. I recently learned that he had been coached by none other than Arcturus Black on how to manage official meetings. Oh dear, Minerva sighed. Potter already has quite the venomous tongue. I do not suppose the man urged caution and diplomacy. Dumbledore shook his head. He did not and took much glee in informing me of the lessons he gave. I dare say that Harry will not be welcomed by his peers when he accepts both his lordships in only 2 years. Both his lordships, Snape questioned. Harry is due to inherit both the Potter and the Black titles when he comes of age. Arcturus urged Sirius to arrange it at his earliest convenience to ensure it does not fall to the Malfoys. Lucius will be most displeased, Minerva said knowingly. Speaking of which, I do need to bring a rather unpleasant altercation to your attention that took place on the train between Potter and Malfoy, Severus broke in severely. An altercation. I do not know what was said as Potter charmed the area so none could hear, but words were had, and Malfoy was physically assaulted. He told you this. Severus shook his head. Miss Parkinson witnessed it, and Draco refused to explain when I raised it with him. He is scared, headmaster. Whatever Potter said, it has frightened and left him with a broken nose from where he was headbutted. Dumbledore frowned. I know Potter has a temper, but he wouldn't do such a thing without provocation, McGonagall defended. Draco evidently bit off more than he could chew. He is arrogant, and with the return of the Dark Lord, it has only increased. I would, however, urge that we watch the pair closely. It would only cause further problems to deal with should Draco be hurt by his own foolishness. I will speak with Harry, Dumbledore muttered, seemingly lost in thought. If that is all. Minerva and Severus took their leave, and Albus released a deep breath, his mind occupied by more than he would like so early in the school year. Are my suspicions about him right, Fawkes? The phoenix trilled uncertainly, and Dumbledore opened the top drawer of his desk to retrieve his notes. Glancing over them briefly, he put them back with a shake of his head. He had yet to make any significant progress on the conundrum that was Harry Potter, and would not likely do so in his current frame of mind. For now, he was needed in his capacity as headmaster, and his other pursuits would have to wait until all had settled. He knew not what having Madame Umbridge teaching would further provoke, but he needed to be prepared for all eventualities. Break. The notion that he had outgrown Hogwarts had only strengthened when he took note of Madame Umbridge at the staff table, the sight of the pink bow in her hair and matching cardigan sickening him. As much as Dumbledore was barmy, he would not have appointed her as a professor. Something else was afoot, and were Tom still here, he would advise caution. Tom, however, was not here to urge such, and Harry had no intention of allowing Fudge's sycophant to add to his already sizable list of problems. If she crossed him, he would ensure it would only be once. He had no time for the apparent political maneuvering. The enormity of what he faced was more than he needed without adding egocentric games to his load. He stared at the space the woman had occupied the previous evening and snorted as he began eating his eggs. Fleur had practically begged him to leave the castle when he had explained the latest development during their first use of the orbs she had gifted him for his birthday. As she likely expected, he refused to budge, to be beaten by the presence of another thorn in his side. She had dropped the subject quickly, but was unhappy to do so, though he assured her he could handle the woman. Fleur was not convinced. Harry, in her own words, was too blunt to diplomatically navigate around Umbridge. Harry had no intention of such, not that he would voice that to the Vila, who would only worry for him more than she already did. He released a deep sigh as he finished his breakfast. Were it not for his apprenticeships, he would take his leave from the school. Already, it was evident that this year would not be a pleasant one for those within the walls. "Ah, Mr. Potter," a squeaky voice broke into his thoughts, "would you kindly join me and Professor McGonagall in her office? We have much to go over." He looked down upon the diminutive figure that was his head of house and nodded as he stood. The man offered him a smile as he led him from the sparsely filled hall, the hour still being early and most of the students still likely sleeping. "How was your summer, Harry?" Flitwick asked as they ascended the first flight of stairs. "More eventful than I would have liked, Professor." Flitwick nodded severely. "I heard of the unpleasantness with the ministry. I also heard that you dealt with it rather effectively." Harry smirked unwittingly. "I'm not going to bow down to morons like Fudge. I think I was quite lenient on them considering they used rather unsavory tactics to lure me there under false pretenses." "Well, I am pleased that you weathered the storm. I myself faced quite the inquiry from them when I was offered my appointment here some years ago now. Many believed that I should not be allowed to teach nor carry a wand despite the fact I hold a mastery in charms and dueling." "Why shouldn't you carry a wand?" "Because I am not fully human," the man chuckled. "I am quarter goblin on my father's side. He was denied the right to practice magic, and they attempted to do the same to me. Albus, however, fought my case and accepted me here. I suppose that's partly why I came back to teach when he asked, though I have grown to love what I do." "What is it like teaching?" Flitwick frowned thoughtfully before answering. "It is hard work, Harry. Most of what we do is thankless, but it is the most rewarding thing I have done. There is not another career I would rather have." Harry pondered the words until they reached Professor McGonagall's office. They found the woman waiting for them, seated behind her desk with several pieces of parchment fanned out on the desk. She offered him a tight smile as she gestured for him to take a seat. Flitwick took the one next to him and was seemingly happy for the Transfiguration Mistress to take the lead. "Before we discuss the formalities of what this year will consist of, here is your timetable," she began, indicating one of the many pieces of parchment in front of him. He looked it over, a frown creasing his brow as he read. "There are no defense lessons on here," he pointed out. McGonagall nodded. "With the animosity between yourself and Professor Umbridge, we felt it best that the situation was not antagonized further," she explained, her tone one of displeasure as she referred to her colleague with the esteemed title. "Albeit for me to make decisions for you, I have written a letter to Griselda asking for her to come in and assess you for the remainder of your NEWTS shortly after Christmas. With your free periods, I have no doubt that you will have sufficient time to prepare for them." "That's more than enough time," Harry replied. He would need to work more on theory for arithmancy and perhaps potions, but for the most part, he was confident he would pass the rest with little issue. "Since we are on the subject of Madame Umbridge, I must ask you to avoid her as much as you can, Harry. If that is not possible, you must keep your temper in check. The relationship between the headmaster and our minister is currently strained, and that means the relationship between the school and ministry is very delicate." "I understand," Harry replied. "If she leaves me alone, I will do the same." McGonagall nodded gratefully. "Now, I believe it would be prudent for us to explain where we begin with your further education. As you can see, you do have lessons to attend on your timetable. They are, however, not compulsory. Each professor has agreed that you need not attend lessons with older students and that you have proven yourself capable in supervising your own learning. With that being said, we are all at your disposal should you need assistance. Professor Snape insists that you meet with him at least once a week so that he can observe your practical work. That is something you will need to arrange." "I will speak with him." "Good. With myself, you will spend Monday and Wednesday evenings from 6 to 9 p.m., where we will complete your necessary work, assessments, and discuss transfiguration theory. You cannot obtain a mastery without in-depth knowledge and understanding. Phileas. We will be doing very much the same on Tuesday and Thursday evenings. Each of us will often set you projects that will need to be completed in your own time. Make no mistake, Harry, the level and standard of work expected from you is much higher than that of the standard curriculum. Above all else, we are strong ambassadors of our craft, and though neither of us have concerns with your work ethic, we do expect commitment and the best you have to offer." "You will get it," Harry assured them. He had a deep passion for both subjects and could not accept anything less from himself. "I did want to ask something. Am I under the same rules of the rest of the students? Am I able to leave the castle if needed?" "Usually, I would be reluctant to allow it with the current climate. However, I know you, Harry. If you wish to leave, you will do so regardless of my wishes. If you are here when required, I will give you permission. It will save me the headache of having to search for you," Professor Flitwick chuckled. McGonagall flared her nostrils. Her eyes narrowed before nodding reluctantly. "I agree, but should you miss any of your commitments, I will personally lock you in the dungeons and have Professor Snape watch over you." "I'm sure he'd love that." McGonagall released a deep breath. He had quite the concerning tale to tell of you and Mr. Malfoy. What happened to provoke such a reaction from you? "He was under the impression that he could attempt to bully me, to make light of what happened to me. He has spent every year here bullying people who won't fight back. I did, and it did not end well for him. I'm sorry, Professor, but I won't take any crap from his father, who is a worthless sack of shit, and certainly not from his idiot offspring. I gave him fair warning of that." McGonagall shook her head. "Be that as it may, you cannot physical assault another student, despite how much they may deserve it," she added. "I will be watching Mr. Malfoy and some of his peers very closely this year. You can be assured of that." Harry nodded. "Is there anything else I need to know or do?" "For now, I do not believe so. However, when your newts are finished, I would like you to teach some first-year transfiguration lessons, under my supervision, of course," McGonagall explained. "Many masters of a subject will eventually enter the teaching profession, and I believe it would be beneficial for you to get some experience. We will discuss it further into the school year unless you have any objections." Harry shrugged indifferently. "If you think it is a good idea, I won't dismiss it." "Good. I'm sure you will find the experience to be much more rewarding than you expect. If you have no other questions, I will see you this evening at 6 p.m. Harry nodded and took his leave, finding that he was very much looking forward to working with both professors. He simply adored both charms and transfiguration and was excited to see how far he could push himself when it came to both. He had a lot of work ahead of him, but he was relishing the opportunity he had earned. Break. Dollars Umbridge stalked towards the headmaster's office, her mood sour and her patience having been sorely tested. For the past 2 days, she had tried to implement the new ministry-approved curriculum in her classroom, only to be subjected to question after question by the students who were already proving determined to defy her authority. That simply would not do. A conversation with Cornelius would be had. She needed more power to exert control over the ungrateful whelps. However, this was not the reason she was seeking an audience with Dumbledore. He would be of no assistance with the matter, after all. No, she had need to discuss a particular student, one who had failed to even arrive to his scheduled lesson with her. "Stand aside, I wish to speak with him," she demanded of the gargoyle who remained unmoving. "Did you not hear me? You will move aside or face the consequences." The guardian sprang aside, and Dollars returned the wand she had drawn to her handbag before stepping onto the staircase. Even before she knocked, Dumbledore's voice rang out. "Come in, Dollars," he bid. She sneered at the impatience in his voice, but schooled her features. The man was an old fool, but she had been warned to treat him with caution. "What can I do for you this evening?" Dumbledore asked as she entered. "I would like to know if it is common practice for students to fail to attend compulsory lessons," she asked sweetly. "It is not," Dumbledore answered with a frown. "Do you have such students?" "Only one. Mr. Potter did not come to class today, and try as I may, I am unable to locate him to administer suitable punishment." Dumbledore shook his head. "You have my apologies, Dollars. I have been busy, and it slipped my mind to mention it, but Mr. Potter already obtained his owl in defense against the dark arts and will not be attending your lessons." "Impossible. The boy has only entered his 5th year," she returned disbelievingly. "Unlikely, but not impossible," Dumbledore corrected. "He was examined by Madame Marchbanks last year. I believe I have a copy of his transcript here somewhere," he added as he opened a drawer and removed a stack of parchment. "Ah, here it is." Dollars all but snatched the offered parchment and scanned the contents, her face reddening in fury. "This was not sanctioned by Cornelius. How has this been allowed to happen?" "Madame Marchbanks does not answer to the minister in matters of examinations and student achievement." Umbridge's jaw clenched. "If the boy has his OWLS and 2 newts, if this document is to be believed, why is it he is here?" "Because he has been offered and has accepted an apprenticeship under both Minerva and Phileas to obtain his mastery in charms and transfiguration. He also has his other NEWTS to complete." "No," Dollars said firmly. "Cornelius would not allow this to happen." "I refer you to my previous answer, Dollars. It is not Cornelius's job to supervise nor approve scholastic matters, but I do wonder why you are taking quite an unhealthy interest in young Harry. Should we not be celebrating his most excellent achievements? The boy is a liar and a disrespectful brat." Dumbledore's visage darkened, and Dollars knew she had overstepped the mark. "Your personal opinion of Mr. Potter cannot impact your professional conduct, Madame Umbridge. He has earned his opportunities through hard work and diligence, and I will not allow you to speak ill of him because of any vendetta you may hold. I will say this once and once only: stay away from him. Should you provoke his ire, then you will have to deal with the consequences. Professor or not, you will get no sympathy or support should you not heed my words." She unwittingly shuddered in her seat, the swift change in demeanor chilling her to the bones. Gone was the benevolent, whimsical man he showed himself to be. This side unnerved her, though she would not be cowed. "If that is all," she said stiffly. He said nothing, merely offering a bow, and she took her leave. She was out of her depth, and the conversation with the minister would need to take place sooner than expected. The only reason she had accepted her role here was to placate Cornelius and soothe his paranoia. At the very least, she could keep an eye on Potter and Dumbledore for him, but she could do no such thing if the boy remained elusive. Besides, she wanted the opportunity to humiliate him the way he had her during his trial. He had dared openly insult her, and that could not stand. Cornelius would see that she was right, and he would take the needed steps to ensure that the wrongs were righted. She simply needed to exercise a little patience. She would get her opportunity of that, she had no doubt. Potter would learn his place, and that was beneath her heel. By the time she was finished with the boy, he would not dare breathe without her permission. Cornelius Fudge stomped towards the office of Madame Marchbanks, his chest puffed out and with his 2 Auror guards trailing behind, acting as his escort. The report he had received from Dollars had left him miffed and with many questions, all of which he was determined to have answered. Potter had embarrassed him, had openly mocked him in front of the entire Wisengamot who spoke of the event still, whispering it amongst themselves when they believed he was not listening. Cornelius was always listening. He had eyes and ears everywhere. Not only had he been publicly humiliated, Potter continued to spew the ridiculous lies he and the French girl had concocted about the supposed resurrection of the Dark Lord. Lucius's assessment of the boy was right. He was delusional and a danger to the peace of wizarding Britain. He knew not what games were being played or what aspirations Potter had, but he would not allow them to come to pass. He was the minister, and there was none that could hope to defy him in such a way and get away with it. This latest development was just another slap in the face to all of those that had worked tirelessly to achieve success in life. How dare the boy be given preferential treatment over the rest of his peers? Cornelius had no doubt that Dumbledore was involved and was likely trying to curry favor with his student. For the life of him, however, he could not understand how Griselda had been taken in by whatever scheme was afoot. Well, herself and Dumbledore had been acquainted for decades, perhaps more than a century. Or it could be that the woman's age was finally catching up to her, and she had done what she had unwittingly. He hoped for the latter and ignored the thought that she could have been manipulated or coerced into such a thing, though it would only add credence to his own suspicions. Potter and Dumbledore wanted power and influence. What position could be loftier than his own? His pace quickened at the thought. The boy was famous, incredibly so, and could prove to be a real thorn in his side if left unchecked. No, he could not allow it. Any ambition he had needed to be quelled before it was too late. Perhaps he should acquiesce to Doller's request. He could always pass it off in a way that he was trying to improve the British education system. It was something he would have to ponder further and maybe discuss it with Lucius. He would know the best way to approach the situation and finally deal with the problem Potter and Dumbledore posed. He shook his head of his inner ramblings as he reached the door and knocked, failing to remember any time he'd had to visit here for official purposes since his tenure began so many years ago. He heard a deep, mumbled sigh before the door was opened, and he was greeted by the ancient woman who wore a look of surprise. "Minister, what can I do for you today?" Her tone was polite, yet firm, having seemingly lost none of the authority she had always spoken with. Cornelius may have shared little conversation with Madame Marchbanks, but with only a single line, she made him feel as though he was 17 again and under scrutiny by the examiner. Nonetheless, those days were long past, and he stood at his full height. "I have received a rather alarming report pertaining to yourself, and I demand an explanation." The woman merely raised an eyebrow at him, his stern demeanor evidently having no effect. "And what is the nature of this report?" Despite his best efforts, Cornelius swallowed, his mouth suddenly dry for reasons he could not fathom. "It has been brought to my attention that you have assessed Harry Potter for his OWLS and NEWTS, and have even signed off for the boy to be apprenticed in 2 subjects. Madame Marchbanks nodded. "I don't see what concern of yours that is, Minister." "Potter is currently making a nuisance of himself towards the ministry. Do you think that is something to be rewarded?" Cornelius returned. Marchbanks had the temerity to laugh in his face. "A nuisance to the ministry. From what I have seen, Minister, it is yourself that has made an arse of yourself where the boy is concerned. The trial, the attempts to publicly discredit him and stationing your secretary at the school posing as a professor," she reeled off. "You have to remember, boy, I assessed the woman personally, and she is barely fit to shovel hippogriff dung. What on earth you were thinking allowing her to teach, I will never know. This year's crop of students that I have to assess will likely not be up to par to receive the grades they deserve because of that woman and the drivel she is teaching. She is teaching a ministry-approved curriculum. Approved by whom? It is I that ultimately has the final say in matters of curriculum, and I certainly would never sign off on that rubbish. I approved it personally, Fudge fired back, his face purpling under the scrutiny. Again, Marchbanks laughed. Of course you did, but I don't remember receiving the memo that explains that you are now the authority in matters of education. When was this decided by the Wisengamot? I took what action I saw as necessary, Cornelius sputtered, but that is beyond the point. I want to know what the hell you were thinking with your actions with Harry Potter. My actions, Marchbanks fired back. I did only what my job requires of me. I answered a request made by one of the best educators I have had the pleasure of working with and assessed a student they believed was ready. Who is only now 15. Who has proven himself more than capable. The two were almost nose to nose by now, neither willing to back down. Let me tell you something, Minister, Marchbanks growled, her emphasis on his title forced. I have been doing this job since long before you were even a twinkle in your mother's eye, and none before you have questioned my decisions where my expertise is concerned. Can you say the same? We are getting off topic, Cornelius grumbled as he took a step back. Yes, we are, Marchbanks agreed. You wanted to know why I assessed him. I want to know why you passed him. Because he earned his grades, you dithering buffoon, Marchbanks huffed. In all my years as an educator, I can count on one hand the students that have proven themselves as adept as Mr. Potter and have 2 remaining fingers. Your ego may not like it, but Harry Potter is one of them. The boy is a liar and is causing problems for the ministry. No, he is causing problems for you, Marchbanks countered. As much as you wish it, you are not the entire ministry, or has your self-importance swelled so much. I have seen many pass through your office, some great men and women and some that have proved to be fools. Whichever they were, they all had one thing in common. Would you like to know what that is? Cornelius scowled. He was not interested in the woman's thoughts, but she was evidently going to share them anyway. Their time in office came to an end. Yours will too before long, but you will be remembered. Whether that is as a fool or one of the greats, that is up to you. Now, if you have finished with your inquisition, I have work to do, Minister. And what of Potter? The woman's mouth formed into a hard line as she drew her wand and summoned a thick stack of parchment. These are his results and the subsequent paperwork I signed off for him to apprentice under Minerva and Phileas. Should you wish to make a song and dance about it with the Wisengamot and perhaps have my employment terminated, I welcome your efforts. I can always simply summon the boy, and he can demonstrate to you all just how good he is. Now, good day, Minister. With her dismissal, she all but slammed the door in his face, leaving him trembling in rage and clutching the wad of parchment she had shoved into his chest. After a moment, a thoroughly chastised and apoplectic Cornelius Fudge turned from the door and headed back towards his own office. How dare the woman question him? How dare she speak to him as though he was one of the fools she had referred to? He clenched his jaw tightly as he read through the grades the boy had been given, knowing there was little he could do to reverse them. He could fire Marchbanks, but there would be backlash. Those seated on the Wisengamot respected the woman too much, each having likely been assessed by her during their own examinations. No, that would not work. He needed another way to ensure Potter knew his place. There was something in the idea Dolers had put forward, though it would need refining before he made it so. Giving her the power she wanted could certainly be a boon, if only to serve his need of keeping an eye on the boy. He nodded to himself as he entered his office. It was a necessity. Potter could not be left unchecked. Already, he was rising to be a threat, had the admiration of many, and if his grades were anything to judge him by, had the tenacity and dedication needed to oppose him in the coming years. For a fleeting moment, he wished the Dark Lord had been successful in his attempt to murder the boy, but he shook himself of those quickly. He would not relish in the death of a babe, but Potter was that no longer. He was growing to be a man, and one that could cause many more problems in the future if he was not dealt with now. Break. He couldn't help but think that this was a foolish place to hide something so seemingly valuable. The other dangerous objects aside, the room was mostly comprised of junk, veritable mountains of broken furniture, and other discarded items that left Harry with a sinking feeling. If this was indeed the room of hidden things, it must have been stumbled upon by many over the centuries. Just what was Voldemort thinking by hiding a Horcrux here? There were no protections, nothing to prevent anyone happening across his abhorrent creation. The sinking feeling deepened as he pondered that thought. Perhaps a small part of the Dark Lord was hoping for just that to occur. A plethora of scenarios played over in his mind, scenarios where the world was plagued with two Voldemorts. He shuddered at the thought and began navigating his way through the labyrinth. It took several moments of searching before he felt the first prickle of familiar magic prod against his conscience, an unclean and malignant presence that he held at bay as he followed its trace and found himself looking upon a bust of an unnamed warlock. Atop his head sat the very thing he had come for, unassuming and idle, belying the nature of what it held within. After a cursory check to ensure there were no traps lying in wait, he levitated the diadem and hovered it in front of him, admiring the craftsmanship and sheer history of the piece that had been perverted by the whims of an unstable and overly ambitious fool on his journey towards immortality. Harry snorted. Voldemort was not immortal, something he would one day learn. It would be a shame to rid the world of such an artifact, but it was necessary. He would not risk any other action, his understanding of such magic not enough to consider an alternative. Tom had been adamant. Every Horcrux needed to be destroyed with basilisk venom or fiendfire, both of which he had at his disposal, though he was reluctant to use the former. Despite his feeling towards Voldemort, he would not have Serana unwittingly help in ending the life of the one person who had been there for her in recent history. Shaking his head and conjuring a box to temporarily house the tiara, he placed it inside before shrinking and pocketing it, ignoring the wave of cold negativity washing over him. He needed to destroy them, and soon. He had carried the locket with him since Creature had parted with it, and it was beginning to affect him with its constant attempts to overcome him, to entice him to place it over his neck. He had managed to ignore the locket on its own, but was not willing to spend his days fending off the negativity of both or even risk succumbing to the parasitic magic. That would not do. Releasing a deep breath, he removed a piece of parchment from within his robes and used the tip of his wand to cross off the diadem from the list. Looking his own words over, such trivial things did not denote the enormity of the task he had undertaken. Horcruxes. Locket, Regulus Black Elf. Diadem, Room of Hidden Things, Warlock Bust, No Protections. Ring, Gaunt Family Home, Little Handgelton beneath the floorboards, Strong Compulsion and Rotting Curse. Do not touch. Diary, given to Lucius Malfoy, destroyed. Nagini, Snake, will likely be with Voldemort. Hufflepuff's Cup, given to Bellatrix Lestrange. Azkaban, Gringotts, Lestrange Vault. The last two gave him pause. If fortune favored him, he would be able to kill the snake before the inevitable confrontation with Voldemort would happen. He had accepted the latter would occur. Long ago the man had proven himself capable of getting to him, and would continue his attempts until one of them were dead. Killing the snake before the event was desirable, but he would not allow such a small detail to delay destroying Voldemort. Though an inconvenience, the snake posed little threat compared to him being in a human body. It was the last on the list that caused him concern. It was the one that held many variables and risks. Breaking into the bank was not a gambit he would pursue unless all other options were exhausted. He did have a plan, but it was risky at best, though he could think of no other that would be fruitful. It was also perhaps more dangerous than an attempt on the goblins. He was not relishing it, but it was the best he could come up with, and one he would have to implement sooner rather than later. If Voldemort were to liberate his followers, it would be almost impossible to get the cup at all. Such a thought did not sit well with him. It was something he would need to act upon with haste if he was going to do so. He could not be idle for much longer. Shaking his head of his musings, his eyes glanced to the very last addition to the list, something that meant little to him but could prove to be pivotal to Voldemort. Prophecy, Department of Mysteries, Ministry of Magic. Although he was dismissive of such magic, the Dark Lord wasn't, and Tom had urged him to take the initiative on the matter if the opportunity rose and retrieve it at the very least, even if he did not listen or pay heed to the words. Harry had known of it since his first year, had thought little on it, but as he had grown, he had learnt that it was folly to ignore something, even if it was not something one ascribed to. Perhaps he should deal with that also, if only to deny Voldemort the knowledge he sought. He nodded thoughtfully as he took his leave from the room under cover of his cloak and headed towards the second floor. First and foremost, he needed to rid himself of the 2 Horcruxes he had collected and think on his next move. The ring would be the easiest to retrieve, and the one that Voldemort would likely check on should he get the inclination. Feeling the weight of what he faced settle over him once more, he opened the entrance to the chamber with a hiss and slid into the bowels of the castle, to the place he would be comfortable casting the dangerous magic he needed. With another bout of Parseltongue, he opened the final door and entered the Chamber of Secrets, its cold and damp conditions doing little to lift his spirits. Without hesitation, keen to be rid of the burden he carried, he removed the boxes containing the Horcruxes and placed them on the floor before drawing his wand. Readying himself, he focused as he took aim. Fiendfire. A gout of flame erupted from the tip and coalesced into the form of an enormous basilisk. With difficulty, he managed to bring the beast to heel and guide it towards the 2 boxes, the heat emanating distinctly uncomfortable. However, with a final screech of protest, all that was left of the Horcruxes was a pile of ashes that was carried away by a breeze. Steeling himself once more, he managed to wrestle the accursed flames back under control before they could break free, and snuff them out with a confident flick of his wand. When he was again all but alone within the room, he wiped away the perspiration that had formed on his brow, and for once reveled in the damp chill the chamber provided. "Tom, is that you? What was that noise?" A familiar voice interrupted. "It's me, Serana. I was just destroying some unpleasant things," Harry replied as he approached the gap where the basilisk had stuck her nose through. "Are you okay? Is there anything you need?" "I'm fine, Tom, but you haven't been here for some time. I've missed you." "And I you," Harry returned as he rubbed the scales around her nostrils, the way she enjoyed. She growled contentedly as she pushed back against his touch. "Do you like it here? Do you not find it cold?" "I've grown used to the cold. It has been so long that I felt the heat of the sun." Her tone was almost longing, as though she was thinking back on a fond memory. "You haven't always been here, have you?" "No, I was born in a land far away from here where my master found me. He asked if I could help protect his students, live within a castle and keep them all safe. I was barely a hatchling then, and wizards would kill me if I was found. Salazar was nice to me. He brought me here, and I have remained since." "Would you wish to live somewhere warmer, somewhere you could lay in the sun and not fear being attacked?" "Salazar promised he would take me back, but he left once and never returned. It wasn't until you found me that I met another person. I told you this before, don't you remember?" "Of course, but it is nice to hear it again," Harry returned smoothly. "I only wondered if it was something you would still like." "I would like to live outside, but I'm scared, Tom. What if other wizards would find me?" "I would not let them," Harry said firmly. "I will not be able to come here forever, and I do not want to leave you here if it is not what you want." "You would like me to go with you?" Serana asked disbelievingly. "Only if that is your wish," Harry answered, smiling at the neediness of the serpent. "I have a home far away where the sun is always shining. There is a nice river you could drink from and bathe in, and a forest with lots of animals you could eat. Nobody can find my house, and you would be safe." "I would like that, Tom. The cold does not agree with me so much anymore. I am very old now, even for one of my kind. Perhaps I only have a few years left, maybe longer, but I feel myself beginning to fade. I would like to spend my last years in the sun with you." "Then I will make it happen," Harry whispered. "I will need some time to figure out how to get you there, but I will do it." Serana hissed gently in response as Harry continued to rub her scales, his woes all but forgotten for the moment as he enjoyed some time with his companion. Break. With summer having come and passed much quicker than she would have liked, she now found herself pondering her future more so. With Harry no longer here to distract her from the inevitable, she could avoid it no longer. Not that she did not welcome such a thing. The responses to her applications had slowly begun to trickle in, but there had been more than she expected, and she was torn on what to do. It wasn't until this morning that she received a rather unexpected addition to her already growing pile of offers, that she felt the right thing had come along. It was at breakfast that the missive from Madame O'Leary, her former charms professor, had arrived, offering her an apprenticeship under her tutelage. The subject had always been her favorite, and one she had excelled in beyond the others. An apprenticeship with the woman would be a boon for any long-term careers she was considering, and she could think of no reason to not accept. Though it would be daunting, it was something she would not refuse. Whether she decided to become an enchantress or a curse-breaker, a mastery in charms would be the best start for both. Her parents had been almost as delighted as her, and there was only one other she needed to share the news with, and he too would be pleased. She smiled sadly at the thought of the boy. She had missed him since he left. Even if they did speak every night through the orbs she had gifted him, it wasn't the same. She longed for the evenings they would sit by the pool talking, her head rested against his chest as he wrapped his arms around her. Still, she knew not what they were. That was not something they had spoken of, but she cherished whatever it was. She worried for him being surrounded by so many that would want to harm him, where she could not keep him safe. She snorted at the thought. He didn't really need her to protect him, but she was compelled to. It was her nature that made her feel this way, that protective Vila side to her that only became more prominent the closer together they grew. It had been odd at first, having such feelings for one she did not share blood with, but they were there. If she had her way, he would be with her in the safety of France, not in Britain where his enemies were many and seemingly growing with each day. She frowned at the thought of the Umbridge woman. The ministry should not be something he concerned himself with, and yet they too had their daggers drawn and ready to sink into his back at the first opportunity. Yes, she worried for him, but more so for any that provoked the side of him he kept well hidden. As she had her Vila side, he too had one more primal, one she had seen emerge the night they had been taken. Perhaps a part of her should fear him and what he had done, but she didn't. Had he not had such a side to him, they would likely have both perished in that graveyard. To her, he was gentle, caring, and attentive. To most, he was indifferent and dismissive, but to his enemies, he was ruthless and deadly. More fool anyone who provoked the ire of Harry Potter. She was pulled from her thoughts as her orb lit up on her bedside table, and she snatched it up immediately. "Arai," she greeted him warmly. He returned the gesture, though she noticed how tired he appeared. "How are you?" he asked. "I'm okay. I finally know what I'm going to do with myself now." His eyes lit up at her words. "What have you decided?" "I'm going to apprentice under Madame O'Leary. She wrote to me today asking if I would like to," she revealed excitedly. "I'm really pleased for you," he offered sincerely. "You deserve it." His words warmed her, and she wished for nothing more than to reach out and hold his hand as she had so many times before. "I miss you," she said quietly. "Will you come and see me soon?" He scratched his chin, apparently thinking carefully about his answer. "Well, I have to meet with Snape tomorrow afternoon, but I can come after if you like." She nodded enthusiastically as he yawned. "I would like that, but you should be getting more sleep, mister." He snorted as he waved off her concerns. "Sorry, I had a long day with Serana and just finished with Flitwick." "What's it like, working on charms at that level?" He frowned slightly but smiled, nonetheless. "It's different, hard, but in a good way. You'll get to see for yourself soon enough. Do you know when you will start? Non, but Madame Larry will have high expectations. She always does. Expectations you will blow out of the water, he returned. I really am pleased for you, he added seriously. If anyone can do this, it's you. And you, she replied. Well, I'm giving it a go. He chuckled before yawning once more. You should sleep. Awry. You must be working very hard doing 2 apprenticeships. It is a lot of work, but I will manage, he assured her. I'm looking forward to seeing you. You're not sick of the sight of me yet. Never, he answered. I will see you tomorrow. Good night, Awry. With a final smile, he was gone, and she replaced the orb to where it had found a home. Feeling rather tired herself from the excitement of the day, she too decided to turn in, knowing she would sleep easier that Harry would be back with her the next evening. Break. What are we going to do, Hermione? Neville asked as they made their way towards the defense against the dark arts classroom. We will never pass our owl with Umbridge teaching us. Well, you will, but the rest of us will fail. Hermione shook her head. The woman had been in the castle for less than a week and had taught them nothing they would need to know for their exams. They had even been forbidden from practicing the required spells. Instead, they were instructed to read from a book that was all but useless. I don't know, she sighed, a deep frown creasing her brow as she waved at a passing Harry Potter. Why is he not in our class? I would have thought he would have continued with defense. Why is he not in any of our classes for that matter? Not that they had shared many over the years. For reasons unfathomable to her, the Gryffindors and Slytherins shared the core classes for the most part, and she had only seen him in runes and arithmancy. Even those he had been absent from since they returned. Oh, he's already passed his owls, the pudgy blonde replied with a shrug, stilling her. He's what? He already did his OWLS. My Gran told me, Neville explained as he too paused. How? Neville shrugged once more. Are you really surprised? You saw the things he did in the tournament. Most of that stuff was easily beyond owl and newt level, he pointed out. How do you know these things? Hermione probed. It was mentioned in a Wisengamot meeting. My Gran sends me all the minutes so I can be prepared for when I take up my family's seat in a couple of years. Why would Harry be mentioned in a Wisengamot meeting? I forget that you're a Muggle-born sometimes, Neville muttered sheepishly. He was put on trial for underage magic during the summer. From what my Gran said, he upset quite a few people, including our newest professor. He was, quite rude. Quite rude. Neville released a deep sigh before grinning. He apparently called Umbridge a nosy old cow and said something about her talking out of turn. I don't remember exactly what he said. Hermione giggled despite herself. She would have quite liked to see Umbridge's reaction to that. Anyway, he got away with whatever it was and made the minister look like an idiot. Fudge has it out for him now. He should be careful, Hermione replied, worrying her lower lip. That doesn't explain what he's doing here if he has finished his OWLS. Has he been moved up a year? I don't think so, Neville answered uncertainly. My Gran didn't mention anything else. Anyway, we will be late if we don't get moving. It's bad enough being in her lessons. I don't fancy a detention with her. Hermione nodded, and they continued on their way, her mind wandering to the conversation she shared with Professor McGonagall the previous year. In all my years of teaching, I have never taught a student with such a gift for transfiguration. Undoubtedly, that talent transferred to other branches of magic also. That will be 5 points each from Gryffindor for being late, Umbridge announced as they entered the classroom. Now, take your seats and turn to page 23 of your books. We are reading in silence today. Hermione merely shook her head, having expected nothing less. Break. The tension he had been carrying since he had left had lifted when he arrived back in France. In all, he had spent little time here, but had never felt this relaxed when he was England. Perhaps it was because he never felt he could. His years with the Dursleys had been turbulent at best, and those at Hogwarts nothing short of perilous. Here, He needn't think of any of that and did not have to look upon every person he met with at least a modicum of suspicion or questioning of their motives. His only concern here seemed only to be what he decided to concern himself with. It was an odd thought, but one he welcomed. Of course, he would have to go back. The burden that was Voldemort sat heavy on his shoulders, but it felt lighter here, as though he was so far away from any of the problems that waited for him back in Britain. Maybe it was being in another country or the people he was with. Regardless, it mattered not. Here he felt free, happy even. "Ow, as your first week back been? Awry?" Apolline asked as she spooned a healthy portion of thick soup into his bowl. "It hasn't been much different. Everyone seems to be ignoring everything that's happening outside the castle." The woman pursed her lips as she shook her head. "It will not last," Sebastian interjected. "I was going to write to you, but as you are heir, I can tell you in person." "Tell me what?" Harry asked with a frown. Sebastian released a deep sigh. "There may not be much a penning in Britain, but in other countries it is different. At the ICW meeting today, the representative of Romania made us aware that the werewolf population has moved on, eating west. Subsequently, the representatives of Hungary, Austria, and Switzerland, Ave noted an increase in werewolf activity. I do not think it will be long before they arrive air and then make their way to Britain." Harry nodded thoughtfully. The werewolves had sided with Voldemort during the last war. It made sense they would do so again. "So, he has them in the giants." "It would appear so," Sebastian agreed, "and others will follow before the war truly begins." Apolline, Fleur, and Gabrielle looked at him worriedly as he nodded stiffly and took a mouthful of his food. "And Fudge is doing nothing," he muttered when he had swallowed it. "There is only so much the ICW can do. Unless the conflict spills beyond the borders of Britain, they cannot be involved without British cooperation." "You mean they won't involve themselves?" Harry corrected. Sebastian nodded. "They do not wish to send their sons and daughters to die in a war not their own. Awry. A war that will come to them eventually. They cannot avoid it if Voldemort is successful." "Non, they cannot, but they will try," Sebastian returned apologetically. "You must remember, awry, no one wants to admit that another threat like Grindelwald exists. E tore through Europe mostly unchallenged. It was not until Britain and France stood together to oppose IM that E was defeated. It would not Ave append until much later if Albus did not confront IM when E did. And now Dumbledore is the one saying there is a threat and it is being ignored," Harry snorted. "People really are idiots." "People are scared, awry," Apolline broke in. "Not everyone can be as brave as you." "I don't have the luxury of ignoring it," he returned. "It is me that he is coming for. I can either sit back and wait for him to find me or I can take the fight to him. I won't wait for him to kill me on his terms." "And that is the difference between you and others. Awry," Sebastian said softly. "You are a fighter where most are not. You will confront those that threaten you where most would-eyed." "It's not about that," Harry denied. "I don't want to hide. Maybe I should fear him, but I do not. I want to face him and I want to be the one that puts an end to him. I owe that to my parents and I owe it to myself," he finished, catching himself before he slipped. An awkward silence fell over those at the table. Apolline stared at him sadly as Fleur, having heard similar words spoken by him, reluctantly nodded her acceptance. Gabrielle understood little of what was being said, but she watched intently, her rambunctious nature curbed by the severity of the conversation. "I did not know them, awry, but if my child was in your situation, I would only want them to live by whatever means necessary," Sebastian all but whispered. "If you chose to, you could stay heir where you are safe. And watch the world burn around me." Sebastian shook his head and snorted. "Do not pretend it is the world you care for. You are doing what you are for your own reasons and they do not revolve around any other," Sebastian returned, somewhat heatedly but took a deep breath before continuing. "I understand, awry. I cannot understand what you have gone through, but I do know you are not a fool. You would not risk your life this way without cause. The only thing I will say is that you have to live with the choices you make. Can you do that?" All the plans he had yet to carry out played over in his mind. the actions he would take, all to see Voldemort perish by his hand. He nodded. I can because I have to. Sebastian nodded his acceptance, only to be caught off guard by the next words of the boy. What do you make of prophecies? Sebastian frowned deeply. Prophecies. Apparently, there is one about me and him. I've not heard all of it. I don't understand divination, but it's the reason he came for me when I was a baby. Sebastian leaned back in his chair. He was not a firm believer in such an imperfect branch of magic, but believed it had its purpose, even if he did not nor ever would understand it. I have seen no evidence of prophecies at work. Awry. It is something that is beyond me, but if I was you, I would want to know what it says and who made it, if only for assurance. You do not want it to say something along the lines of, Voldemort will be triumphant over all his foes. It is best to explore every variable. Harry nodded. He had already decided he would retrieve it. He was merely interested in the man's take. I will say that you should not be dismissive of it. There is much magic that we cannot hope to understand, and divination is one of those unless one has a gift for it, Sebastian added. I thought as much, Harry replied. There is a prophecy about you and I am, Fleur broke in. Something about me being the one with the power to defeat the Dark Lord, born as the 7th month dies, and he would mark me as his equal, Harry revealed as he thought on the words Tom had spoken to him some years past. That is rather ominous, Sebastian sighed. Whether you believe in it or not, he does so much so that he tried to murder a baby for it. How much of it is true? Well, I was born on the last day of July, and he did mark me, Harry answered, indicating his faded scar. What append to your scar? It is not as prominent as it was, Fleur pointed out. It faded after the graveyard, he replied dismissively. I should probably prioritize hearing the rest of it. I think you should, Sebastian agreed. Do you know where they are kept? The Department of Mysteries, apparently. Ah, I have eared stories about it. It, of course, does not officially exist, which only adds to the mystery, I suppose. How do you go somewhere that does not exist? Gabrielle asked. I do not know how you would go about it, Sebastian said thoughtfully. You would need to speak to someone who knows where to find it. I would say Albus would. There's a problem with that, Harry huffed. The prophecy was made to him, and he doesn't know that I know about it. Why would he not tell you? Harry shrugged. He probably does not want to burden me with it. Then, how do you know about it if he did not tell you? Voldemort told me about it when I was 11. He tried to steal the Philosopher's Stone and thought he could use me to get it. The Philosopher's Stone, the one that Nicholas Flamel created. Harry nodded. I don't know of any other. Sebastian released a deep, labored breath as he looked at the boy. Forgetting the stone for a moment, that is a story for another time. What did Voldemort say to you? Well, before he tried to kill me, he mentioned the prophecy and said that I needed to die. That's it really. Sebastian hummed. You need to hear it, awry. You do not want to go into a fight with I am without knowing. It could be a mistake. Can we please stop talking about it now? Fleur pleaded, evidently becoming very upset by the conversation. I do not want to hear any more about it. It is hard enough already. With that, she took her leave from the table, followed by Apolline, who went to comfort her daughter. It is hard for her, awry. She feels that she is heir, waiting for the news to come that you have been killed. She worries about you. Harry nodded as he stood, a feeling of guilt washing over him. I know. This was why I tried to keep her away from it all. Sebastian offered him a sad smile. It is a little late for that now, non. For both of us, Harry replied before he left the kitchen to find the girl. It was next to the pool where he came upon them. At his approach, Apolline stood and simply nodded before giving them their privacy. He took a seat next to Fleur as she stared at the surface of the water. I'm sorry, awry, she said quietly. I know you feel that you have to do this. I just thought there might be even a small chance I could talk you out of it. There's a part of me that wish you could, he replied honestly. If I could walk away from this and never see him again, I would, but there's not a life I can imagine where I could accept it. It's almost as though magic is drawing us together and it can only end with one of us dead. I refuse for that to be me. But what if it is? Rai, can you promise me that it won't be? He shook his head. You know I can't promise that, but I do not plan on meeting him as his equal. I will be better than him. I already have advantages that he never will. What does that even mean? He deflated as he took her hands in his own and turned her gently towards him. As crazy as this will sound, I know him, Fleur, better than anyone else, probably better than he now knows himself. What does that even mean? Rai, I don't understand, she responded with a shake of her head. He stared at her for a few moments, seemingly struggling with an internal conflict before he huffed. There are things that I haven't told anyone, things that no one would understand. You'll probably think I'm mental if I told you. I would never think that about you, Rai, she sighed. I see it. When you think no one is looking, you are sad, angry, even more than before we were taken to the graveyard. Your eyes tell everything about you. Rai Potter, and it hurts to see you hurt the way you do. I wish I could take it all away because I don't like seeing you sad. He nodded as he offered her a grateful smile. There are things I want to tell you. I just don't know how. Sometimes it is better to just say them. He took a deep breath to compose himself and drew his wand. Waving it in an intricate pattern about them, he finished his spell work with a hiss, and a green dome formed around them. I don't want us to be overheard. I don't want anyone else knowing this. Fleur nodded nervously as she admired the bubble around them. Voldemort took steps to ensure that it would be almost impossible to kill him, Harry began, immediately having her undivided attention. What steps? It doesn't matter. Honestly, the less you know about exactly what he has done, the better. But he has done some unpleasant things and created items that contain pieces of his soul. So long as they exist, he can be brought back to life numerous times. Merde, Fleur cursed as the realization of what Harry was saying sunk in. How can you beat I am if he will keep coming back? Because I know where they all are, he answered simply. You know where they are? Fleur asked disbelievingly. And how would you know that? Because he told me, Harry replied, his eyes full of the sadness she had often seen within him, though now he was doing nothing to try to conceal it. The emotion she could see was raw. Sat before her was one who had faced and overcome more adversity in his short life than most would face throughout a full one. Still, he fought on, refusing to bow to those that would have him so. Here and now, she could feel his vulnerability, could feel his inner turmoil. She squeezed his hand, no closer to understanding what he meant, but she wanted to comfort him. Why would he tell you, Rai, to mock you? Harry shook his head. He didn't tell me. Well, he did, but it's complicated. He huffed as he stood suddenly, dragging a hand through his hair from frustration. It's okay, Fleur assured him. No, it isn't, he countered. The more I think about it, the crazier it makes me seem. I know that it happened, I know the life I've lived, but it's just so surreal. Then, why don't you start from the beginning? I don't think starting there will help, Harry sighed. Would you come with me? There's something I should show you. Maybe it will help you understand. Fleur nodded. Where are we going? To my house, he answered as he offered her his hand. She accepted it, and the feeling of the portkey hooking through her navel unsettled her considerably. It always would. Ever since the night of the third task, it did nothing but trigger unpleasant memories. Nonetheless, when she found her feet on solid ground once more, she looked up to be greeted by a villa, the grounds around them well kept and property surrounded by mountains and trees. It is beautiful air, she whispered. Harry nodded as he looked upon the house fondly. It was peaceful and had grown on him in the small amount of time he had owned it. I like it, but it's not the house we are here to see, not tonight anyway. Then why are we here? It's just a short walk away, he replied cryptically as he led her towards the thick copse of trees at the end of the garden. She followed his lead, the two of them silent as they entered the forest amongst the sounds of crickets and the dim glow of fireflies in the distance. She said nothing as he seemingly followed a familiar route, and it wasn't until they came upon the sound of gently running water that his steps slowed, almost as though he was having second thoughts about being here. "This is it," he all but whispered as they came into a clearing where the sweet smell of apples was prominent. Her gaze followed his own, and she found herself looking at what appeared to be a grave. The date of death was one she would never forget, a day forever cemented in her mind as the one she almost lost Harry. "Who is Tom Riddle?" she asked. Harry released a deep breath. "Tom Riddle is the name Voldemort was given at birth," he answered. Fleur's eyes widened at the revelation, but he held up a hand to cease any questions. "Do you remember when I said he had created things to keep pieces of his soul in?" Fleur nodded. "The night he killed my parents and tried to do the same to me, a piece of his soul was left inside me," he explained, pointing to his faded scar. "He didn't mean for it to happen, but it did. I was 7 when he first spoke to me." "He spoke to you." Harry swallowed. "You already know that my childhood was not a happy one. My relatives despised me because of what I am. They took every chance they could to make me miserable," he said bitterly. "The day I apparated onto my school roof, my uncle was furious. He had hit me before, but never the way he did that day. When he was done, I had passed out and woke up in my cupboard. I could barely move from the pain, and I finally broke. I begged and I pleaded for someone to come and rescue me, just for someone to care, and he spoke to me." He finished with a smile, his eyes full of unshed tears. Fleur was experiencing a myriad of emotions whilst he spoke so candidly about what he had endured. She was angry, devastated, and trembled with both. Somewhere amongst them, she was still confused, though that was not at the forefront of her mind. She could only focus on the horror that had been his life. "Perhaps I was stupid to listen to a voice in my head, but he was the only one who had ever tried to be there for me. As a 7-year-old kid who had nothing to lose, he was everything I needed." "You didn't know it was I am, did you?" Harry shook his head. "I didn't find that out until I was 12. Anyway, he told me his name was Tom and that he could help me." "And he did." Harry nodded. "More than I could ever repay him for," he said fondly. "He told me that I was a wizard, showed me how I could stop my relatives hurting me, and spent the next 4 years teaching me all he could about magic and the wizarding world." "But if he was Voldemort, why would he help you?" "I suppose the piece of soul I got was the final vestige of humanity Voldemort had left," Harry answered uncertainly. "Tom explained to me all the things he had done in the pursuit of immortality and how Voldemort was born. It's complicated, and I won't pretend to understand it all, but there was a point when a brilliant Tom Riddle went too far, and he became what he is now." "So they are 2 different people." "In a strange way, they are completely separate," Harry mused aloud. "Voldemort is the worst part of an abused boy manifested, the anger, the ambition and ruthlessness he had needed to survive his own horrific childhood. Tom was a brilliant and even compassionate boy who lost his way without the needed guidance. He tread a dangerous path and paid the price, the magics he delved into ones he could not hope to comprehend the effects of. He never intended to become Voldemort, but it happened before he could stop it. His obsession was too strong, and the more he delved, the harder it was to undo. Now, we have potentially the worst Dark Lord in history." Fleur was silent for a few moments as Harry stared at the grave. Were it anyone else saying these things, she would not believe it, so outrageous was what he had described. "So, he is not there anymore." Harry shook his head. "The night in the graveyard. When I was hit with the curse, it removed the piece of soul from me. I don't expect you to understand," he sighed as he turned towards her, "but he was the one person there for me, the one person that kept me safe. He taught me all he could whilst he was here and gave me all I needed so I can live through this." Fleur could only nod. She did not understand much of what he had said, but she could see how much it meant to him, and that's all that mattered to her in this moment. Whatever Tom had been or done, he had protected Harry, had cared for a lonely, abused orphan boy when no one else had cared to. "I had to do it," he whispered, gesturing towards the grave. "No one else will mourn him, but I will. I will always be grateful for what he did for me, as messed up as that sounds." "Non, awry, it is not messed up," she denied. E was there for you, and I am grateful that E was. It would take her some time to come to terms with what she had learnt, but she had spoken truthfully. She was grateful for Tom Riddle, for what he had done for the boy stood next to her. She took his hand in her own and squeezed it gently, allowing him his moment of thought as he once more looked at the monument he had created. May he find the peace and love that life never granted, she muttered. It's fitting, Harry replied. If someone cared for him the way he did me, we never would have had Voldemort. He really looked after you, we. He did. He only ever wanted me to be live through this and be happy, he replied, the man's final wish for him replaying in his mind. But you are not, Fleur pointed out sadly. What will make you happy, awry? He frowned for a moment before a smile tugged at his lips. I've not had much happiness in my life, and it took me a long time to know what it felt like. Escaping my relatives helped, but the happiest I've been was the night of the Yule Ball. I just didn't know it at the time, not until Tom made me realize what it was I felt. Fleur was taken aback by his answer. Still, they had not discussed that night, and she had all but given up hope they would. Is us dancing next to the lake your a pissed memory? Not just that, Harry denied with a shake of his head. It was the whole experience of being with someone that wanted to be there with me that made me feel as though I was wanted in some way. I'd never had that before. It was being there with you, he finished quietly. Her chest tightened at his words. She could not understand why none would want him in their life. To her, Harry Potter was the most incredible person she had met, and after tonight, she only felt it more so. But you said you didn't know what happiness was before then. How do you know it is me that made you happy? She suddenly felt vulnerable. What if he had gotten it wrong? What if it wasn't her that had made him happy, but just having someone for the first time that had elicited that feeling within him? Because you still do, he answered warmly, as he drew his wand and stared at it for a moment. Because I can do this, and it is the memory of that night that made it happen. It's you that made it happen. Expecto patronum, he whispered. The entire grove was lit by the bright light of the spell, and Fleur was in awe at the ethereal creature that emerged from the tip of his wand. The human-like body was covered in white feathers, but it was when she was all but face to face with it that she noted the familiarity. It was as though she was staring in the mirror, the visage of the patroness so alike her own. Unwittingly, she reached out, the radiating warmth almost burningly hot to the touch. The creature met her hand with its own, and smiled before fatting before her eyes. I might not have much experience of being happy, but I think that says everything I can't, Harry mumbled, his voice breaking into her thoughts. Fleur turned to face him, his eyes reflecting the same vulnerability she had felt only a moment ago. That was me, she said dumbly. Harry nodded. She knew not what to say. With only a single gesture, any vulnerability she had felt had faded with the patroness. Words could do little, and she simply threw herself into his arms, enjoying his embrace all the more knowing he felt for her deeper than she could have ever hoped. Whatever was to come, it mattered not. All she cared for in this moment was being where she was and for the moment itself. Things may not always be easy, but she would always have this. They would always have this. Dolar's Umbridge named Hogwarts High Inquisitor. By Barnabas Cuff. In what some may deem a rather bold and unprecedented move, Dolar's Jane Umbridge, once the senior undersecretary to Cornelius Fudge, and now the defense against the dark arts professor of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, has been elevated to the position of High Inquisitor after only a week of teaching. Now, you may be wondering just what such a lofty position will entail, and I spoke to the minister himself to learn just that. As the one who championed the idea, he had this to say. It is no secret that standards at Hogwarts have been slipping these past years, and I felt that it was my duty to intervene. We trust the school to educate our children to the highest possible standard, and currently they are failing to do so. Thus, I felt it prudent to take certain measures to raise attainment, to ensure our children are educated to an exceptional degree, and we are producing the very best the wizarding world has to offer. Such a thing has never been implemented. For centuries, Hogwarts has stood as a single entity without what many would consider interference from the Ministry of Magic. Though the bill put forward by our minister was passed by the Wisengamot, it was far from unanimous, with only slightly more than half agreeing to the measure. Lord Boot, whose son attends Hogwarts, had this to say: "I have no idea what the minister is playing at. My son has only the highest praise for the staff he is under the tutelage of, and this makes no sense. To me, this is nothing more than a continuation of the smear campaign against Albus Dumbledore we have seen over the summer months. I do not believe Dumbledore would let the standards of the school slip, and I do not support the ministry intervention." When confronted with the view of Lord Boot and many of his peers, the minister had this to say: "It may appear that we are attempting to exert our will over the school, but that is not the case," he denied firmly. "Our only wish is that the children are being educated sufficiently." When pressed as to what the role Madame Umbridge has obtained will require, Minister Fudge elaborated. "Madame Umbridge will primarily carry out inspections on her colleagues to ensure the teaching standard is acceptable. All her findings will be submitted to myself and the head of the Magical Education Department for review before any necessary action is taken. Along with this, she will be given powers to stage intervention where standards are not met and act accordingly to ensure changes are made. This should not be viewed an imposition, but as progress and an opportunity for betterment. It remains to be seen what the impact of the role will have, but it is already proving to be quite controversial, with the Wisengamot seemingly torn on the matter. The powers granted to Madame Umbridge will come into effect this very morning, and Wizarding Britain will wait for further news with bated breath." Harry discarded the paper with disgust. He wouldn't trust Umbridge to inspect the contents of a toilet, let alone other, much more competent professors than herself. Whatever was happening, he did not like it. Umbridge was an odious woman who undoubtedly had an ulterior motive. Where the idea came from, he couldn't be certain, but it was not from the minister. The man was too much of a fool to concoct this himself, but Umbridge was not. She was an unpleasant creature, but had some inner workings, something she had proven during his trial, though she certainly was not as clever as she believed. She had too little control over her temper, and he had no doubt that she would be exposed as incompetent before long. Not that he need concern himself with whatever the woman was up to. He was not attending classes in the traditional sense, and would have no reason to encounter her. As agreed upon with Flitwick and McGonagall, he was self-studying in preparation for the remainder of his NEWTS, with much of his focus on his apprenticeships. They, of course, required much attention, though he was not neglecting the former. If anything, he was working harder than he ever had, so that he did not fall short of the grades expected of himself and his mentors. He did have to meet with Snape once a week to be observed and instructed in his brewing, but the other professors were seemingly content with his methods in their subjects, asking only that he keeps them informed with what he was covering and occasionally requesting a demonstration from him in theory or practical work. For the life of him, he could not understand what Fudge was thinking involving himself with the school. From what he had seen, each professor he had encountered were more than capable of teaching, and Umbridge did not seem to be qualified to assess them. She didn't seem to be qualified for much if the whisperings about her lessons he had heard held truth. With a shake of his head, he thanked the elves for his breakfast and headed to the Great Hall to submit some charms work to Flitwick. It wasn't due until Wednesday, but he had finished it and was keen to be rid of the headache-inducing assignment. Charms theory was difficult, but he found that he enjoyed the complexity of the branch. It pushed him further than he had been pushed before, and he was relishing it. Even having been left with a pounding head and no longer wishing to ponder this particular piece of work, he had thrived under the challenge. He frowned as he arrived to a packed entrance hall, the students having risen for breakfast, seemingly being intercepted by an unusually jubilant Argus Filch, who wore a smile that did not suit his cantankerous demeanor. "She's going to make changes around here. No longer will you little brats get away with whatever you want," he announced gleefully as he shoved his way through the crowd with Mrs. Norris in tow. The students fell silent for a moment as they read the framed notice he had nailed to the wall. Educational Decree. High Inquisitor. Harry worked his way to the front of the ensemble and snorted as he read Umbridge's first declaration of power. Educational Decree Number 1. Defense against the dark arts classes are now compulsory for all students from 1st through 5th year. Signed, Dolores Jane Umbridge, High Inquisitor of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Defense is already mandatory until 6th year, Hermione pointed out from close by. Harry grinned at the unsubtle shrewdness of Umbridge. For reasons only known to her, she wanted him in her class, and he was only happy to oblige. Tom would advise caution were he still here, but Harry had no such intention to play the asinine games of the woman. Since she was taking such an interest in him personally, he would return the favor. To him, caution was reserved for those that posed a threat to him. Umbridge and the Ministry were no such thing. There was little they could do to destabilize his life other than throw him into Azkaban, and he would certainly not allow that to happen. They could expel him, but again, that would be little inconvenience to him. He didn't have to be a student at the school to apprentice under Flitwick and McGonagall. It was their prerogative to whom they would tutor outside of class hours, and that was not something the Ministry could not interfere with. No, Dolores Umbridge may believe that she had gained a victory of sorts with her actions, but he would have the last laugh. He would take pleasure in driving the woman insane. She had all but asked for it, after all. Break. Mark my words, Albus, this will end badly. Dumbledore nodded his agreement. He had done all he could to keep Harry and Dolores separated. She, however, had different ideas and had acted accordingly to nullify his efforts. To her credit, she had orchestrated the start of her coup expertly, using the situation she found herself into her advantage in obtaining her new position. Very few could truly object to the betterment of education, as shown by the majority of the Wisengamot. There is little I can do, Minerva, he sighed. If I were to oppose her appointment, it would only add credence to what they have been claiming. Worry not, I'm sure Harry can manage her company for a few short periods a week. I only worry for his future, Albus, not dealing with that woman. He will eat her alive if she attempts to make his life any more difficult than it already is. Dumbledore hummed as he nodded, his beard twitching in amusement. He was not one to take joy from the misery of others, but Dolores was proving herself to be rather irksome, and he found it difficult to have any sympathy for her. It would be to her own detriment that she had learnt nothing from her previous encounter with Harry. He did not hold the same respect for the Ministry as her, nor did he seem to care for her either. Why would he? She had been but a secretary when they had met. That is what you're hopping for, Minerva said in disbelief. I would wish no such thing upon any, however. It is out of my hands. I am sure Mr. Potter will treat Madame Umbridge with the utmost respect her position deserves. She is a professor, after all. We both know that is not going to happen. I will not have her provoke him. Minerva, Harry must learn to temper himself. I can think of no better opportunity for him to do so. If I believe it is getting out of hand, I will intervene. Minerva pursed her lips. She would enjoy nothing more than to see the woman attempt whatever she planned against the boy. If she thought the dressing down she received in the Wisengamot had been unpleasant, she had seen nothing yet. Harry Potter was not one to do things in half measures, and that was what concerned her. How far would he go to ensure she no longer bothered him in her petty way? Break. He pushed the thoughts of Dolores Umbridge aside, his undertaking of the evening requiring focus. Although he knew where to find and how to retrieve the Horcrux, the task would not be a pleasant one. Nothing involving Voldemort would ever be a pleasurable experience in his estimation. The monster that had been born from his mentor was not one to take lightly, and everything he did was done with malice. Even the protections placed were none too kind, even for the most exceptional of wizards. Very few would survive an encounter with them, and though he had the needed knowledge, he was nervous. If a single mistake was made, it would mean the end for him. First, however, there was a conversation to be had with a certain Vila who would be displeased by the development the day had brought. She had only been placated with knowing Harry would have little reason to be around Umbridge. Now, she would be very unhappy that the woman had all but forced his attendance to her classes. With a sigh, he tapped his orb with the tip of his wand and waited for her to answer. Her face swam into view only a moment later, eliciting a stab of longing within him. It was an odd feeling. Never had Het met any he had missed when he was not around them, and since their excursion to his home where he had explained the presence of Tom, it had only become deeper. She had not judged him, had not chastised him for the seemingly foolish actions of a 7-year-old. She had tried to comfort him, had accepted that part of him, something that meant more than ever thought it would. Not that he had much considered telling any of his inner mentor. With Fleur, it had simply happened, and he felt all the better for it. If she could accept that, there was little that would turn her away. For the first time in his life, he almost felt as though he had met someone that understood him somewhat, someone that had shared part of his journey with him and wanted to still, despite the peril involved. Her face lit up in a bright smile as she gazed upon him. "Is it silly that you only left yesterday, and I want you back?" she asked. He returned the gesture, feeling the weight bearing down on him lift. "No, it's not silly." Her smile faded, turning into a frown. "What is wrong, Arai?" "Umbridge is doing everything she can to make sure I have to spend time with her. She has somehow made it mandatory for me to attend her lessons. Well, the Wisengamot have given her power to do what she sees fit to raise the standard of education." Fleur huffed irritably, her nostrils flaring. Harry had learnt that Vila were protective creatures. It was still something foreign to him, that feeling of having someone who cared enough to share his problems. "What will you do?" "I'm not going to take any crap from her," Harry answered. "If she wants to have me in her lessons, she will get the best of me she can hope for." Fleur shook her head in amusement, knowing what that side of Harry could be like. "Why do you stay there? Arai, you could apply to do your exams, There is no reason for you to be there always." Harry nodded. "I know, but Hogwarts was the first place that felt like a home," he replied quietly. "She is invading it and I can't let her." She offered him a sad smile. "So, you will get rid of her?" He shrugged. "How things are, I don't think anything short of killing her will work. As much as I don't care for her, she's not worth it, but I can make her life hell." Fleur sighed. "Why do I have a feeling that you are going to be in trouble?" "Because I probably will." She giggled. "Well, you do what you ave to, Arai. I do not want to see you upset. I do not like it." He nodded. He didn't need permission to do what he would, but it was nice having her support. "I will," he assured her. "Good now. How has the rest of your day been?" "Busy," he chuckled. "McGonagall wants me to write a thesis on the animagus transformation process." "That sounds fun." Harry snorted. "It will take me up until Christmas before I'm even ready to begin writing it. There are so many theories and methods I need to analyze." "She is really pushing you, Non." "She always has," he replied with a shrug. "Is that not something you are interested in, being an animagus?" He frowned at the thought. It had crossed his mind over the years and would be a challenge. "Maybe," he answered. "My father was one. He managed it when he was the same age as me." Fleur's eyes widened at the revelation. "That is very impressive. Arai, he must have been excellent at transfiguration." "He was," Harry agreed. "I'll have to think about it once I've finished my latest assignment and decide if it is worth it. I wouldn't want to go to much effort just to be a bloody goldfish or something like that. You'd probably pluck me out of the pond and eat me." She laughed and nodded. "It is possible, or you could be a large cat and try to eat me." He grinned at the thought of a large bird that could throw fire and a cat squaring off. It was amusing, though not something he wished for. He had no desire to experience the heat of her fire again. "I'm going to retrieve another one tonight," he said, changing the subject. Her face fell, knowing immediately what he was referring to. "Is this one dangerous?" "It could be. I don't know if he has been there to check on it and add any protections. Even if he hasn't, I doubt I will enjoy the experience." C shook her head unhappily. "Then let me come with you. Arai. Please, I do not like the thought of you doing something like this without help." There's not much you can do. Then I will do what I can, she said stubbornly. Harry released a deep breath as he nodded. Okay, he agreed, but you have to listen to me. If I tell you to do something, I need you to do it. These things are dangerous, and that is without the protections around them. I know, Uri. I just want to be there for you, He offered her a grateful smile. The burden of what was to come was not one easily carried. Even her presence would be a welcome reprieve from some of it. I will come and get you. Just give me 10 minutes. She nodded, and he ended the call before gathering anything he could think of he might need. He was dreading being at the mercy of Voldemort's work, but a small part of him was relishing the task, a small part of him he had never been able to curb. Perhaps there was something about him that enjoyed risk. His father had been the same way. Maybe there was more of his parents in him than he believed, something he had not focused on much with Tom guiding him. Risk was not a trait of his mentor. Tom was pragmatic and logical, not one to delve into the unknown without certainty, though his certainty had cost him dearly in his formative years. Thus, Harry had a dark lord vying for his blood. He shook his head of the thought. Before the night was out, he would be one step closer to putting an end to him. Of that, he was certain. Break. Fleur hurriedly tied her hair into a ponytail before dressing in warm clothes. She would never forget the cold British weather, though that was the least of her concerns for this evening. Immediately, she felt out of her depth. She knew not what she and Harry would face, and that did not sit well with her. However, she took comfort in the knowledge that Harry did know, if, of course, nothing had been disturbed. There was always the chance that someone as unpredictable as Voldemort could have altered the problem they would be facing. Still, she would rather be there with Harry than waiting for a call that may one day never come. That was not a prospect she ever wished to face, but one that haunted her daily. Pushing those thoughts aside, she took her leave from the house. Her parents would be sleeping at this late hour, and she saw no reason to disturb them. They would unlikely be happy with what she was doing, but they would understand. With that in mind, she made her way across the expansive grounds and arrived at the ward line only a moment before Harry. Immediately, she closed the distance between the two and wrapped her arms around him, still marveling at the resilience he had shown throughout his short life. "Are you sure you want to do this?" he asked. She nodded against his chest. She never would have believed that beneath his somewhat prickly outer, there was someone as caring. She would not have been able to blame him if there wasn't. With the upbringing he had experienced, such a thing was not something he had learned from his relatives. "Let's get this over with then." Break. It was hard to imagine the dilapidated shack they found themselves looking upon had once been the home of one of the most stalwart pureblood families, so stalwart that they had faded almost into nothingness, their final years spent impoverished and inbred. The Gaunts were an example of the foolishness of the pureblood doctrine that Voldemort was spewing. Were he to be successful in his endeavors, this would likely be the fate of many families. They could perhaps thrive for several generations to come, but eventually, when the blood mixed enough, squibs would be born. He couldn't fathom how they did not understand that. So deep had they immersed themselves in the belief that they were superior. He shook his head at the thought. People could really be dense when facts did not tie in with their narrative. "What is this place?" Fleur questioned. "This is the family home of the Gaunts. They're all dead now." "The Gaunts?" Harry nodded. Voldemort's mother was a Gaunt, and his father lived in the manor on the hill. That was also where we were taken the night of the third task. She shivered as her gaze shifted towards the enormous house. "But that is a Muggle home. So, you see the irony. He is a half-blood. He is, not that he wants to admit it to anyone, nor would it make any difference. He is a descendant from Slytherin himself. That would mean more to the idiots that fall to their knees before him than the other blood that runs through his veins." Fleur merely shook her head. The wars in Britain made little sense to her. All that did concern her was that Harry would emerge on the other side, intact and able to live his life without being plagued by dark lords and other unpleasant people, though many of them would remain even when Voldemort was gone. To her, She could see no reason why any would want to live in such a prejudiced society. France was by no means perfect, but the problem was not the same as it was here. "Are you sure it is in there?" "It's there," he replied nervously. "Can you not feel it?" She shook her head. She could feel nothing other than the chill in the September air. "What do we have to do to get in?" "For me, getting in is not the problem," he answered as he drew his wand. "It's what could be inside that worries me." Fleur watched as he waved his wand in intricate patterns and hissed gently. There was something unnerving about the language of the snakes, and more so the overwhelming of dread she felt as an illuminous green dome formed over the shack. She had been truthful when she had said she felt nothing only a moment prior. Now, however, with the wards in view, a deep sense of hopelessness and despair filled her. "What is that?" she whispered as the dome faded and the feeling remained. Harry sighed almost sadly. "That is the feeling of a broken, tortured, and malicious soul." Fleur looked between the shack and the boy, who was seemingly unaffected by what was in the air. "It is horrible." He nodded as he began heading towards the door, which was adorned by a large snake that had been nailed to it. "Do not touch anything inside. What we are here for has a very powerful compulsion charm and rotting curse imbued within it. Even if it brushes against your skin, it will kill you. There is no cure." She could only nod nervously, doing her best to ignore the dread that only strengthened the closer they had come. The inside of the home had fared no better than the outer. The furniture, walls, and ceilings had decayed from the absence of people to maintain it. Not that she could imagine any wanting to live here. Even without whatever had been left, the house was neither warm nor welcoming. His mother lived heir. Merope Gaunt. She fell in love with his father and used potions to ensnare him, Harry explained, his eyes closed as he felt for anything unexpected. When she stopped giving them to him, she was already pregnant and he left her. She died giving birth to Tom. What a pen to I am. He grew up in a Muggle orphanage, believing both his parents were dead. He didn't have a happy childhood, and it only got worse when he went to Hogwarts. Even then, being a half-blood with a Muggle name in Slytherin was not good. Tom slowly became what he is now, his ambitions growing the more embittered he became. He said himself, becoming Voldemort was never the intention, but it happened. He made mistakes and lost himself down a very dangerous rabbit hole. I'm not making excuses for him, but if he had someone to turn to, it may never have happened. Fleur could only nod. She would not pretend she could understand such a thing, but Harry could. The story of Tom was eerily reminiscent of the boy stood next to her in some ways, though Harry had not become him. She maintained her silence as he set to work, casting spell after spell before stilling. His eyes closed once more as he levitated a floorboard away from where it had been fixed to the others. "This is where it gets dangerous," he muttered. "I'm going to put a shield around you to negate the effects of the compulsion." Even before she could answer, he had waved his wand in a pattern she did not recognize, and a yellow bubble that pulsed with his own magic formed around her. Still, she had a very strong urge to reach out and put on the ring that emerged from the hole, so much so that she felt the avian side within her stirring in protest at the influx of encouraging magic. Much to her relief, it vanished as a burst of unbearable heat filled the room and an agonizing scream rent the air. For a harrowing second, she had believed it had come from Harry, but when she opened her eyes, there he stood, unharmed. "Is it gone?" she asked. She saw the bobbing of his throat as he nodded, his eyes focused on a small pile of ash that was all that remained of the ring. The shield around her collapsed, and the smell of burning invaded her senses, though the less welcome feeling of dread had thankfully vanished. "Are you okay?" she asked, approaching him. "It's hard," he mumbled. "I sometimes wonder if what I'm destroying is part of Tom or if it is Voldemort in there. I know it probably sounds insane, but there's very little difference in how they felt." "Tom felt like that." Harry frowned thoughtfully. "He did, but I suppose that all I ever knew was that feeling. It didn't bother me. It wasn't until he was gone that I realized how malignant the magic was, even if that part of him wasn't. I'll never understand what happened to him being part of me or me him. Did I make him a better person, or did he make me a worse one? Does it matter? Whatever append made you who you are, awry, Fleur responded. You do not feel like that. You are not cruel and you do not want to murder people, do you? Only those that have wronged me, he answered honestly, and I can be cruel. There are people I have met that I could hurt and enjoy it. Does that make me like him? Fleur shook her head. Non, awry, it does not. You only wish to hurt those that have done the same to you. Do you wish to hurt anyone for no reason other than you would enjoy it? He frowned as he shook his head. No. And that is what makes you different, she assured him. No, I'm not so different. If I didn't have Tom, I could have turned out just like him. Maybe I still could. You will not, awry. How do you know? She took hold of one of his hands, his uncertainty causing her heart to sink. Because that is not who you are, awry. The awry I know is the one I see in France, the one who helps Gabby build sandcastles, who helps my mother put out the plates for dinner, and the one who smiles at me like I am the most important thing in the world. You are like I am in some ways, but you are so different. You are kind and sweet also. Is that enough? She nodded. If you want it to be. He smiled, his worries assuaged for the time being. Sorry, I just get confused when I feel those things near me. It's so familiar and hard to ignore how much better I felt having Tom with me. Sometimes I feel empty without him, like I will fail without him. Well, you ave me now, awry. I will make you feel better and fill that emptiness with whatever it is you need. Harry released a deep breath as he pulled her into his arms. At times, he did feel as though the absence of Tom was an absence of part of himself. He was very much aware that he was on a journey to discover just who he was without the presence of the other, though the absence was not without something to fill it. We should probably get you home, he whispered. She nodded against his chest, yet held tighter to him and remained there as he activated the port key. Break. It was only the second week into the school year, and yet she already found herself longing for the ease that the summer brought. She loved Hogwarts, loved the challenges that the study of magic brought, but this year was proving to be different. The workload had doubled in all her subjects. There were whispers of the return of the most feared Dark Lord in recent history, and then there was Dolar's Umbridge. Hermione prided herself on her ability to cope with subjects that most could not. Defense against the dark arts had quickly become one of those, and even she was struggling. Worse yet, it was her owl year, and much could hinge on her success in the class. With it being a core subject, a failure or poor grade could have a detrimental effect on the careers she could pursue when she had finished at the castle. All because of one incompetent and intolerable woman. Are you sure about this? Neville asked. She nodded as she finished her last mouthful of porridge. If we don't do something, we will fail. The blonde nodded his understanding. He found the class difficult when they had an able professor. Under Umbridge's tutelage, there was no chance for him to receive a passing grade. All right, I'll have a word with Dean and the others and see if they're up for it. You'll have to speak to Lavender and Parvati. What about the rest of the students? I think we should get as many people as we can involved. If we get some of the 7th years, they'll be able to help us. Fred and George will do it. Merlin, you must be desperate if you want to learn from the Weasley twins, Neville muttered. They know their stuff. I'll speak to Ron about it. We have our prefect duty tonight. Neville nodded. We will need to get everyone interested to meet up. Hermione bit her bottom lip thoughtfully. It's a Hogsmeade weekend, she pointed out. We can get everyone to meet somewhere there. That could work, Neville replied. You'll have to get the word out. You see more people than me. I will, but I think we should leave the Slytherins out. We can't trust Malfoy or Parkinson. They will do whatever they can to get any of us in trouble. Neville frowned. Malfoy's been quiet this year. Usually by now he's terrorizing the first years and making an arse of himself. I think after he tried to threaten Harry, he learnt something, Hermione returned with a shrug. He did what? I thought you would have heard by now. He tried to throw his weight around on the train with Harry and it didn't work. He cast some spells around them and said something. I don't know what, but Malfoy was scared. Harry headbutted him and left on the floor. Neville was awestruck by what he heard, but snapped out of it with a drawn-out whistle. Bloody hell, I wish I could have seen that. The git has had it coming. Hermione shook her head. Anyway, we should probably be going. We don't want to be late again. Neville groaned as he stood, and the duo exited the Great Hall along with other students they shared the class with, all dragging their feet so they would arrive not a second before they needed to be there. It was clear then none enjoyed the classes. If they were reading something useful, it may perhaps be somewhat bearable. Alas, they were subjected to the ramblings of Wilbert Slinkard, a man who seemingly had as much experience as their current professor. Hermione had read it over the summer and had thought it a work they would be critically analyzing. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine it would be the core text for the year and be expected to take his word as gospel. She was no expert in defense, but even she knew that any approaches to the art the man offered would be folly and likely get one killed if they chose to implement them in any situation that called for self-defense. Still, she took the smallest glimmer of comfort she could that today was only a single lesson. The double on Friday she would worry about when the day arrived. The 3 hours a week they spent with the woman were the worst imaginable. When they were not reading in silence, the woman spent the time praising the ministry, the minister, and the work he was doing to ensure they were educated correctly. If what they were experiencing was what the ministry deemed fit, she wanted no part of it. It looks like my new favorite person has decided to show up, Neville whispered, pulling her from her thoughts. She looked up to see Harry Potter leaned up against the wall, his head shaking as he perused his own copy of Slinkard's work. He had not been in their first lessons the previous week, so why was he here now? Her eyes widened in realization as educational decree number 1 came to the forefront of her mind. Had Umbridge put that ridiculous rule in place just to get him here? If so, then why? According to Neville, he already had his owl. There was no need for him to attend this class. There must be something else afoot. "Hello, Harry," she greeted him as they approached. He nodded as he huffed and placed the book back in his bag. "Is she really making you read that crap?" Neville snorted. "You've got an hour of that to look forward to." Harry grimaced and entered the classroom. He took a seat at the back, away from the rest of the students, and they took theirs in the middle, thankfully having foregone taking seats at the front where she would usually insist on sitting. Only a moment after the class had settled, Umbridge entered the room clad in her customary pink cardigan complete with a pink bow in her hair. Today, she somehow stood taller than what her squat frame should allow as she stood at the front of the room. "Hem, good morning, class." "Good morning, Professor Umbridge," they parroted, though much less cheerily than the woman. "You will turn to page 34 and read, in silence." With an audible groan, the students removed the copy of their books and began the arduous task of absorbing the information provided by Wilbert Slinkard. It could only have been 2 minutes into the lesson when Umbridge cleared her throat once more, garnering the attention of the room. "Mr. Potter, do you believe yourself above your peers?" Hermione looked up to see Harry reading, but it was not the required text. "Not at all, Professor," he answered. "Then, why are you not reading the correct book? Are you so lacking that you cannot follow a simple instruction?" Hermione gasped as the rest of the students looked on. "I am only following your own advice, Professor," Harry returned. "You are quite firm that the ministry is never wrong, and I am trying to live by that example." Umbridge narrowed her eyes at the boy. "You are disobeying my order." "Because you no longer work for the ministry," Harry replied with a shrug. "As of last week, you are employed by Hogwarts. I am simply following the example of current ministry employees who are not very flattering towards Mr. Slinkard's work." Umbridge frowned, evidently confused. "What on earth do you mean, Potter?" "Well, to quote Gawain Robards, the current head of the Auror Department, Wilbert Slinkard's work is only fit for wiping your backside with if caught short." "Excuse me," the woman all but shrieked as the class broke into fits of laughter. "His words, Professor, not mine." How dare you? I will. Harry broke her off with a deep sigh. Is it the ministry I am supposed to listen to, or yourself? In this classroom, you will listen to me. We are one and the same. Harry shook his head at the woman. In this case, I think I will listen to an expert in the field, a fine example of a defense practitioner and valued member of the Auror force. I think his expertise outweighs your own, Professor. Unless the ministry made a terrible mistake in employing him in the first place, I don't think he only achieved a D in his defense owl. No, that was you, wasn't it? Umbridge reddened and trembled with rage as she stared at the boy who remained composed in his seat. That will be a detention, Mr. Potter. Never have I experienced such rudeness from a student. That's because you've only been a teacher for just over a week, a job you're not qualified for, might I add. I'm sure the worst is yet to come. The class watched the back and forth between the two, in a mixture of nervousness and amusement. You will be in my office at 8 o'clock this evening. Do not be late. That is something you will have to take up with Professor McGonagall, Harry returned with a shrug. I will be with her then. You will be here, or so help me I will. You will what exactly? Harry questioned as he stood his eyes boring into her own. To Hermione, any amusement she felt vanished the moment he did so, and the mood of the other students shifted also. Umbridge faltered under his stare, her eyes widening in surprise. She shook herself from her stupor a moment later. Sit down, Potter. I will be discussing your conduct with the headmaster. The rest of you, get on with your reading. With that, she pointedly ignored Harry for the rest of the lesson, and he took his leave immediately as they were dismissed from the room. Bloody hell, I thought that was going to turn ugly, Neville muttered. Hermione nodded. Do you think we should ask him to help us? I mean, he does already have his owl. Neville shrugged. You can ask him if you want. I've never even spoken to him. Hermione nodded. He would be a very useful person to have on board. The fact that he seemed to already despise Umbridge would only help her in convincing him. Break. True to her word, Umbridge had taken up her grievances with the headmaster, who in turn had brought it to the attention of Professor McGonagall. The Transfiguration mistress had been far from impressed with him, but her chastisement had lacked sincerity. In essence, she had told him to be careful, but had not outright condemned his actions, something he found to be rather amusing. However, she had informed him that he would have to complete a detention with the woman, and warned him to do so without further incident. He had made no promises. Umbridge would cross him at her own peril, and he would not deviate from his rebuttal. He gently petted and hissed to one of his snakes that had coiled itself around his arm. This one had grown considerably in the months that it had come into his ownership, and judging by the prominent bulge in its stomach, had fed again very recently. You are getting bigger. There are lots of juice rats in the dungeons. Harry chuckled as his attention was brought to the orb he kept next to his bed. He had finished later than usual this evening and thought that Fleur would already be asleep at the late hour. Evidently, she had merely missed his call. Sorry, I was catching up on some reading Madame Leroy gave me. He waved off her apology. He understood the amount of reading that was required for charms. How are you finding it so far? It was only her first day of study, but even his own had been rather overwhelming from the get-go. Fleur, however, was positively beaming. It was so much fun. I'm going to enjoy it. He smiled at her enthusiasm. He had a similar love of charms, could sense the familiar excitement being exuded by the girl. I'm glad, he offered. And how was your first lesson with Madame Umbridge? Harry sighed as he shook his head. I'll be keeping a close eye on her. Fleur frowned questioningly. I saw something in her today, more than I thought there was to her. I knew she was loyal to Fudge, but it's worse than that. It had been but a glimmer of her true nature, a glint of something he had known well as a child. He had become something of an expert in spotting those who housed spite and vindictiveness, and those that would act upon such. Dolar's Umbridge was one of those people, though he knew not what bounds were held, if any. It concerned him, not for himself so much. Were she to try such tact with him, He would feel no guilt in exacting upon her what she would to others. No, it was what she could do to the other students here that concerned him, those too afraid to speak up, those who could not fight back. What do you mean, awry? There's a viciousness about her. If she thinks she can get away with it, there's very little she wouldn't do to get what she wants. What are you going to do? I'm going to keep a very close eye on her and see what she does. Oh, and I will be late on Friday. I have a detention with her. And how did you get that? She asked amusedly. I only pointed out that she's contradicting herself and that she's not qualified to teach the subject, he answered with a shrug. Fleur sighed as she shook her head, a smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. I suppose you did it in your own charming way. Well, if she thinks that was charming, she hasn't seen anything yet. Fleur giggled. Maybe it is you that, as a little spite and vindictiveness, non. Only to those that deserve it. I know, Arai, just be careful. It's her that needs to watch her step. I'll make sure that even Fudge can't dig her out of the hole she finds herself in she doesn't. Fleur could only nod. He meant what he said. Harry was not one to make idle threats. He lacked the subtlety for that. It was one of things she admired about him. He was very much like her father in that way, though now he was older, he had a much cooler head. Anyway, I will be with you by 7, no matter what she says. Good. It will be me she has to deal with if you are late. He chuckled. He wouldn't want to be Umbridge if she somehow got on the wrong side of Fleur. I will speak to you tomorrow. We still need to work on your pronunciation. Awry, she replied with a grin. I will speak to you tomorrow. He narrowed his eyes at her as she ended the call, and he placed the orb back on his bedside table. He frowned in thought as he petted the snake that was contentedly still wrapped around his arm. I need you to watch the woman in pink. She could be a danger to us. Would you like me to bite her? No, Harry replied with a laugh. Just watch her for now. Find another to help you. It is a very important job. The snake merely hissed as it uncoiled itself, and Harry let it out of the room to carry out the task it had been given. There was something off about Umbridge, and he was determined to curb her influence within the school. People like her had no business being around children. Break. She had risen with the sun, having had an uneasy night's sleep. She was worried for Harry, worried about those that would do him harm, and worried that his attention was focused on so many things that he would miss when one tried to act against him. As such, she had slept little, had restlessly pondered a plethora of scenarios where an unseen enemy would take advantage of any lapse. She hated him being in Britain, hated him being there alone where she was not at hand to help him where she was needed. She understood his own need to be there for the time being, and maybe he would leave when his NEWTs were finished, but that was months away. Anything could happen in the interim. Good morning, my little flower, her father greeted as she entered the kitchen. It was early yet, and Gabrielle and her mother were not yet awake. Sebastian had been going to the office earlier this past week and returning later than usual. He was a busy man for the most part, just seemingly busier recently. Are you working early again? She asked as she took her seat and helped herself to some fruit. He nodded as he took a sip of his coffee. There is much happening, but that doesn't mean I don't notice when you sneak out late at night. Sorry, Papa. Arai needed my help. I figured as much, he said dismissively. Just be careful, Fleur. I trust you to not do anything foolish, and I know he would not put you in danger, but that does not stop me worrying. I know, she sighed. Sebastian offered her a warm smile as he shook his head. He knew there was little he could do to prevent her going to him if he asks, not that he would try. How was your first day with Madame Lerai? The girl brightened immediately, and he found himself longing for the days where so much wasn't hanging over her, and the boy who was stubborn to a fault. I loved it, Papa. I'm going to really enjoy studying under her. Sebastian smiled at her eagerness. He was pleased she had found something she was passionate about. Speaking of which, isn't it almost time you left? He questioned, nodding towards the clock. Fleur's eyes widened as she took note of the time. Merde, I will be late. she cursed as she shot to her feet and all but ran from the house, the sound of her father laughing trailing behind her. She apparated as closely to Beauxbatons as she could the moment she crossed the ward lines around the house. With only a minute to spare, she reached the office of her mentor, her chest heaving from the exertion of being on time. "Come in, Miss DeLacker," the woman bid as she knocked. She entered to find the professor poring over a stack of parchment, her head shaking as she wrote corrections on the work in front of her. She was a younger woman, a brunette with brown eyes that positively sparkled when she was talking about her chosen subject. Fleur liked her. She was rather fun and had never expressed any distaste towards her because of what she was. "I should not say this as a professor, but I do wish at least half the students here showed half the effort you did," she mumbled as she pushed the stack of parchment to one side. "Now, there is much work to be done, but we must first discuss what you will do to supplement your learning. I would suggest a volunteer post. I did mine at a hospital and it was very rewarding." "A volunteer post?" Madame Leroy nodded. "We can hold a session 2 times a week in the evening where we can work together. Any more than that, you will find yourself overwhelmed, and that is the last thing I want. This is why we allow for up to 5 years to gain your mastery." Fleur nodded her understanding. If every day was like the previous one, it would become exceedingly difficult to manage. "What other things could I do?" Madame Leroy pondered the question for a moment before nodding. "You could also find a position in a shop that specializes in charmed items, at the ministry working in one of the departments, or even in a school as a professor's assistant." The last suggestion piqued her curiosity immediately. "Would it have to be here?" The woman shook her head. "Non, I would recommend another school if you can find one. You have only just graduated from here, and it would be good for you to experience another." Fleur nodded, an idea forming that would solve 2 problems she faced at once. "Break." He was paying much more attention to the woman from his place at the back of the class. Thus far, she had only offered him a triumphant grin, seemingly proud of herself that she had managed to get her way and have him in a detention that would take place this evening. She had again resorted to ignoring him, but he was not of a similar disposition. His eyes barely left her squat form nor her expression. He studied her intently, looking for any further clarification of what he suspected. Though nothing was apparent, her ability to conceal such proclivities was likely how she had remained undetected for so long. Perhaps it was only children she had such urges towards. To Harry, it mattered not. Such festering maliciousness could not be left unchecked. He would not allow it to be so. Whatever the reason, she did not attempt to provoke him as she had in the previous lesson, seemingly to the disappointment of the other students who almost expected it and would occasionally look between the pair, almost encouraging it. Nothing would give him greater pleasure, but he would not instigate, not until he was certain, not until there was no escape for her. "Break." Hermione followed Harry from the room with Neville in tow, keen to speak to the other boy. She had tried to find him over the past couple of days, to no avail. He remained as elusive as he had always been, much to her chagrin. She had discussed her idea with the girls she shared a dorm with, who all agreed that something needed to be done about their lack of education. They had all agreed to attend the meeting she had set up for the next day along with many others. How many? She could not be certain, but she expected a reasonable showing. "Harry," she called to get his attention. He stopped and turned, a frown marring his features at the unusual interception. "Could we speak to you, quickly?" she asked, gesturing between herself and Neville. "You already are," he returned dryly. Hermione huffed and shook her head. "I meant in private." His frown deepened as he nodded and led them into a nearby classroom. Once they had entered, he drew his wand and cast a series of spells, some of which she did not recognize. "I'm assuming you do not want this to be overheard." Again, she shook her head. "We are holding a meeting tomorrow in Hogsmeade about what can be done about defense against the dark arts. I was hoping you would come." "A meeting?" "Us and some other students. We're worried we will fail if we don't get the help we need to pass our OWLS." Harry nodded his understanding. And you don't want Umbridge to find out? No, I was hoping you'd be willing to help out. You already have your owl. Harry released a deep sigh as he shook his head. Listen, I already have a lot on my plate. I am completing 2 masteries and have my own problems with Umbridge, but I can give you some advice. Hermione was disappointed by his dismissal, but nodded, nonetheless. Do not underestimate Umbridge. She's a horrible cow and will not take it well when she finds out what you're doing, and she will. Secrets do not stay that way for long here, and there will be at least one person that will throw you all under the bus if they are caught doing something they shouldn't be, or if doing so will benefit them. They wouldn't. They would. You have too much faith in people, but you do what you need to. Believe me, I want her gone more than anyone, but you have to be careful. If I was you, I would weather it for now. Something tells me she will not be here for long. What does that mean? Nothing at the moment. It is just a feeling I have, he answered cryptically. That doesn't help us now. We need to do this. He released a deep breath. Then I wish you luck. I won't say a word to anyone, of course, but I wouldn't put my trust in any I don't know. With that, he undid his spells and took his leave. Well, that went well, Neville sighed. I thought he would help us. Come off it, Hermione. It's as he said. He has a lot going on already, and if what he's saying about you-know-who being back is true, the last thing he should be worrying about is us. I know, I just never mind. We will be fine, Neville assured her. If we can get just a few 7th years to do it, it will work. Hermione nodded uncertainly, Harry's words bringing doubts to the forefront of her mind. What if she does find out? Neville shrugged uncertainly. What's the worst that could happen? Hermione frowned. Already Umbridge was causing problems and would likely do so even more if they were to be discovered. It begged the question as to just how far she would be able to go before she went too far on her power trip. Break. You will be writing lines for me this evening, Mr. Potter, the defense professor informed him. He merely shrugged and took a seat as he removed a quill and ink from his bag. There is no need for your own equipment. You will be using a quill of my own, she explained as she opened one of the drawers behind her desk and seemingly hesitated for a moment or so before selecting a tool for him to write with. Merlin only knows what charms you have placed on your own to cheat your way through. Harry snorted, fighting the urge to shudder as she handed him the quill. And what would you have me write, Professor? He asked, emphasizing her title more than necessary. Her nostrils flared, and cheeks reddened as she glared at him. I have no right to disrespect Professor Umbridge. Harry set about the task, feeling her eyes boring into him as he carried out the pointless work. Her stare began to grate on him after a while, and as he finished his first sheet of parchment, he met it with his own. You seem to have taken a rather concerning, personal interest in me. He noticed her square jaw tighten, and he took no small amount of joy in how easily he got to her. He had promised himself that he would be more careful, cautious with the woman, but being in her presence irked him so. There was something about her that bothered him, and he could not curb his insolence. I take an interest in any that are a threat to the minister. It was Fudge that started all of this, he hissed. He only had to do his job, but the bloody idiot cannot even do that. How dare you? Oh, piss off, you dribbling shit for brains, Harry cut in, having had enough of the woman already. Fudge is a useless bastard that will get a lot of people hurt or killed. You're just as useless as him. She shook with rage as she stood, her hand twitching towards her wand, only to find that Harry already had his in hand as he stalked towards. You wouldn't dare, she said defiantly. I will have you expelled, boy. He grinned in response and shook his head. Then you do that if you want. I really couldn't care less, he returned. But if you do, just remember that I will be out there where you cannot keep an eye on me and what I am doing. Such a threat to the minister, with none to watch what I am doing. Who knows what I may do next? Her eyes widened in realization. As far as I'm concerned, you and Fudge can both fuck yourselves. It's as I said back in July. Do not think to turn to me when the truth can no longer be ignored. So, you do as you wish, but you will never break me, and you will never get the better of me. Do you want to know why? Umbridge could only nod, her trembling no longer from rage. Because I do not fear what you or the ministry can do to me, and I will make it my point to do everything I can to make your life hell. With his final words spoken, he gathered his things and left, the slamming of the door shaking Dolor's Umbridge from her stupor. Cornelius had been right. The boy was deranged, so much so that he had dared to threaten her and him. She could not let that stand. Taking a few moments to compose herself, she pondered what could be done about the boy and drew a blank. There was only one person that she could turn to with this matter. As such, she threw a handful of Fleur powder into the fire and called on him. "What is it, Dolors?" Cornelius asked as his face appeared in the emerald flames. "It is Potter Cornelius. He is just as unhinged as you thought." The minister huffed. "Then bloody well have him expelled and be done with it. I will speak to Lucius in the morning and get his support." "No," she exclaimed. "If we do that, we can no longer keep watch on him. Merlin knows what he will get up to." Fudge frowned. "That is some good thinking, Dolors," he praised. "What would you have me do?" "I need more influence within the school. I need Dumbledore gone, and then I can do what needs to be done with the boy." Cornelius shook his head. "Impossible. The uproar it would cause would be astronomical, as things are." "Cornelius, something must be done." "Then use your initiative," he fired back. "I placed you there because I thought you were capable. Have I made a mistake?" "No, Minister." "Good. Now use your brain, Dolors. I'm sure you can come up with something to get the boy in line." His face vanished, and Dolors returned to her chair, her eyes drifting to the drawer where she kept her special quill. She had been sorely tempted to use it this evening, but had fought the urge to do so. It would work on some of the less defiant students, but it was too soon for Potter. She needed to break his spirit before, but how? She would need to ponder it, find a way to use the powers she had to put him in his place. The coldness he felt had little to do with the chill the North Sea brought. No, it was a familiarity he wished was not so, one that did not merely freeze your skin, but your very being to the core. The island was ominous in itself, little more than a protruding rock that the prison had been built on. Misery reigned supreme here, any notion of happiness all but forgotten, even at this distance. How any could endure the atmosphere and remain intact, he knew not, but his own godfather was living proof that it could be done. He, however, had no intention of testing himself in such a way. Had he no need to be here, he would not. If the island did not hold the one that was essential for his next endeavor in bringing an end to Voldemort, he would avoid it at all costs. He released a deep breath, his exhale forming a thick cloud that once more had nothing to do with a cold snap, but the creatures that roamed here, that kept the prisoners in their weakened state. He shook his head as he spotted one of the shadowy forms floating lazily by one of the outer walls. For now, he had done all he could. He would return when the time was right, and that would always be much sooner than he would like. A century could pass, and he would still dread another venture here, though such a thing was unavoidable. He would have to come back if he were to see the end of his foe. The wards were as expected, designed to keep people in rather than out. There was only one other he could think of who would want to do as he was planning. No one in their right mind would do so, and he could not help but remind himself that Voldemort's own was far from sound. Perhaps he was similar in that way. He shook his head once more. No, he was not doing so for any other reason than one so important that he had been driven to. If he could, he would leave and never return to this place. He breathed freely once more as the burden of oppression the prison placed upon his shoulders was lifted, immediately feeling better. Nonetheless, he removed a bar of chocolate from within his coat and ate it, reveling in the warmth that spread throughout him. Atop his broom just a short distance from the east coast of England, he did not want to ponder the enormity of the task before him. So many things could go wrong, but he had little choice. Now, however, was not the time to consider them. He had achieved what he had set out to do this evening, and he was content with that. His detention with Umbridge had been cut short, something that the woman would not take kindly to when she recovered from the stupor he had left her in, but he found that he didn't care. He had much more important things that required his attention, the first having been a visit here and the next, spending some time away from the castle. The mood within had certainly shifted this year, and it had nothing to do with what was lurking in the shadows and everything to do with the newest professor. She was making changes that very few would find palatable. Though she was no threat to him, she was making his and his peers' schooling a rather unpleasant experience. Perhaps he should do something about it. Seemingly, no other was willing to, but he cared not for the woman, Fudge, or the ministry. But what? Again, another thing to ponder, but something not so pressing. Were she to continue to focus on him, he would ensure she learnt her efforts were for naught. Pushing thoughts of Umbridge aside, he shifted them to more pleasant things as he activated his portkey and arrived at the place that none of the things plaguing his life mattered. Passing through the wards, he left his troubles on the other side and smiled as the house came into view. It was an odd feeling going from burdened to unburdened in the space of only a moment, but he welcomed it, and his steps felt lighter than they had these past days as he made his way towards the DeLacker home. The front door opened at his approach, and Fleur all but threw herself into his arms. Not an unusual greeting by any stretch, but the searing, lingering kiss she gave him was new. He was taken aback by the gesture, so much so that he had barely responded when she pulled away, leaving him somewhat breathless and confused, his head swimming as her presence overwhelmed him. "What was that?" "I missed you, awry, and couldn't think of a better way of showing it," she answered, standing almost defiantly in front of him. "If you do not like it, I won't do it again." She put her nose in the air as she turned away from him, and he found himself grasping her forearm without thought to bring her back. For only a second, he hesitated before returning the gesture, this, like her own, being unchaste and raw, as inexperienced as it was. "I missed you," he mumbled when they broke apart. With a smirk at her blushing cheeks, he stepped past and entered the house, chuckling at the growl that escaped the girl. "This is not over, awry," she assured him. "I will get the better of you." "Of course you will," he mocked as she caught up with him, her eyes narrowed. "You are playing a very dangerous game with Avila," she warned. "We cannot be matched in our passion." He paused, remembering something similar that Sebastian had said. It was her turn to grin knowingly as he faltered. "That's not fair," he grumbled. Fleur sighed as she wrapped her arms around his neck. "You cannot win at everything." "Awry," she whispered demurely, her lips barely grazing across his own before she walked away, leaving him standing dumbly, rooted to the spot. What the hell was that? He mused aloud. She had been more outwardly affectionate recently, but nothing like this. Never had she been so brazen or, well, he didn't know how to describe it. All he knew was that it had an effect on him, and it was not one he disliked. He found he quite liked it, even if it was slightly unnerving. It took him a moment or so to compose himself, and by the time he had joined the DeLackers in the kitchen, Fleur was already seated and merely offered him an innocent smile that he did not believe. "Awry," Sebastian greeted him jovially, though he frowned. "Are you okay? You look as if you've had quite the fright." "Nothing I can't handle," he dismissed, shaking his head at the girl who continued to smile at him. Sebastian hummed, his eyes drifting between the pair. "How has your week been?" he asked. Harry shrugged. "Umbridge is an idiot, so nothing's changed really." Sebastian snorted amusedly. He quite enjoyed the bluntness of the boy in comparison to the veiled intentions of those he worked closely with. If only politicians could be as open as him, the world would likely be a better place. Alas, the political game was unlikely to change, so honeyed words would remain in his day-to-day. "I do have something to ask you, hypothetically, of course." "Why do I ave the feeling you are going to ask me something that will get you into trouble?" The man sighed. "That's why I'm only speaking hypothetically." Sebastian shook his head as he took a seat. "What is it you would like to know, awry? What is the law on moving creatures from one country to another?" Fleur raised an eyebrow at him, while Sebastian frowned. That would depend on the classification of the creature in question, he began thoughtfully. If you were looking to move a krupp or a puffskein, you should ave no problems. They are unlikely to ave a detrimental effect on a new land. Something like a hippogriff or the straal on the other, and would require several permits and agreement between the two countries, he explained. Harry nodded. What about a basilisk? The man balked and shook his head severely. It is illegal in just about every country to keep one. They come under the same classification as dementors and nundus. They cannot be tamed and can be immediately fatal. If you were caught smuggling one, the creature would be killed, and you would spend a very long time in prison. Then I suppose it is a good thing I'm only asking out of interest, he returned. Sebastian looked at him in disbelief, but thought better than to press the issue. Harry would not do something so stupid, would he? Why would you need to move Fleur asked. Harry released a deep breath. She's old, and the chamber is not warm enough for her, he answered. She would prefer to be somewhere hotter to live out her remaining years. She told you this. Harry smirked. You're not the only female in my life, Fleur, he goaded, causing her to flare her nostrils. Anyway, it was just a thought. No need to be jealous. I am not jealous, she denied vehemently. A snake cannot hope to compete with moi, she added, flicking her hair over her shoulder. I think you touched a nerve there. Awry, Sebastian said almost proudly. Non, E did not, Fleur denied. If Awry prefers the company of snake, then E is welcome to them. You touched a nerve. Sebastian whispered amusedly, unaffected by the glare of his daughter. I have seen the same look from your mother, my little flower. If hers does not work on me, yours will not either. Mammon does not get jealous. Sebastian laughed as he shook his head. I would not be so sure. Ask about Jonelle, he urged. Fleur frowned deeply. Who is Jonelle? Jonelle was a pig your father used to work with, Apolline answered as she entered the room, her posture stiff as she stared daggers at her husband. Your father was too nice to warn her off. Sebastian released a deep sigh. I told you I could handle it. Come on, Apolline, it has been 18 years. Harry couldn't help but think the woman would transform in the middle of the kitchen then and there, but she composed herself. And I still ate she hissed. Oh, Sebastian, I dropped my quill, could you get it for me? Oh, Sebastian, can you stay later with me? I need help finishing these reports, she mocked. She knew we were getting married and she still persisted. Oh, Sebastian, have you been working out? Pathetic. Fleur stared at her mother in surprise, having never seen her this way. And who was it I married, Apolline? Me, the woman answered grumpily. She never would have gotten to the altar. Sebastian chuckled. She could not compare to you in any way, he offered as he stood and pulled the woman into his arms. There is no need to get your feathers ruffled because of Shut up, Sebastian, Apolline huffed, though a smile tugged at her lips. You have got me all riled up now. Fleur did not believe you could be envious of anyone else, he shrugged. Apolline shook her head. She will learn one day, when another takes an interest in someone she cares for. Arai is growing into a very handsome boy, and we Vila are quite territorial. It is in our nature. Harry fought the urge to laugh of the image of a swan hissing at another that dared approach its nest that formed in his mind, though Fleur did not find what her mother said amusing. Her jaw had clenched, and Apolline looked at her victoriously. You cannot fight your nature, my little flower. We are quite protective of what we see as ours. Like swans, Harry blurted, causing the woman to frown and Sebastian to guffaw. I said the same thing many years ago, and the look you are getting is what I got too, he said, pointing to his unimpressed daughter. Well, I could have said something less flattering. You could have said nothing, Fleur countered. Now, why would I miss an opportunity like that? Shut up, Arai, she sighed, mimicking the words her mother had spoken to her father. Now back to the basilisk, non, Sebastian interjected once more. It would be a silly thing to try. How big is she anyway? About 70 feet, I think, Harry answered with a shrug. Moving a creature of size will not be easy. Arai, You cannot shrink or transfigure Your only option would be to fly or put on a boat. Even that would be risky. It is not like you would not be seen. I know, it was just a thought, he replied, his mind already pondering what options were available to him. He wouldn't leave her in the chamber, not if he could help it. She deserved to live somewhere she would be happy, and he could think of no better place than his own home. He would figure it out, he just needed the time to do so. Break. The weekend had proven to be a much-needed reprieve from class. Not only did it give her a chance to catch up with the endless amount of homework she had been given, but Umbridge seemingly believed her duties were done until Monday morning. The woman, however, had not been idle in her time off, as shown by Mr. Filch as he hammered another 2 notices next to the first. How did she find out? Neville whispered. Hermione could only shake her head. Somehow, someone must have tipped her off, though it could not have been one of the students in attendance. They had all signed her charmed parchment, and if one had broken their word, the outcome would be obvious to all. No, someone else must have been there, someone who did not sign. She huffed as she read the decree of final time. Educational Decree Number 2. All group activities are hereby disbanded. Any who wish to form or re-establish a group will need the express permission of Professor Umbridge. Flouting this rule will result in severe punishment. Dollars Jane Umbridge, High Inquisitor of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. She was either spying on us or someone else was there who told her, Hermione whispered back. What are we going to do? We're still going to do it. We just have to make sure we don't get caught. Hermione Granger, breaking the rules. A voice interrupted them. I never thought I would see the day, but I did tell you she would find out. I didn't think it would happen this quickly, Harry added with a frown. Someone must have talked. Impossible, Hermione denied. If they did, I would know about it. I made them all sign a piece of parchment with hexes woven in. If someone talked, we would find out. That's quite ruthless, Harry commented, impressed. But you really should be careful. If she found out about a meeting outside the castle, how difficult do you think it will be for her to find you all when you meet here? I bet you could hide us from her, Hermione returned. Harry nodded. I could, but I have my own things to worry about. Sorry, but I won't risk what I need to do for you lot to practice spells that do not need 10 of you to learn. And what about you-know-who? Shouldn't we be able to defend ourselves from him? She fired back. Harry chuckled. Why would you need to do that? It's not you he's coming after. No offense, Granger, you're not exactly a priority to him. But you are. What if he attacks the school? He wouldn't, not unless he was desperate. How can you be so sure? Because both me and Dumbledore are here along with some of the most gifted witches and wizards in the country, Harry pointed out. He would not openly attack. If he wanted something, he would send a single person in after it. He does not want to draw attention to himself. I suppose that's true, Hermione agreed reluctantly. If you want my advice, forget about the group thing. It will only end up with you getting expelled. Believe me, Umbridge is much worse than you think she is. It will start with detentions, but when she realizes it isn't working, she will take other measures. How do you know? Neville broke in. Because I have met people like her. She will do whatever she thinks is necessary to get what she wants. The boy swallowed deeply as he looked towards the girl. What about our exams? Hermione reminded him. Bloody hell, Granger. I thought you were supposed to be smarter than this. Work something out, just do it away from anywhere Umbridge could catch you, he answered before taking his leave, ignoring the frown the girl sent his way. He's right, you know. We've already been caught once and we haven't even started, Neville sighed. We are still doing it. We just have to be more careful, she whispered as she read the second posting of the morning. Educational Decree Number 3. Students are not permitted to be out of their common rooms after 8 p.m., with the exception of prefects. Any students caught out of bounds will be punished severely. Dollars Jane Umbridge, High Inquisitor of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Really careful, Neville added. Hermione could not fathom how Umbridge had gained such influence over the school in the short amount of time she had been here. No other professor seemed willing or able to stop it, not even Dumbledore, and he was the headmaster. Something else was going on, and she did not like it. Break. What do you make of it, Albus? Do you not think it is coincidental? Dumbledore looked over the missive Phileas had received, a light frown marring his features as he chastised himself. With everything that had happened over the summer, the former Beauxbatons champion had been far from his thoughts, but something he should have taken into consideration. Of course, what had transpired the night of the third task would not have ended there. No, at the very least, Sebastian would have wanted to compensate Harry in some way for what he had done for his eldest daughter. He was aware of the rather up and down relationship between Harry and Fleur de Lacquer. He had escorted her to the Yule Ball, after all, but he had paid little mind to the two teens. However, what they experienced together that night could have only deepened the relationship between them. So much so that the young woman was willing to place herself here knowing what threat awaited her. Did she know about the tension within the school? He stroked his beard in thought, nodding after a moment. Undoubtedly, she did. And it was likely her motivation for wanting to be here. She wanted to look out for Harry, which only begged the question, what was the nature of their relationship? To him, it mattered not. If anything, any relationship they shared could only truly be a positive thing for the boy that concerned him daily. If he was still open to genuine affection, it was not too late. He cleared his throat before responding. I believe we should treat this as we normally would, he decided. Were we not in such difficult times, her offer would be most welcome and accepted. Of course, I leave it to you, my friend. If you feel she will be of benefit to yourself and the students, then you have my full support to accommodate her. Phileas nodded thoughtfully. And what of Dolores? She will not like this. Phileas, it is not her job to make staff appointments or decide who can or cannot be within the castle, the headmaster pointed out. I would quietly advise Miss de Lacquer of Madame Umbridge's, position on those she sees as unfit. Phileas nodded severely. She is fortunate that I am much calmer in my later years. I would not have allowed her comments to pass without repercussion. Dumbledore offered a bow in acknowledgement. She is an unpleasant woman, Phileas, but I would not lose you. You are a much better man, and I thank you for your restraint, he offered apologetically. Dolores bothered him, her views bothered him and were not welcome in the school, but there was little he could do. Running the castle had already been made difficult enough. Were he to provoke things further, Cornelius would simply take further action, and he was not ready to be absent, not yet. My restraint only stretches so far, Albus, Phileas returned evenly. Then take comfort that your apprentice is not so level-headed. I do not agree with what action Mr. Potter is taking, but I doubt any of us will be able to change his course. Perhaps Miss de Lacquer will be able to temper his more vengeful tendencies. Phileas frowned before his eyes widened. You don't think? I do, my friend, Dumbledore confirmed. They were rather close even before the final task, were they not? Phileas nodded, the memory of the French champion seeking him out the day after the Yule Ball coming to the forefront of his mind. That complicates things, Albus. How so? We have no confirmation and are merely speculating on some rather loose suspicions, are we not? Phileas smirked as he shook his head. And what do you think Harry's reaction will be if Dolores makes her views on people like myself and Miss de Lacquer known? Dumbledore's mouth formed into a hard line. I would hope that he could be placated, though I find it hard to be sympathetic towards Madame Umbridge. Forgive my lack of professionalism, Phileas, but she is only setting herself up for a spectacular fall with her actions here. Then I will make you aware now. If Harry is expelled because of her, I will continue with his apprenticeship, as I'm sure will Minerva. Dumbledore nodded his understanding. Again, as in this matter, he said, gesturing to the parchment, you will have my utmost support, though I hope it does not come to that. Unfortunately, Mr. Potter is not one for diplomacy. I did all I could to ensure there would be no reason for them to interact, but Dolores took it upon herself to counter my moves, to her own detriment, I fear. Phileas nodded as he stood. Then let us hope that Miss DeLacquer's presence will curb any hasty and irreparable action Harry decides to take. Merlin only knows what the boy could do to her. Dumbledore released a deep breath as his charms professor took his leave and reached for his bowl of sherbet lemons. It was a fine line he was walking, and one that unsettled him. He did not wish to see Harry expelled, but he was curious to see just how far the boy was willing to go when pushed. Often, he found himself pondering such, but with the dynamic of Miss DeLacquer added to the mix, he clung to the notion that he had been wrong, that he was seeing things that were not truly there. However, he could not simply dismiss them because of one difference, though such a difference could be the key to preventing Harry following in Tom's footsteps. It could be all the difference he needed, and the thought brought a smile and hope to the aged man. He had made his mistakes with his former student, and even with Harry, he knew not how to pull him back from the brink were he to amble too closely to the edge. Perhaps it was Miss DeLacquer that would prevent him plunging into the abyss he feared he was falling into. Still, he could not lay all his hope with the young woman. No, he too needed to remain vigilant and keep an eye on Harry. The similarities were too glaring, though the differences brought comfort. It was a conundrum that he would need to solve, for his own peace of mind, the key of which seemed to lay in whatever Tom had done to preserve himself. Break. The silence within the room was deafening. To Harry, it mattered not. He knew silence, had spent much of his life in it, had even learned to love and appreciate the peace it brought. The same could not be said of the other students who would often break it with a deep sigh or with restless fidgeting, and it was only a matter of time before something was said. He could feel it as could the others, though they seemingly looked to him to be the catalyst. More often than he was comfortable with, one of his classmates would turn towards him, almost pleading for him to do something to break the monotony they were experiencing. Much to their disappointment, he merely shook his head. He would not indulge their whims for entertainment. He was no performing monkey, and his reasons for how he treated Umbridge went far beyond boredom, though, were the occasion to arise, he would not miss the chance to irritate the woman. "What is it, Miss Granger?" the woman snapped as Hermione raised her hand. "I still do not understand the reason for this book," the girl huffed. "Slinkard gives no advice other than to run away, but what if you can't?" Umbridge snorted before composing herself. A sickly, patronizing smile plastered across her face. "You silly girl," she chided. "Of course you can always run away. There should never be a reason for you to raise your wand against another. That is why we have the Auror department." Seeing the girl was going to offer a rebuttal, Harry silently thanked her for an opportunity she unwittingly gave him, and he intervened, purely for his own benefit. "Professor Umbridge is right, Granger," he sighed, cringing at the filth he felt cling to himself as the woman turned to him in surprise. "The Aurors are highly trained witches and wizards, of course, not as well as our dear professor here," he added. Umbridge frowned at him questioningly, evidently confused by his change of attitude. "Sorry, Professor. I do agree with Granger to an extent, but you are, of course, correct. You should always run away when you can. Magic is very dangerous and unpredictable in conflict. It is not something you should involve yourself in unless you are willing to do to your enemy what they will do to you. A dark wizard will not hesitate in causing you pain beyond measure before they become bored and eventually kill you." "Potter, that is enough." "It really is relevant, Professor," he defended as he stood. "I am trying to get them to understand the valuable lesson you are giving us." Umbridge continued to frown, but he ignored her in favor of continuing. "You are right when you say that it is not always possible to run away, for example," he pressed on as he drew his wand and flicked it towards the unsuspecting woman. A pink dome formed around her, and she immediately panicked, her eyes widening fearfully as Harry rolled up his sleeves. "Do any of you know what this is?" When none raised their hands, he released a deep breath. "Potter, stop what you're doing this instant," Umbridge shrieked. He silenced her with a wave of his wand, ignoring her frantic pleas. His fellow students looked on worriedly, and he gave them a reassuring smile. "Thank you, Professor, for volunteering," he offered. "I have no doubt you could remove it if you wished." Desperately, Umbridge pounded her fists against the construct. her silent pleading garnering no response from any within the room. "What is it, Harry?" Ron asked cautiously. "That is an excellent question, Weasley," he praised. "This is a rather simple containment spell that also works as a reverse shield. Allow me to demonstrate." He proceeded to fire a Jellylegs Jinx and vomiting hex at Umbridge, who was too slow to avoid them. As such, she lost control of the lower half of her body and began to expel what was likely her lunch. "As you can see, I am able to attack her, but she cannot do the same. Any spell she fires and there will rebound and hit her. Of course. Certain spells will destroy it, such as the Unforgivables." To prove his point, Umbridge did attempt to attack him with a rather unpleasant pain curse that ricocheted off the shield and impacted against her, sending her to the floor with an unheard, though undoubtedly agonized scream. Harry simply shook his head at her. "Well, why aren't you writing this down?" He questioned the students, who immediately complied and began taking notes, much to his amusement. "You are going to be in so much trouble," Hermione whispered harshly, her eyes flickering between him and the twitching, still vomiting woman. Harry shrugged carelessly. "This is your fault, Hermione," he returned with a smirk. "If you hadn't asked your question, this wouldn't have happened." "But SHH, Harry interjected. "You are interrupting the others." Her mouth fell agape in shock, partly because he was right, but mostly because he had taken advantage of the situation to get one over on the hated woman. "How do you end the spell, Harry?" Dean asked, nodding towards the dome. "Ah, good question, Thomas," he replied as he turned his attention back to the construct and the pink-clad woman within. "Professor, I did think you would have used your initiative to end the spell yourself, but I do thank you for your dedication to your expertise. As to Boots' question, it is as simple as this." He once more pointed his wand at the dome and spoke loudly enough to be heard. "Pharaoh." The shield faded away, and the room filled with the smell of vomit as Umbridge continued to heave silently. The contents of her stomach spilled all around her as her legs continued to jerk. "Everyone give Professor Umbridge a round of applause for her help. She's been a real sport." A few students did so, though it was reluctant at best, and Harry ended his spells. Umbridge remained where she was for a minute or so, fighting to draw breath before pushing herself onto her unsteady legs. "Get out," she seethed. "All of you get out now." The students did not need telling twice. Immediately, they slid their books into their bags and bid a hasty retreat, though Harry remained where he was, unfazed by the anger of the woman. "You little bastard," she spat. "You will pay for that." Harry chuckled humorlessly. "Of course I will," he sighed. "You're no threat to me, Umbridge. I do not fear you, and I certainly don't fear the idiot who calls himself a minister. If you both keep coming for me, I can promise you have seen nothing yet. Whatever it is you're doing here, leave me out of it, and then I will leave you alone. If you keep pushing, I will continue to make your life hell." With his parting words given, he gathered his belongings and exited the room, leaving behind a fuming defense professor. He had no doubt that she would press on despite his warning. She was a fool, and a stubborn one at that, who would not be quelled so easily. However, he had meant what he said. If she continued with her actions against him, he would escalate his retaliation. He had more important things that demanded his attention than Dolar's Jane Umbridge, but he would not allow her to exert her will over him. "Break. What are your thoughts, my lord?" Lucius asked, his usually calm demeanor having been replaced with one of concern. Voldemort nodded as he reread the letter that the sniveling spawn of the man had sent to his father. "I would advise young Draco to be very cautious and to not draw attention to himself." Lucius released a deep breath. "You do not believe the threat empty?" Voldemort chuckled. "I do not, my friend," he answered candidly. "Potter proved that he is willing to end a life if needed. Whether he would do so when it is not a necessity remains to be seen, but I would heed the threat nonetheless. He has a habit of going beyond what we would believe him capable of." "I am worried for Draco, my lord. He has not proven himself to be reticent when needed. He is a Malfoy through and through, but he has the blood of the Blacks also. They were always vengeful in lieu of caution. Then he must learn, Lucius, and quickly. It would be foolish for him to provoke Potter. The boy is beyond your own. Even you must be able to see that. Lucius nodded reluctantly, the bitter taste of the truth, not a palatable one. I will write to him at once, urging such. And you had better hope he listens, Voldemort replied. If he does not, the consequences for him will be dire and for you also. I will not have my plans compromised by your son and his foolish tendencies. Control him, Lucius, or I will take it upon myself to do so. Lucius swallowed deeply as he nodded. Of course, my lord, he returned, offering a bow before taking his leave. When he was alone once more, the Dark Lord took a seat, his thoughts wandering to Harry Potter. He was a far cry from the 11-year-old he had met when he had attempted to retrieve the stone some 5 years ago. He had grown in the most unexpected ways. He had become ruthless, and he had no doubt of the authenticity of the threats made, because he would have done something similar when he was of a similar age. The thought brought a frown to his waxen features. Potter was very much like he had once been. From the way he fought to the way he comported and carried himself, it was like staring in the mirror at his younger self. They even looked alike in many ways, though that was coincidental. The way he acted, however, was not. It could not be a mere coincidence that they shared so many similarities. Could something else have happened the night he had tried to kill the boy? Was it possible something more than he knew had gone amiss? He shook his head, though the doubts remained. Potter wasn't just like what he had once been. He stood all but identical. He too was something of an outcast, a Parselmouth and an exceedingly gifted wizard, even more so than he had seemingly been at that age. His ponderings concerned him, and he stood abruptly. Was such a thing possible? Surely he would know if that had happened, though would he? He felt no connection to his other creations other than Nagini. Would he not experience the same if Potter carried a piece of him? He knew not, but it became a pressing concern. He needed to be certain, though he never would be, not completely. The magic involved was so little understood that he would only be able to defer to his own suspicions for clarification, and that would not be enough. No, he said firmly, shaking his head of the thought. It could not be possible. Even if it were to be so, his plans would not change. Potter would not be brought to his side, would not be able to be controlled. The boy had to die. What he knew of the prophecy was clear on that, and though it brought a fresh wave of concern over him, he would not dwell on it. If Potter did carry a part of himself, it was now tainted and would have to be eliminated with him. It was no loss, truly. He had 6 others to rely on after all. Break. Had I known you were so keen to begin the teaching portion of your apprenticeship, I would have had you doing so already, Professor McGonagall huffed irritably. Honestly, Potter, I expected better from you. Harry shrugged. No one else is doing anything about her, he bit back. She has just waltzed in here and made everyone's life miserable. I won't let her do the same to me. McGonagall released a deep breath as she took a seat behind her desk. She reached into her drawer and removed a tartan tin. Placing it in front of him and opening it, she gave him an understanding smile. Have a biscuit, Potter. He frowned at the woman suspiciously, but accepted one of the newt-shaped confections, nonetheless. You are not a stupid boy. Surely, you can see that what is happening is much more complex than it appears on the surface. I know, but that doesn't mean I have to take her crap. Just because Fudge has something up his arse, I'm not going to put up with umbrage. Besides, I only offered a demonstration. Doesn't this school encourage class participation? McGonagall fought the urge to grin. Don't be so facetious, Potter. Shut up and eat your biscuit. Harry did so, the respect he had for the woman stilling his tongue. I can assure you that were it not for certain circumstances, Professor Dumbledore would personally escort the woman out of the castle. She would not have been employed in the first place. What circumstances? The way I see it, Fudge is being a baby because he can't handle the truth. Of course he is, Potter, McGonagall snorted. If you were him, would you believe what was being said? If you had someone you saw as a close ally that has supported you for years being dismissive of something, wouldn't you be too? No, because I don't have shit between my ears, Professor, he denied. I would pay attention to what is going on out there, he added, pointing towards the window. She offered him a rare smile. That is because you are already much cleverer than Cornelius Fudge. He is a fool, Harry, but one we must suffer. He could make life very difficult for so many here. How? Funding, mostly, she sighed. Our numbers have dropped since the last war, and we rely on ministry funding to keep the school running. Less students mean less funding, and the ministry currently cover the difference. Now, that wasn't the brainchild of our current minister, but if he were to put it to certain individuals on the Wisengamot, they would likely support the funds being pulled. If that were to happen, the school may not be able to remain open. So, to an extent, we must accommodate his whims for the time being. Harry shook his head in disbelief. Well, how much does the ministry pay? I believe it is in the region of 50,000 galleons a year, not a negligible sum. Bollocks to that, Harry muttered. If you fire Umbridge, I'll pay the money. McGonagall laughed, and then choked when his demeanor remained serious. Potter, I know your family are somewhat wealthy, but not that rich. I have the gold, he insisted. I'd happily part with some of it to get rid of them, or I could just hire a hit wizard to get rid of them both. That would probably be cheaper. How much is the going rate? I will pretend I did not hear that, McGonagall replied, shaking her head. As much as your gesture is appreciated, it is not your responsibility. Whatever gold you have accumulated should be spent wisely. This is an issue between the school and the ministry that needs to be dealt with delicately. Remember, Potter, things that are broken are not easy to put back together. One day, Fudge will be gone, and when that happens, we can hope we have a minister who is not a complete Burke. For now, we must tolerate certain measures he has put in place, and hope that his ridiculous ego is stroked enough. But why does that mean I have to be careful? Umbridge has taken a rather personal interest in me. I am simply returning the favor. In the least subtle way possible, Professor McGonagall pointed out before sighing deeply. Just be careful, Potter. I would rather you kept your head down, but I know that would be asking too much of you. James and Lily were both as stubborn, and you seem to have inherited it from two sides. I will not condone any action you take, but I cannot discuss with you what I do not know. Harry nodded his understanding. Now, you are very fortunate that Professor Dumbledore has somehow managed to convince Madame Umbridge that this was an isolated incident, and it will not happen again. However, you will serve a week's detention, split between myself and Phileas. Tonight, you will be with me, and tomorrow you have your prefect rounds. On Wednesday and Thursday, you will be with him, and on Friday, with me again. That's what I do anyway, he replied, frowning, silently cursing his so lofty position. Not on Fridays, McGonagall corrected. So do be quiet, Potter. As for your display in class, I believe that we need to ensure that desire of yours to teach is put to a more productive use, yes. Harry shrugged at the pointed look he received. Starting next Monday, you will be teaching my first and second-year transfiguration classes to start off with, she informed him. They do not clash with your timetable, I have checked. I will help you with your planning during our time together on Friday. Any questions? I don't suppose I can get out of it. No, Potter, you cannot, she replied with a smirk. Do not look so glum. I thought this was what you wanted. Harry simply shook his head. He had brought it on himself, after all. Break. Being back at Hogwarts was an odd feeling, though not as odd as the atmosphere of the castle. When she had arrived previously, there had been an air of excitement about the place. That was all but absent, replaced with a sense of foreboding, of bleakness. It felt wrong, as though a dark cloud had formed over the school waiting to unleash a storm. She pushed the feeling aside as she approached the office she sought. She had been here once before, so knew where to find it. Although the missive she had received had not been one inviting her to an interview, she had dressed formally, nonetheless. She had worn her best robes and styled her hair in a ponytail. Checking her reflection in a mirror she kept in her pocket a final time, she braced herself and knocked. Much to her relief, her presence had been requested in the evening when most of the students would be in their common rooms. However, she had expected to at least see a few of them roaming the halls. There had been none. Another oddity she took note of. "Come in, Miss DeLacker," a familiar voice bid. She entered the office and offered a smile to the diminutive man seated behind the desk, staring at her speculatively. "Please take a seat." She did so, and the professor continued to stare at a moment before releasing a deep breath. "I have received requests such as yours over the years, Miss DeLacker. For various reasons, people have wished to assist me in my teaching. What I would like to know is why you have chosen to come here." "I enjoyed my time, Professor," she answered. "Madame Leroy speaks highly of you, and I think I could learn a lot from you." Flitwick hummed as he nodded. "And it has nothing to do with the fact that Mr. Potter is here." She deflated, her calm countenance faltering under his penetrating stare. "I worry about Professor," she answered honestly. "He is alone and with so many people that want to hurt I. He held up a hand to prevent her continuing and gave her a sympathetic smile. "I do not know the nature of your relationship, and the little I know, the better. My only concern is that I have an able and dedicated assistant. What you do in your free time is not my business. I must, however, make you aware of certain changes since you have been absent." "Madame Umbridge," she questioned, her tone speaking volumes of the distaste she felt towards the woman. "Indeed," Flitwick sighed. "She is a difficult woman, one that is not flattering towards people like us. She will not take kindly to your placement here." "I am not heir for Madame Umbridge's approval, Professor. I have lived with prejudice my entire life. There is nothing that she can say I have not eared before." Flitwick nodded his understanding. "It is not you that worries me, Miss DeLacker. My fear is what Harry would do were he to hear her views. Already, there has been much unpleasantness between the two, and her transgressions against him have been rather infantile. His rebuttals have not been. Only yesterday, he trapped her within a rather clever charm and cast a jelly-legs jinx and vomiting hex at her under the guise of teaching something to the class. From what I have eared, she deserves much worse." Flitwick fought the grin that threatened to overcome him, covering it with a cough. "Be that as it may, I do not wish for him to be expelled or arrested. I cannot imagine a scenario where he would go quietly." Fleur shook her head. "Non, he would not. He hates it Professor in Britain. It has never been kind to I'm aware of some of what has happened. I do not like what he has experienced, and I am grateful for how he has turned out. I have seen children pass through these halls over the years that have handled less and not coped half as well as Harry. It is a testament to his resilience. With that aside, however, I simply need to know if having you here will be a benefit or potential for further problems." Fleur released a deep breath. "I do not know, Professor, but I would like the chance. He needs someone he can turn to and someone to look out for Flitwick nodded readily. "Then I will give you your chance, Miss DeLacker, for both of your sakes. I have grown very fond of him over the years and only wish for him to succeed in his endeavors. If having you here will be a help to you both, your placement has my full support." "Thank you, Professor." "Do not make me regret my decision," the man added firmly as he offered his hand. Fleur took the proffered limb in her own. "I will not." "Good. I would like you to start on Monday morning. What days are you working with Madame Leroy?" "With my placement, we will work on Monday and Wednesday evenings." "Then I will have a timetable prepared and sent to you. In the meantime, if you do have any questions, then please do send me an owl." "I will, and thank you again, Professor. I will not let you down." Break. Prefect duty was as boring as he'd expected it to be. With Umbridge's rule of being in common rooms by 8, there were no students to catch out of bounds. Seemingly. The only ones willing to break this rule was the Weasley twins, who were currently serving a month's worth of the detention with the woman, due to their nightly activities the previous evening. With them out of the way, there was little for him to do other than walk the corridors of the school with a very quiet Padma paddle. To him, it was a waste of time that would be better spent under the tutelage of Professor McGonagall, where he would be were it not for the badge pinned to the front of his robes. "Bloody hell, this is pointless," he groaned. "I'm sorry that my company is not interesting enough for you," Padma commented dryly. It's not you, it's this, Harry returned, gesturing to the empty, silent halls. Even catching 2 people in a broom cupboard would at least be something. The girl raised a delicate brow at him. Please don't. I don't want to know what some of the people here get up to. It could be worse. We could always catch Filch and his cat, or worse still, Filch with Umbridge. He does seem to like her, he replied with a shudder. Padma shot him a look of disgust, though she smirked. Well, no one will make that mistake with you and her. Why do you hate each other so much? Harry shrugged. She's a bitch who deserves everything she gets. Nosy old cow. Padma snorted. I thought you were going to kill her yesterday. How have you not been expelled? I was only offering a demonstration, he defended. I didn't expect her to not break the spell. Merlin, she's incompetent. I don't suppose she wants her boss to know about that. She'd look even more stupid than usual. Padma nodded her agreement. She is horrible. My father was furious when he found out she would be here. He's met her a few times, and she makes a point of patronizing him by speaking very loudly and slowly. He was born in England and doesn't have an Indian accent. She's an idiot, he huffed, frowning and pausing as he felt a familiar presence nearby. What is it? Harry waved her off as he drew his wand and rounded the corner, barely avoiding walking into the blonde coming the opposite way. Fleur yelped in surprise. What are you doing here? He asked confusedly. Merlin, awry, you made me jump, she gasped, clutching her chest. Why are you sneaking around? I'm on prefect duty, he explained, pointing to the cumbersome badge. That doesn't explain why you are here. I was meeting with Professor Flitwick. I will be starting air as his assistant on Monday, she replied, her posture stiffening challengingly. He could only stare at her for a moment, the answer she gave not one he expected. What? Fleur tutted at him impatiently. I will be here from Monday working with IM for my apprenticeship. Harry shook himself from the stupor that had befallen him. Why? Because it will be good for me to work air, she answered, a sad smile forming. And I can't sit in France whilst you are air alone, awry. Any protest that was forthcoming died on his tongue as he returned the gesture. It is dangerous here, Fleur. For you too, she countered, cutting him off. I will not sit back waiting for you to be done with whatever it is you are doing. Awry, Potter. I will be air with you, helping you when you need it. What would you do if it was the other way around? Harry released a deep breath as he nodded. I would want to be there for you. Fleur grinned victoriously. So, you will accept my decision, non? Harry chuckled. Do I have a say in the matter? Non, you do not. From Monday, I will be air and we can go to France at the weekends, Bloody hell, your dad was right. You're just like your mother, he grumbled, unable to find a point to argue with her. And look how appy he is, she pointed out, eliciting another chuckle from him. I am needed air more, awry. Besides, I hope you are not complaining about seeing me. He shook his head, pleased by the thought but not by the dozen or so scenarios that ran through his mind where she could be hurt. I can handle myself, awry. You already know that. He nodded reluctantly. That won't stop me worrying. As I worry for you. I suppose I should be congratulating you then. Fleur nodded as she stepped in front of him and wrapped her arms around his neck. You will find there are a lot of benefits to me being closer, she whispered, leaning in to kiss him. They were interrupted by a cough coming from Padma, who was staring at them, shocked by what she was witnessing. You too, she squeaked. Fleur nodded, her eyes not leaving his own. Would you believe me if I said no? Harry asked. Padma shook her head. I would not, she replied, smirking, but I am not my sister. As far as I remember, we had a very uneventful patrol. Thank you. Although, I could really use some help with transfiguration and defense. Fine, Harry agreed. Padma smiled brightly before taking her leave. Bloody Ravenclaws, Harry grumbled. You're not ashamed of me, are you, awry? Fleur teased. Of course not, but you will technically be a member of staff here. You are right, Fleur replied as she removed her arms and placed a kiss on his cheek. I will ave to be professional, non. I will see you Friday, awry, she finished, walking away and leaving him staring dumbly after her. Oi, what was that? He called before she could round the corner. She turned and only offered him a rather demure smile that caused him to shake his head. He could only watch as she left, and he leaned on the stone wall of the corridor. This is not good, he muttered with a grin tugging at his lips that had been unceremoniously neglected. Not good at all. The atmosphere around the dinner table at the DeLacker home was unusually tense. Evidently, Fleur had not told her parents of her intentions to take up a position at Hogwarts, and neither were pleased by her choice. To them, she had not thought the idea through and had spent the previous days attempting to talk her out of it. As Harry expected when he learned of this, they had been unsuccessful. The girl was stubborn, and even the pleading of her parents could not change her mind. As such, she would be beginning her placement on the approaching Monday morning, as planned. They were merely worried for her, as was he, but he knew any effort on his or their part to get her to reconsider would fall on deaf ears. Could you pass me the salt, please? Awry, Apolline asked, pointedly ignoring the fact that it was closer to her daughter. With the shaker out of his reach, he wandlessly summoned it and handed it to the woman, his attention returning immediately to his own meal. He did not want to be caught in the middle of whatever was happening. Although he was unhappy with her decision, Sebastian seemed to be the one taking it better out of the two and was trying to mediate the situation, though his efforts were falling short. The Vila were too alike, and it would likely only get worse before it got better. Thankfully, Gabrielle had gone to spend the weekend with her grandmother, so she could avoid the fallout. Harry suspected this had been done intentionally, and by the stormy expressions that both Fleur and Apolline wore, it was for the best. You cannot ignore me forever, Mammon, Fleur huffed. I thought you would be happy for me. Apolline's eyes narrowed at her daughter, and Sebastian stood quickly. Come, awry, let us give them some privacy. Harry followed the man, confused, though that cleared as the door closed behind them. The two had begun shouting at each other in French, neither being able to be heard above the other. Shouldn't we? Non, Sebastian cut in and gestured for Harry to continue following him away from the raised voices. You do not want to get in between two Vila when they are like that. I made that mistake once with Apolline and mother. I won't do it again. Is it that bad? Sebastian nodded. Vila are passionate creatures in everything. When they love, they do so with all they ave, and when they fight, it is no different. You ave much to learn about them, awry, though I imagine you already are non. What do you mean? Harry returned with a frown. I am not a fool, awry. I see what is a penning between the two of you, and I am happy for you both. I could not think of someone better for but life with a Vila is not easy sometimes. As father, I will always worry about and the best I can hope for is a man that cares for her as much as I do. A man that understands what she is and what comes with that. I do, Harry defended. Non, awry, you don't. Not yet, at least, Sebastian denied, not unkindly. It took me many years to understand Apolline, moods, passion, and that other side to It is not something that can be ignored. You must love every part of them, even that untamable creature that is within them. Even if it tries to scorch you with molten fire. Sebastian snorted before nodding. Even then, he confirmed, it is part of them. Just as we breathe, the avian side of the Vila must be free, and you must accept for what she is. Awry. If you can do that, you will have a very happy life. If you cannot, she will eventually crumble by trying to be something she is not. That is the last thing I want. I know, awry, and I trust that you would not allow such a thing to happen. I just needed to tell you. The teen nodded his understanding. Perhaps there was more to Vila than he understood. It was something he would have to discuss with Fleur, though he would not be doing so anytime soon, judging by the screeching still ensuing in the kitchen. Merlin, they can go on, he muttered, eliciting a chuckle from the man. They can, but Fleur will win. No matter how upset Apolline is, she will swallow pride before our daughter. She is just as stubborn as a line. They're two alike. But they will be fine, and Fleur will get her way, Sebastian sighed. I know that I do not need to ask you, but I will rest easier if I do. Please, look after when she is there. Rai, protect as I know you will. With my life, Harry vowed. Sebastian shook his head. I have no doubt you will. I just hope it does not come to that. Break. They stared at one another from opposing ends of the table, breathing heavily, their palms flat on the wood. They had shouted themselves hoarse, neither hearing the words of the other as they had vented their frustrations. Why are you so angry, Mammon? Fleur growled. I am not angry, Fleur, I am scared. Apolline choked. Her own anger abated as the worry her mother felt became evident. Her arms trembled and her eyes filled with tears as she looked upon her daughter. The woman shook her head. We already almost lost you, my little flower. Your papa and I could not cope if that happened. Fleur deflated. Her mother was an emotional woman at the best of times, as was her way, but it had been many years since she had seen her so upset. It was not something she wanted. It was the last thing she wanted in this moment, and she closed the distance between them and pulled her into her arms. You won't lose me, Mammon. You cannot promise me that. Non, but I am not a child anymore. Wouldn't you have done the same for Papa? Apolline gave a humorless, watery chuckle. That is what worries me. I know how you feel about him, Fleur, she sighed. I do not want to lose you to what is happening over there. You will not. Rai would not let anyone hurt me. Non, he would not, but Rai cannot be there all the time. He is only human, Fleur. Fleur shook her head. Non, Mammon, he is more than that. I have seen him do things that you would not believe, and he will come out of this on the other side. But at what cost, my little flower? What will it take for this to be over? Only him, Mammon. Rai will win, and then I will finally be able to get him away from that horrible place to somewhere he can be happy. With you, Apolline asked. Of course, Fleur answered. Where else would he be? Does he know about your plans? Fleur shrugged as she offered her mother a sad smile. Non, but I love him, Mammon. He has not said it, but I know he feels the same way. There is no one that could ever understand him like me. Apolline shook her head. I said something very similar to my own mother about your father. And you are still happily married, Fleur pointed out. Apolline released a deep breath. But not all stories have the same ending, Fleur. So many things could go wrong, and I do not want to see you hurt, or awry. I have grown very fond of him, too. Then let me do this. Let me look after him the same way he does me. Apolline knew that she would be unable to change her daughter's mind, not when she had already seemingly decided and made plans for a future that may never come to pass. But if anyone deserved it, it was the two of them. Looking in her eyes, she could not deny her the blessing she sought, though it did not sit well with her. As a mother, she was terrified, but as one of very few who could understand the way of the girl before her, she accepted such. You will come home every evening when you are finished, and your father will drop you off in the morning, where Rai will meet you at the gate, Fleur nodded her agreement. If that will make you feel better. Nothing will make me feel better until that monster is gone, my little flower. I want you both away from there and safe. You are too stubborn for your own good, yourself and Rai. I get it from you. You get it from your grandmother, Apolline corrected. Fleur giggled. Would it be so bad if I was like her? Apolline shook her head. Non, it would not, but I think we should go and find Rai. I cannot imagine what he thinks of us screaming at each other like that. He will probably make a joke about birds, Fleur huffed. Non, your father will beat him to it, Apolline sighed. Come, let us see where they have gotten to. They left the kitchen and headed towards Sebastian's study, his usual retreat when there was a disagreement to be aired out, but found that they were not there. Maybe they are by the pool, Fleur suggested. Apolline nodded, and they made their way to the opposite side of the house. Again, the pair were nowhere to be seen when they arrived, and the younger Vila was perplexed as to where they could have gone. Would they have gone to the... Her question was cut off by a form zooming past them. so close that they could feel the wind from the tail end of the broom. Both yelped and Apolline growled. "Oh, I'm going to kill him." Steadying herself from the shock, Fleur looked up to see her father waving at them from above, a mischievous grin firmly in place. "Sebastian, you silly man," her mother chastised. Another shriek escaped the duo as a second blur whizzed past them, cutting off any further chiding the woman had for her husband. They could only watch as the blur that was Harry took to a height that would make even the most competent flyers nervous and nosedive towards the ground. "He is going to crash," Fleur cried, choking with relief as he pulled up at the last second. "You stupid idiot." Harry merely offered her a chuckle as she stalked towards him. "I've been doing that since I was 11, he defended. Fleur shook her head at him. "You must have a death wish. You almost gave me an eared attack." "You almost gave me one too, you silly boy, and I do not know why you are laughing, Sebastian de Lacquer," Apolline added, turning her ire towards her husband. "I will not suffer you complaining of a bad back for the next week because you decided to act the fool." The man's grin did not waver as he placed a kiss on his wife's cheek. "I was just showing Uriah a thing or two, well, I thought I was," he finished with a frown. "I see that the ends Ave finally stopped pecking at each other, non." Apolline huffed as she shot her daughter a knowing look. "We Ave come to an agreement, not that I am happy about it," she replied. "Ah, my sweet, you knew you were not going to win this one," Sebastian sighed. "Non, but I had to try. I only agreed because you will be taking every morning to the gate, and Uri will make sure she gets home, we." Harry nodded. "I will bring her back," he agreed. "Good now, who wants to ave a race?" Sebastian asked, gesturing to the broom he still carried. Apolline shook her head amusedly. "When will you grow up, Sebastian?" "Break." Sirius sat amongst the rest of the Order members as they chatted, his frustration with how little progress was being made growing. He had never been a patient person, but it seemed that the group had been much more idle this time around. There was something of a lack of urgency from Dumbledore, and though little had happened to spur such, the sedate pace in which they were operating against the Dark Lord and his followers felt wrong to him. He shook his head, missing the calming words of his werewolf friend. Remus would know what to say to curb his more impulsive desires. The man was still somewhere on the continent. Where? Sirius did not know. It had been several weeks since he had heard from him. Perhaps it was merely his impatience beginning to get the better of him, or that the life of his godson could be in imminent danger in any given moment, and their inaction may very well contribute to that, but it was irking more lately. The thoughts of the boy brought a smile to his lips. Harry was not what he had expected him to be. He didn't truly know what his expectations once were, but they had been far from the godson he had met some 18 months ago. Harry was fierce, determined, and aloof even. There may be little of James and Lily in his personality, but they would be proud of how he had turned out, despite all he had endured. His fingers twitched towards his wand, and he fought the urge to seek out and curse the Muggles for what they had done. The arrival of Dumbledore made that easier, his tired visage serving as a distraction. He took a seat at the head of the table, and the room fell silent as he offered them a nod of greeting. "Before I begin, are there any new developments that need to be shared with the group?" he asked, looking mostly towards the Aurors and those that frequented the ministry. Another, unexpected problem they had to navigate for the time being. "We are dealing with more attacks on Muggles and black market dealings than usual," Kingsley informed them. "Hate crime cases are also on the rise, with conflict between purebloods and others increasing. We are slowly becoming rushed off our feet and unable to cope with the incidents." "Has Cornelius been made aware of this?" Dumbledore questioned with a frown. "Amelia is meeting with him weekly, but he is as dismissive of it as you would expect. He stands firm in his belief that nothing is amiss. He will not budge until he sees something for himself." Dumbledore nodded gratefully, though he was unhappy with the news. "What of those on guard duty? Is there anything to report?" "It is as quiet as ever, Albus," Arthur Weasley answered. "We do not see anyone enter or leave when we are there." Sirius did not believe the ominous door they took shifts in guarding was bereft of anyone else watching it. On more than one occasion when he had been there, he got the overwhelming sense that he was not alone and had even heard odd sounds within the corridor. Upon further investigation, there had been nothing, but he knew what he had heard. His hearing was much better than any other here after all. And finally, Severus, do you have anything to report? The sallow-skinned man nodded as he leaned forward in his chair, he too appearing more tired than usual. The Dark Lord is planning something. What that is, he has made none aware of, and I don't expect he will until necessary. He spends much of his time in seclusion and does not meet with us all often, he explained. Lucius, on the other hand, is not himself. He questioned me about Potter and wanted my thoughts on the boy. He received quite an interesting letter from Draco that has him concerned. Do you know the contents? Snape nodded slowly. According to Draco, Potter has threatened to kill him, Lucius and Narcissa, a repeat of the threat he made to him the night of the third task. Lucius believes the threat to be genuine, as does the Dark Lord. That is concerning, Dumbledore mused aloud. Sirius snorted. Harry would be doing us a favor. If he's anything like his father, the little shit deserves it. Sirius, we cannot judge Draco by the deeds of Lucius. There is still hope for him yet, Dumbledore chided. What concerns me most is Harry carrying out these threats. Minerva, you have spent more time with him than most. What are your thoughts? The woman did not seemingly like being put on the spot if the deep frown she wore was anything to go by, but she nodded thoughtfully. I cannot say for certain. From what I have seen of Potter, he lacks subtlety, but I would not dismiss it out of hand. I have no doubt that if he felt it necessary, he likely would. Moody interjected. What are you doing about the boy? Have you done anything to keep him in line? What would you have me do, Alistair? Dumbledore returned. Take him under your wing, train him, bloody teach him something. You've spent most of his life ignoring him, and you only have yourself to blame for how he has turned out, the man growled. I've met killers, Albus and Potter has all the traits of one. Harry is not a killer, Sirius denied hotly. He did what he did to survive that night, and you make him out as though he is one of them. Moody's magical eye fixed on him as he shook his head. I did nothing of the sort. I only pointed out that he is capable of it. In my eye, he will need to be to survive. I know Voldemort have fought against him, and if you don't have the guts to end a life with whatever you have at your disposal, you will not live long after he decides he wants you dead. Potter is lucky that he has made it this far, but we must keep him in check, Black. We need him on side. He is on our side. No, he is on his own side, Moody corrected. What reason have we given him to trust us? To someone like Potter, trust is everything, and from what I've seen, there's only 2 of you here who has done that, he finished, nodding towards Minerva and Sirius. So no, he is not on our side. Have none of you thought that bringing him into the fold would help us as much as it would him? Merlin knows what he is thinking or doing without us knowing. Bloody hell, we don't even know where he lives when he is away from the castle. Dumbledore sighed as he nodded his agreement. Perhaps you are right, my friend, he offered. I could have spent more time with him. The day will come when he needs to be made aware of what it is he is up against, he added cryptically. Although he respected him greatly, Sirius despised the secretive nature of the man. It was secrets that had gotten so many killed during the last war, Harry's parents included, and there were already too many for his liking. Dumbledore kept too much to himself, even what was behind the door they were guarding. He had merely explained that it was a weapon that Voldemort could put to use, but nothing more. He remained silent as the rest of the meeting passed, and the Order members left his home, offering only farewells, as he pondered how very different the war was than he had expected. It was clear to him that Voldemort was using the ignorance of the Ministry to carry out his preparations in the shadows, a thought that did little to assuage his worries. The longer he had to prepare, the greater the fallout would be, and there seemed to be little happening to prevent that. Break. It was a surreal experience being in the classroom on the other side, and one he felt ill-prepared for. The first-year mix of Gryffindor and Slytherin students gawped at him as though he were an attraction in a sideshow, until Professor McGonagall cleared her throat loudly, garnering their attention. For the foreseeable future, your lessons will be taught by Mr. Potter, she informed them. You will afford him the same respect as you do myself, she added above the excited whispering that had ensued. A nod from the woman was the only warning he got that she expected him to take the lead. He followed her own by clearing his throat and waiting for them to fall silent. They did so and paid rapt attention to him, though it was taken away almost immediately by the door opening. Dolor's Umbridge all but strutted into the room and took a seat at the back. Staring at him intently, she removed a quill and a clipboard and began writing notes as the students eyed her warily. Harry merely glared at the woman for a moment, aware of what it was she was trying to achieve. His, however, could not be matched by the one the deputy headmistress was giving her colleague. If looks could truly kill, Umbridge would be nothing more than a cold husk. Unwilling to let her get the better of him in any way, Harry cleared his throat once more. Professor McGonagall has informed me that you have all now managed to transfigure your matchsticks into needles, he began. Today, you will be applying the same spell just on a slightly bigger scale. There is nothing additional you need to know about the theory, but before you begin, are there any questions? A nervous Gryffindor girl raised her hand, and Harry gestured for her to speak. Do we call you Professor? She asked. You certainly do not, Umbridge snapped angrily. Potter is not a professor. Harry shot the woman a look of irritation. I would rather you did not interrupt my class, he returned firmly. And in answer to your question, Professor Umbridge is right. I am not a professor and would rather you did not refer to me as one. From what I have seen, the title has been significantly devalued recently. The children did not understand the jab, but it was not missed by the woman who began scratching away frantically with her quill. Harry ignored her in favor of continuing with his lesson. You can all just call me Harry, he said to them. If there aren't any other questions, I will be coming around and working with you, and I'm sure both Professor McGonagall and Madame Umbridge will be happy to help should you need it. Umbridge appeared as though a rather unpleasant smell had made itself known to her as her nose wrinkled in distaste. Again, Harry paid her no mind as he circulated around the room, watching the form of the students as they attempted to turn a wooden skewer into a metal one with little success. This is harder, the same Gryffindor girl that had questioned him huffed loudly. He approached the row of desks she was seated on with a light frown. It was not such a difficult task, though he had always found transfiguration to be simple. He knew, however, that many struggled with the branch. As such, he stood in front of the girl and watched as her face scrunched up with the effort of concentration. As she muttered the incantation, the skewer glinted but remained as wooden as it had been. The girl sighed and looked at him pleadingly, reminiscent of the way Gabrielle did when she wanted something. Getting angry and frustrated will only make it harder, he explained patiently. Okay, he said a little louder so the rest of the class could hear him. What I would like you all to do is close your eyes. After a moment of confused looks, the students did so, and he paced at the front of the room so he was not rooted to one spot. Now I want you to take a few breaths. Transfiguration takes a lot of patience and calm. Pick up your skewers, feel the texture of the wood, picture the color of it in your mind. Good, he praised as they followed his instructions. Put it back on the desk and imagine what you want it to be. Think of how smooth the metal is compared to the wood, how much harder and colder it will be to the touch, and when you think you have it clearly, cast your spell. For a moment or so, they were silent as he looked on with Professor McGonagall, who seemed to be watching in anticipation to see the results. Slowly but surely, whispered incantations could be heard, followed by a mixture of cheers, groans of disappointment. A significant number of the class had been successful. Some, not so much, and still had the wooden skewer on the desk in front of them. For those of you that did not manage it, it means that you did not quite concentrate enough. Try again, he encouraged. I will come and help you a little more if you need it. If you did manage, then keep going until you can do it without the need to close your eyes. Much to his surprise, it was a Slytherin boy who asked for his assistance first, though he appeared to do so reluctantly. Could you help me, Potter? He asked grumpily. Of course, Harry replied, ignoring his demeanor. What are you struggling with? I just can't do it. Harry nodded thoughtfully before drawing his wand and conjuring a metal skewer. He handed it to the boy, who accepted it as though it had been hexed. Maybe it would help you to feel what it is you want your wand to be. Some people learn better that way. The boy frowned as he ran his fingers along the length of metal before his eyes widened. I think I've got it, he exclaimed as he pointed his wand at his own and muttered the incantation, cheering as it turned into an exact replica of the one Harry had given him. Take a point for Slytherin, Harry offered, and if the rest of you think having one of those will help, then let me know. The rest of the students, clad in green and silver, that had not succeeded with the spell, began requesting a metal skewer to study, their looks towards him less wary than they had been. He spent the next few moments conjuring more and working with them, with the majority faring much better than they had without. Okay, that will be everything for today, he announced as the end of the lesson came. That will be a point each for all of you for your efforts. If you did not quite get it today, we will try again next time, but practice between now and then and we will be able to move on. Now, off you go. The students began leaving with the Slytherin boy, giving him a nod of appreciation. Thank you, Harry, the Gryffindor girl offered as she skipped past him and left the room. He smiled at her, having enjoyed the experience much more than he had anticipated. There was certainly a sense of satisfaction to teaching, something he had not expected to feel. That was very well done, Potter, Professor McGonagall praised. You kept them interested and they progressed very well. You should be very pleased with yourself. Umbridge snorted disapprovingly and offered him a final look of disgust before taking her leave. I bet her notes won't be so flattering, he chuckled. No, I don't expect they will, McGonagall agreed. I cannot believe she did that to you. I will be bringing it up with Professor Dumbledore. Harry shook his head dismissively. I will bet 50 galleons that she will be back for the next one. I would rather keep what gold I have, Potter, McGonagall sighed. In these uncertain times, you just never know when you will need it. Harry frowned deeply. She will not get rid of you, Professor, he denied. She will if she can, McGonagall countered. Well, I won't let her. She will be gone long before you are, that I can promise, he assured her as he followed the students and took his leave. Minerva watched him go, hopping he would not do anything foolish against Umbridge, though his words filled her with warmth. Despite his rather blunt and candid approach to dealing with people, she had grown fond of him and still held hope that he would one day take her place here when she'd had enough. He certainly had the potential to do so. He needed only to make it through whatever it was that was coming. No easy feat, but she believed that if anyone could do it, Harry Potter could. Break. His glance shifted between the two tomes of which he had removed from the restricted section of the library some decades ago, though too late, evidently. They were similar in nature, though parallel when discussing the term he had happened upon in the first. Magic Most Evil had proven to be little more than a large volume discussing the darkest magical practices. Using this book, one could obtain enough knowledge to rival any former Dark Lord. From simple curses to the more obscure offerings and potions, it was not for those faint of heart, and the headmaster felt sickened by the effects of what could be gleaned from this work. Worse still, he had no doubt that a young Tom Riddle had absorbed this information readily on his journey to becoming what he had. However, it was not the spells or potions that had piqued his curiosity, but a single page containing a short entry regarding something named Horcruxes. Of the Horcrux, wickedest of magical inventions, we shall not speak nor give direction. Perhaps it was his own need of knowledge that spurred him into seeking the term further. It was an oddity, and he could not fathom what could be worse than what he had already read within the book, and found it almost unnerving that an author who had shared what he had thus far would not do so with this. It had taken only a short time before he came upon the creation in the second book that laid seemingly harmless on his desk. Its almost innocent, cracked cover belied its nature. It was a foul book, somehow more sordid than the first. Secrets of the darkest arts made the former seem tame in comparison. So much so that the wizened man thumbed through the work until he had found what he was looking for, the information eliciting a mixture of jubilation and dread, the latter taking precedence when the implications made themselves known. "Oh, Tom," he sighed disappointedly. How could a boy so brilliant do something so foolish? However, Tom had made his mistakes, had chosen his path. There was no saving him. What concerned the headmaster now was just what repercussions had been wrought because of his actions. His eyes drifted to his mountain of accumulated notes, as his mind did likewise to a student still under his care. The thoughts that begun to plague him were not good. What would the outcome be if such a thing were to happen? The book made no mention of a Horcrux being created within a live vessel. Was it even possible to do so? If so, had it been done intentionally? He tried to ponder it logically, though no matter how he approached it, he was merely speculating, but he could not simply ignore his observations. Harry and Tom were so alike in many ways, too much so to merely be coincidence. Was Harry really who he claimed to be? Could it be that a part of Tom was inhabiting the body of the 15-year-old? Such a thought brought the old man no comfort, and he knew that he was out of his depth. He would need to tread carefully whilst deciding on his own next course of action. What he needed was help, and there was only one person he knew of who may be able to offer it in his most desperate hour. A mind perhaps more brilliant than his own, and one he was loath to implement. His hand reached out and stroked the plumage of his familiar, as he considered each piece of evidence singularly, with only one giving him pause. "Neither can live while the other survives," he muttered. Had the prophecy already been fulfilled? Had Tom already won? He knew not, but he needed to carefully consider what his next move would be. The fate of wizarding Britain could very much depend on what he did next, as would how this war would be fought. "Break. How was your first day?" Harry asked as he exited the castle with Fleur. She smiled and nodded. "I enjoyed it, but I hope they get used to me being around. Professor Flitwick was good at distracting them, but that Umbridge woman came in during the second lesson. She is horrible." Harry frowned. "Did she say something to you?" Fleur shook her head. "None, she hates me, though." "She hates everyone," Harry snorted. "You were the first one to say Voldemort was back. That would be enough for her." That is probably it," Fleur replied, the smile she gave him not reaching her eyes. Umbridge didn't only hate her for that. She hated her for what she was, and if the looks she had given her were anything to go by, she would not be content until she was gone from the castle. "You are distracted. Awry, what is bothering you?" He shook himself of whatever thoughts he was having, as he returned the unconvincing smile. "Not here," he muttered as they exited the gate. "You never know who is listening." He took her by the arm, and they arrived just outside the wards of the TheBlack'sResurgence home a moment later, transported by his portkey. "I'm going to do something probably really stupid tonight. If I'm caught, I don't even know what trouble I will be in. They will likely lock me up and throw away the key." "You're scaring me. Awry, what could you possibly do for that to a pen?" He released a deep breath. "I'm going to break someone out of Azkaban." Fleur looked at him in disbelief, for a moment before laughing. "I'm sorry. I thought you said you were going to break someone out of Azkaban." "I did and I am," he replied seriously. Her face fell as she shook her head. "Non, awry, why would you try something so stupid?" "It is either that, or I break into Gringotts. I don't fancy the second option much." Fleur swallowed deeply as she took in his countenance. He was nervous, and understandably so. There was only one reason he would do something like this. "You are trying to get one of those things." He nodded. "It is in a vault in the bank, with no way to get it, without someone who can get in." "Could you not just tell the goblins about it?" Harry chuckled humorlessly. "They wouldn't care. The only thing they want to do is protect whatever assets are kept there, and if I tried that option and then had to break in as I suspect, they would know it is me," he pointed out. "I've considered every possible option I have, and this is the one with the least risk." "Then let me help you." "No, it would only add to the risk if I took you along. So many things can go wrong with this, but I do not have any choice and cannot wait any longer. Eventually, he will break them out of prison and my chance will be gone. I need to do this as quietly as possible. He cannot suspect what I am up to. Non, I do not like it, or Rai. I know, I'm not keen on it either, but if I want him gone, I have to do it. Is there no other way? She all but pleaded. If there was, I would take it, he assured her as he pulled her into his arms. And don't worry, I have no plans of letting them catch me. I'm sure you would not be happy with me if they did. I would not, she mumbled into his chest. I will call you as soon as I'm done, I promise. She nodded reluctantly. Just think, when this is done, I will be one step closer to it all being over. And how many more foolish things like this will you have to do for that? With any luck, only one, and then I will be able to live my life. I will finally be free. She offered him a sad smile, knowing how much it meant to him. The you add better, Uri, non. The only person who should be able to keep you prisoner should be me. He smirked before kissing her and taking a step back. How can I be your prisoner when I am freer than I have ever been when I'm with you? He asked, his portkey activating before she could give her response. She stared at the space he had occupied only a moment before, the warmth of his words filling her with hope. He would make it. He had to. Life couldn't only ever be so cruel to one person, could it? There had to be something better for him in the future, for them. She had to believe there was, or risk crumbling. She had to believe that Harry had meant what he said, because the alternative did not bear thinking about. Break. Being in such proximity to the island only added to his nerves, the oppression weighing heavily upon his shoulders adding to the already substantial burden he carried. It did little to calm him, though he proceeded, his broom cutting through the heavy wind with ease, much steadier than he felt within himself. Here he was approaching the unknown. Tom had given him no pearl of wisdom to see him through. There were no hurdles of his creation to overcome. No, here there would be no help forthcoming from his former mentor. This he had to do alone, had to rely on his own skill to see success. Were he to fail, the consequences would be dire. With that in mind, he slowed his broom to a stop and peered through the small crack that served as a window to one of the cells, holding his invisibility cloak tightly around him to prevent it being carried off. This one was empty, and he could only imagine how cramped and unpleasant a stint within would be. The furnishings of the tiny space amounted to a thin mattress thrown into one corner. There was not even a thin blanket to ward off the cold, though such a commodity would be pointless. The Dementors would see to that. Leaving behind the cell, he began the arduous task of looking for whom it was he had come to collect. The prison itself, even from a distance, spoke of nothing but misery and despair, something that the state of the inmates would only attest to. The cells that were occupied were so by mostly unmoving figures, staring at one of the four walls, their expressions mirroring the blankness. They would occasionally make a noise of sorts, or worse, a sudden scream of horror would rent the air before it would fall ominously silent once more. To Harry, such a place should not exist. It would be kinder for those sentenced to a prolonged period to be executed. He could not see how much of a person could be salvaged if the current state, what he had seen thus far, was anything to go by. He shook his head of his musings, reminding himself once more of why he was here. Upon further exploration, he realized that the prison was not separated into wings based on gender. Though females were few, they could be found in cells next to men. Such information helped little Wen had yet to find any bearing the dark mark, bringing him to his next realization. The Death Eaters must be being housed away from the general population. He changed tact, exploring cells sporadically until he happened upon the place in question. Peering once more into a window, he spotted the mark clearly visible on the left forearm of an emaciated man who resembled more a corpse. Had he not coughed violently, Harry would have thought him dead. Nonetheless, he was not here for him. There was only one who could help him, and he found her 2 cells down, her own mark displayed proudly, her head bowed between her legs as she mumbled to herself, seated on her mattress. Harry watched her for a short while, finding it difficult to believe that this had once been the most feared witch in Britain. What remained of her was a skeletal figure, her thick locks of hair, once black, stringy and mostly white, covering her face. She had been the very best of Voldemort's followers, the most passionate to the cause, the deadliest. He remembered vividly of when Tom had told him of his followers, their weaknesses and strengths. Bellatrix Lestrange had been at the very top of his list. Flashback. Harry perused the list of Voldemort's inner circle that Tom had provided, a who's who of the worst that wizarding Britain had to offer. These were those that had pledged to him from when he had returned from his travels abroad, those that followed his doctrine and had done so with vigor. In his name, they had murdered, raped, and pillaged their way across the country, all to retain what status they believed they were entitled to. And then we come to Bella, Tom sighed. Bellatrix Lestrange, formerly Black, he explained. She is the wife of Rudolphus, but so very different. Her tongue is as sharp as her wand and should not be taken lightly. She was his chosen, his most loyal, most devout, and most dangerous. She was the one he trusted above all others, and he will move the earth itself to have her by his side. She is one of those that ended up in Azkaban, Harry pointed out. And he will set them free, Harry. Make no mistake, it is unavoidable. Great, Harry commented sarcastically. The only one you should concern yourself with is Bella. The others are an ensemble of fools, dangerous in their own way, but still fools. When the time comes and they are released, you will be ready. Even for Bellatrix. Tom fell silent for a moment. Even for her, he confirmed. Okay, so what are her weaknesses? The teen sighed. She has only one, Voldemort. Harry frowned and shook his head. Was she in love with him? I think she believes she is, but no, it is more an obsession. She had been a promising girl, talented, just as yourself and I, but I suppose things did not go favorably for her. Voldemort came into her life in an hour of need, and he took advantage of her, manipulated her. To her, he was a savior, a god. How am I supposed to use that as an advantage? You will need to get to her before him. She is one that he entrusted with a Horcrux. It is within the Lestrange vault in Gringotts. Bloody hell, will any of this be easy? Unlikely, but I know that you can use this to your advantage, Harry. Convince her you are him, and she will do anything you ask of her. How can I do that? You must treat her as he did. Fetch a fresh piece of parchment, and I will give you all you need. End flashback. It had seemed much easier at the time than his journey had proven to be thus far. Tom had shared much with him, but it would never feel that it had been enough, not until it was all over. Here goes nothing, he mumbled as he pointed his wand to himself. He levitated himself above the sea below and shrunk his broom before pocketing it. Taking a deep breath, his body faded into a thick, black fog, and he squeezed himself through the small fissure in the wall, trying to not focus on the first time Tom had taught him this spell. It was one of his own creation, favored and often used by Voldemort's followers during times of combat. Originally, it had been devised as a new method of travel, though it proved to be less convenient than apparition. It was, however, quite useful for use when apparition wards were erected. The Aurors did not know how to prevent it, but Harry had learnt and looked forward to the day Voldemort or one of the Death Eaters tried to implement it against him. They would meet a rather unfavorable end. His first time using it had not ended well. He had lost focus and had spent several moments stuck in a conjured steel tube he had attempted to pass through. Tom had been highly amused and Harry embarrassed. The former had insisted he master it, much to his chagrin, though as he appeared in the cell with the woman, he was pleased he had. He removed his invisibility cloak as she looked up at him, her violet eyes wide and watery with shock. "Who are you?" she demanded to know as she scooted away from him, her knees brought up tightly to her chest. "SHH, Bella," he whispered. "It is not yet time to let the others know of my arrival." She frowned questioningly at him and flinched as he took hold of her arm and pressed his finger to her mark. He hissed gently, and she sighed, shuddering at the warmth that spread throughout her. My lord," she breathed disbelievingly. He offered her what he thought was an arrogant smirk. "Who else would come for you, my dear?" "I knew you would." She sobbed as she threw herself at his feet and shook uncontrollably. He took a knee beside the woman and raised her head using 2 fingers under her chin. The way she looked at him made him distinctly uncomfortable, and it was hard to associate her with the same woman that had tortured 2 Aurors into a state of insanity. Touching her made him feel rather unclean. I have need of you before we can free the others from this place. This body is only a temporary one. To get one stronger, I need what it is you are keeping safe for me. I need you to retrieve the cup from your vault. Can you do that for me? Bellatrix nodded almost innocently. Of course, my lord. You need only take me away from here, and I will take my place at your side. Harry gave her as warm a smile as he could, ignoring the sense of revulsion that came over him. Then we should not delay any longer. Allow me to remove your shackles, and freedom shall be yours. Bellatrix presented him with her shackled wrist, and with a little work he managed to remove them. The runes were not difficult to decipher, but they were tied to the wards. He needed to remove the link, which proved to be easier than he had thought. They were considerably outdated, Fudge's negligence towards anything regarding the justice system benefiting him this time. This will likely be uncomfortable, but you will be away from here before you know it, he offered as he wrapped his cloak around them both. With another wave of his wand, the 2 vanished in a plume of smoke, and he navigated them through the tight gap, resizing and sitting them upon his broom as they materialized outside of the prison. He gestured for her to be quiet whilst he listened for any sign that they had been detected, and after a minute of silence, he steered them towards the east coast of England. Content, he had managed the first part of his plan without a hitch. His nose wrinkled as the wind blew the stench of the woman in front towards him. Evidently, Azkaban inmates did not bathe often, if at all, and it was apparent. Taking pity on her, and so that he did not have to endure the smell any longer, he cast cleansing and freshening charms on her, though it would take much more intricate work to fix the rotten teeth she had been left with. Not that he was so inclined to do so. Her presence would only be temporary, after all. When we land, I will apparate us to Knockturn Alley. From there, you can go to the bank and get what it is we need. I will wait for you. The woman nodded, seemingly simply enjoying being out of the cell for the first time in almost 14 years. He felt for her. Despite what she had done, he could not fathom existing within the 4 walls she had for so long. However, she was a liability and could prove to be a threat to him if she was not handled accordingly. She would serve her purpose, and then, he knew not. He knew what he should do, but whether he could that to someone that had not wronged him, he couldn't be certain. They remained silent until they landed, and he had transported them to their final destination. With little more than a flick of his wand, he transfigured her prison attire into robes more befitting a woman of her status. She gave him a grateful smile. I will return shortly, my lord, she promised, as she practically skipped towards the bank only a short distance away in the adjoining alley. All he could do now was wait. If she had figured out he was not who he had said, she would not return, and his problems would only increase with her disappearance. He prayed that was not the case, that she had fallen for his ruse, and that his efforts had not been in vain. Break. It was as though she had woken from the most haunting of nightmares, had surfaced into the most beautiful of summer of days after having been plunged into wintry depths. If she was indeed dreaming, she did not want Morpheus to release her from his hold. Perhaps she was. Perhaps the slither of hope she had clung to all this time had finally snapped, and she had been broken into submission, and the liberation she felt was all within her frayed mind. She shook her head. The cobbles beneath her feet said differently. The familiar smell of the apothecary did not lie, and the marble building before her was there as it had always been. Her lord had come for her, as she had hoped. She had always believed in him when others had doubted his ambition. They did not know him the way she did. They had only witnessed a glimpse of what he could do, and when the news reached them that he had fallen to a babe in his cot, her belief did not waver. There was none that could hope to defeat him, let alone a mere boy. She giggled, allowing the giddiness she felt to burst forth for just a moment. She composed herself as she neared the steps to the bank and checked that her hood was up. It would not do well for her to be recognized by any witches and wizards that may be within. She pushed open the door, sighing in relief when she found it to be bereft of her kind. The beastly little creatures that served them would not bat an eyelid at her appearance, however. They cared not for the affairs of humans. She approached the teller, who was scratching away with a quill as he weighed up a pile of galleons, and cleared her throat. His beady eyes trailed from the piece of parchment he was working on and met her own. "I would like to access my family vault," she announced. "And which family vault would that be?" he questioned. "Lestrain." His eyes narrowed as he leaned back in the chair, before nodding after a moment. "I will fetch the manager for the account." Bellatrix sighed. "Fine, but be quick about it." The goblin offered her the slightest of bows as he stood and waddled away. She tapped her fingers impatiently on the table he had just occupied whilst she waited. Much to her relief, it was a short one, as the goblin returned only a moment later with another in tow, this one older and even uglier, if such a thing was possible. "Mrs. Lestrange?" he questioned, causing her to grimace. It was not a name she carried proudly. She nodded, and he gestured for her to follow. She did so, and was led into one of the side rooms within the bank. The goblin took a seat behind the desk, though she remained standing. She had spent many years seated and was not inclined to do so now. "Now, the family account has not been accessed in a very long time. As such, it has remained as it was since your last visit," he explained. "I have no interest in the finances," she huffed. "I have come to fetch something, that is all." The goblin nodded, seemingly unhappy with her lack of interest. "Very well, the vault itself will verify your identity. I will take you down now," he announced. Once more, she found herself following him, this time towards where the cart would take her on her descent into the bowels of the bank. It was when they entered the chamber where the carts were kept that she came across the first people other than her guards or lord she had seen in however long it was she had been incarcerated. There were a trio of them, employees of the bank, seemingly as they were stood amongst a group of goblins discussing something about a curse they were attempting to deal with. At her entrance, they looked up, and she retreated further into the confines of her hood. At a glance, they looked too young to recognize her, and the room was dark. They paid her no further mind as she joined her own escort in the cart. In only a matter of seconds, she had left them behind, and she breathed a sigh of relief. That was too close for comfort. Thankfully, she reached the vault without further issue and did not hesitate before placing her hand on the family sigil, though being recognized as one of them sickened her. She had once been a Black and had been relegated to what she had without care for her wishes. Not that Rudolphus had been a bad husband for all the years they had spent together. He had mostly been an absent one, as he pursued whatever foolish ambitions he had for himself that evidently amounted to nothing. It wasn't until he had somehow worked his way up the Dark Lord's ranks that she took any notice of him, and still she found him dull and lacking. He was not without his talents, but certainly did not have the mind to put them to use. He was little more than a yes man with no thoughts of his own. He had been indoctrinated by his father throughout his life and had simply followed in the man's beliefs. Maybe she would kill him, just be free of his stupidity, though that was something to ponder at another time. She had been brought here for a reason, and she had no intention of letting her lord down. Everything was indeed as she left it, and she quickly climbed the ladder to retrieve the cup she had come for. Were it not for the badger engraved into the base, she would question what was so special about it that it had gotten the Dark Lord's attention. It had once belonged to one of the founders of the school she herself had attended, and was said to house some rather remarkable healing properties, or so she had read. It was these properties that he was likely hopping to make use of. She could think of no other reason the cup could be so important. Having gathered what she had come for, she took her leave from the vault and was escorted back to the foyer of the bank and made a hasty exit. She had already been hindered enough, and her lord was waiting for her. It was when she was turning into Nocturne Alley that she realized she was being followed. She hadn't seen nor heard anything to raise her suspicion, but she felt it, a presence watching her, tracing her footsteps. With no one to defend herself with and her master only a short distance away, She did all she could and ran, her assailant following suit with a cry of surprise at having been discovered. She ducked as a stunning spell whizzed towards her, passing by her head as looked around desperately for the Dark Lord. Already, she was exhausted, her body weakened from her stay in Azkaban. "Stop!" her pursuer demanded as he fired another spell, this one aimed true, and she closed her eyes only to hear a gasp of surprise. When she opened them, it was to the sight of her lord in front of her, and she breathed a sigh of relief at his cloaked figure. She could feel the magic radiating off him as he stared down the shocked redhead that had chased her. She smirked victoriously. The fool would regret attempting to interfere in her master's affairs. "You should not have tried to stop her," his voice, raspier than it had been previously hissed, though it sounded clearly throughout the empty alley. "I know who she is," the man returned defiantly. Her lord bowed his head, and she caught a glimpse of his red, serpentine eyes. "Then we have a problem." In the blink of an eye, his wand was in his hand, and the redhead found himself on the receiving end of the Dark Lord's wrath. His hastily conjured shield buckled under the first onslaught and collapsed under the second. He attempted to fight back, but could mount no offense that wasn't batted aside as though it was little more than a stinging hex. He stumbled, as did she when the ground began to tremble beneath her feet and large chunks of the pavement were dislodged. They swirled around the nervous man who knew not how to combat such magic, though he tried banishing them. His power, however, was no match for her lord's. She could feel it. It was intoxicating, beautiful, and destructive. As it always did, her breath hitched in her chest and she shuddered in delight. The redhead once again tried to attack, only for his offerings to be found lacking, and he collapsed to the ground with a scream as the Dark Lord's rebuttal tore through his pathetic shield. He twitched uncontrollably as blood began to leak from his eyes, nose, and ears. He would soon be dead, the price they all paid for crossing wands with him. With only a few waves of his wand, the alley was returned to what it had been when they arrived, and they had thankfully not drawn the attention of any within the few businesses still open. The bars here were known to be rowdy, and it was unlikely none noticed. Even if they did, the clientele that frequented such establishments were not the kind to report anything to the Aurors. She watched as her lord approached the downed man and shook his head. "He must not die," he announced. She frowned. "But my lord—" "Quiet, Bellatrix," he hissed irritably, cutting her off. "He is one of Dumbledore's and comes from a pureblood family. His disappearance will be noted, and we must remain hidden until I am strong enough." She nodded and looked on unhappily as he countered the curse he had used. The bleeding stopped, and the man's breathing evened out after a few moments. With a flick of his wand, he had him bound in tight ropes before he brought him round with a muttered incantation. "Mr. Weasley," he greeted him. The already pale man's eyes widened fearfully, and Bellatrix felt the usual fluttering in her stomach at the response her lord elicited from those beneath him. "We find ourselves in a rather unfavorable position, one that I will allow you to remedy," her lord continued with a gentle hiss. "Now, I could kill you, and then I could find and kill every member of your family, or I can simply make you forget that you ever saw me or my associate this evening. I will give you 5 seconds to decide." The man had the temerity to ponder his answer for a few seconds before he sagged defeatedly. "Fine, but you won't win. People like you never do," he answered defiantly. Her lord laughed, and she joined in with the humor, a giggle of her own escaping her lips. "And tell me, Mr. Weasley, who will stop me? That old fool Dumbledore, you." The redhead bared his teeth as he shook his head. "Harry Potter will. He's already beaten you." Her lord stilled at the words and nodded thoughtfully. "Potter could never hope to defeat me, Mr. Weasley," he denied. "If you are fortunate enough, you will live to see his downfall, obliviate." The redhead fell into a state of unconsciousness, and the Dark Lord turned to her, his waxen expression one of displeasure. "My lord, I'm sorry," she pleaded. "You were careless, Bella, and now I must clean up this mess." Her eyes widened as his wand was turned towards her, and before she could utter a protest, She was felled by a burst of green light, the world around her fading to black. Break. Harry sunk onto his mattress as he tapped the orb with his wand. He had barely done so when the worried features of Fleur appeared ball. Right, are you okay? He nodded. It's done, I got it, he informed her. She released a deep breath, her posture relaxing significantly. Did you have any problems? A few, but nothing I couldn't manage, he replied with a tired smile. I do think it's best I keep a low profile for a bit. I don't want anyone looking in my direction if anyone manages to find out what I've done. What did you do, awry? Nothing that you need to worry yourself with. The important thing is, I got it and that's all that matters for now. With a bit of luck, this will all be over soon enough. Okay, she said uncertainly, the concern she felt evident. I will see you in the morning, Non. He nodded. You will. Good night, awry. He gave her a final smile before ending the call, the night not having gone as he had planned. Still, he had gotten what he needed, and now all that remained of that Horcrux was a pile of ash drifting somewhere along the tide of the North Sea. Her eyes shot open, and she immediately scrambled into the corner of her cell, her chest heaving as she fought to catch her breath. It had been so real, the dreaded light she herself had used to put an end to her own victims over the years. She touched her own face before her hands worked their way down the length of her rough-spun prison robes, her shackles clanking as they always did, and the familiar cold seeped into her bones. She was still here, but the dream had been so vivid, though she could not remember any of it, only the green spell that felled her. She shook her head and released a deep, labored breath. It could not have been real. If it was, she would be dead. Still, even if the dream had been merely that, the fear that coursed through her veins was not fabricated, her trembling not only due to the cold the creatures here brought. For the first time since she had been but a little girl, she was scared and confused, and the sounds of screaming and spell fire she could hear in the distance did nothing to comfort her. She listened as they drew closer, though the screams became fewer and further between. That only meant that the guards were dead, and the only thing between herself and whomever had trespassed upon the prison was a door. She had waited so long for her freedom, so why did her fear deepen? Did something happen in the dream? Had it been a warning? She did not know, and she had no time to ponder it as the door to her cell groaned before it twisted and was ripped from its fixings in the wall. Without thought, she pushed herself as far into the corner as she could as the robed figure entered, his waxy skin and red, snake-like eyes setting her on edge. Come, Bella, he demanded in a gentle voice, reaching for her hand. We do not have long before the Aurors will arrive. She frowned as she tentatively reached for the offered limb. She recognized the voice and even the feel of him, but there was something distinctly unfamiliar about him. Although everything told her she was being a fool, she could not dismiss the immediate thought that begun to plague her. This wasn't her master. There was something not quite right about him, though she could not fathom what that was. Even so, she had no intention of remaining here, not when freedom was being offered so readily. As such, she pushed aside her doubt for the time being and gripped the offered hand, an odd feeling of déjà vu overwhelming her as she was surrounded by a black fog and spirited away from this place. Break. Mass breakout from Azkaban. By Barnabas Cuff. It has been revealed that late last night, 10 high-profile criminals have escaped from the island fortress, spurring a national manhunt to have them recaptured. Amongst the escapees is the infamous Bellatrix Lestrange, formerly Black, Antonin Dolohov, former celebrated dueling champion, and Augustus Rookwood, once an employee of the Ministry of Magic, and all former followers of you-know-who. When questioned about this most unwelcome development, Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge had this to say. We are working tirelessly to apprehend these individuals. I do not say this lightly when I say that none should be approached under any circumstances. If you believe you have sighted them, contact the Auror office immediately. When pressed for further comment as to how such an escape was possible, he had this to add. Our investigation into what happened is in its infancy. I will, however, say with certainty that outside help was undoubtedly a contributing factor to this. I can assure you, we are doing all we can to get to the bottom of this and are exploring all possibilities. To reiterate what the minister has said, these individuals are exceedingly dangerous and should not be approached under any circumstances. We will keep you informed of further developments. Harry shook his head, cursing Tom for just how right he had been. He had hoped it would not happen, but was equally relieved that he had done what he'd needed to when he had, though he still questioned if he had made the right decision. He frowned as a much smaller article caught his eye, one that had been relegated to the bottom right corner and served little more than as a footnote. Bartemius Crouch passes away. Bartemius Crouch, former head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and more recently, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, has died peacefully at his home after a short, undisclosed illness. Our thoughts are with his loved ones during this difficult time. He snorted derisively, the convenience of the addition of the latter notice tying in with what he expected from the ministry. He had told Fudge the night of the first task of Crouch. He had no doubt the man had been dead for much longer than had been let on, but Fudge had waited for the most opportune moment to release the news, something he had done perfectly. With the revelation of the Azkaban escape, few would take note of it. Maybe the rest of wizarding Britain would wake up to what was lurking in the shadows. Harry had his doubts. Too many feared what the implications would be were they to acknowledge it, despite the glaring evidence. Instead, they were just as foolish as the minister and would follow his lead by burying their heads in the sand, something that would one day prove to be to their detriment if ignorance was the option they would cling to. If that was their choice, then death would be all that awaited them. He huffed as he stood and thanked the elves for his breakfast before taking his leave of the kitchen. He needed to meet Fleur at the gates, but the day was his own. He had no lessons to teach and no defense to attend, so would likely spend his time training. It had served him well as a distraction thus far, but with Bellatrix being free, he could not help but question once more if he had taken the correct course of action. He was pulled from his thoughts as he approached the gate in time to see Fleur's arrival. "What's append?" she asked, noticing his rather dour demeanor. He gestured for her to follow, and he led her to the shore of the lake. Casting a privacy ward around them, he withdrew the morning issue of the Daily Prophet and handed it to her. She gasped as she took in the headline, a frown marring her features. Surely they cannot ignore this. Harry chuckled. Fudge will do all he can for as long as he can. I give it until lunchtime before Umbridge implements another educational decree to do with this. Fleur nodded agreement. But I thought you had killed she whispered, pointing to the photo of Bellatrix. What made you think that? She offered him a sad smile. You've been so distracted these past few weeks, and all you said was she wouldn't be able to speak about what append. I just assumed. He shook his head. I thought about it, he admitted. I really did, but it didn't feel right. In a weird way, she is family and she hasn't done anything to me. I just put her in an enchanted sleep. Family. Distant cousins, but that's not really the problem. She is a Black, and I am the heir to the Black Lordship. It would be a terrible way to begin running the family by murdering one of its daughters. Fleur's eyes widened in surprise. I didn't know that. Harry shrugged. I suppose the world works in funny ways. I didn't kill her, but she will not harm me, and she will find that she cannot harm anyone else unless it is in self-defense. She eyed him warily. What did you do, awry? He released a deep sigh. I used an old ritual I found in the family grimoire. It was used by former heads of the family when they felt that another member was a threat to them. It ensured that they could not be murdered by them, nor could they cause harm to others without the need to defend themselves. This meant they could not threaten or coerce someone into killing the head on their behalf. Fleur nodded her understanding. And they will be unable to do anything that does not coincide with the intentions of their head of house. For Bellatrix, I don't know what will happen, but she should begin to distrust Voldemort. She will not see him as her master anymore, and she will get the urge to flee or carry out what she believes my intentions are regarding him. She will try to kill I.M. Harry shook his head. I don't think so. Her loyalty to him is so deep that I don't think the magic will work to that extent. At worst, she will run away. I gave her the knowledge of one of the family homes she can seek refuge in should she need it. I will be alerted as soon as she arrives. That's very complex magic. Awry, what if she remembers what you did? Fleur asked worriedly. She can't because the memory does not exist. I didn't wipe it. I completely removed it from her mind. As fragile as it wasn't difficult. She will think she dreamt something unpleasant. But she will never be able to remember it because, to her, the memory does not exist. Fleur released a deep breath. Is that not risky? Awry, what if Voldemort looks into it? There is nothing for him to find. He may well detect the black magic, but he can't do anything about it, and he will know that. If he was to try, it would be a very unpleasant experience for him. It would have been easier to kill, non. He nodded. It would, but it's not my place to. If she tries to hurt anyone, it will cause her great pain, as is the nature of the black magic. At best, it will work as I expect and she will flee. If she is uncooperative, she will go back to prison. Fleur was not entirely convinced, but she did not press the issue. What about the rest of them? She questioned, indicating the 9 other images of the escapees. I wanted to deal with them when I was at the prison, but the ritual left me exhausted. I barely had enough energy to apparate back here, he explained. I intended to go back to finish what I started and should have. I did not expect Voldemort to break them out so soon when he is supposed to be lying low. So, what will you do? I will carry on as I am, I suppose, he answered thoughtfully. There is one other thing I have to do, but it will have to wait. I imagine the ministry will be on high alert, so it is not the most opportune moment for that yet. He had mentioned something to do with the ministry several times, but had not divulged exactly what his intentions were regarding it thus far. Okay, she agreed. I think you should be a little more careful, Non. He nodded. The Death Eaters weren't much of a threat to him. He knew all he needed to about them, thanks to Tom, but it would not hurt to exercise a little more caution. Good, then we will be going to the beach this weekend, she announced. You need a couple of days away from air. Awry, I think it will do us both some good. I've been so worried about you. She took his hands in her own, seemingly relieved by what she had been told. She understood why he would not wish to discuss it, but she had assumed the worst. He was not a cruel person, not really, though she knew he would take a life if needed. That didn't bother her. She simply did not want him to lose himself in the process. That would be nice, he agreed. Then we will go on Friday night, You won't take no for an answer anyway, he sighed playfully. None, I will not. Then Friday night it is, he confirmed, bringing down the privacy ward with a wave of his wand. 10 Galleons says the entrance hall is full of students reading a new educational decree. I will not take that bet. The horrible woman would have done something. Harry nodded his agreement, and the appearance of Educational Decree number 11 did not surprise him. Educational Decree number 11. On the advice of the Minister of Magic, and by order of Dolor's Jane Umbridge, the discussion of the topic regarding the Azkaban escapees is hereby prohibited for students and staff. Dolor's Jane Umbridge, High Inquisitor of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Break. I would like to begin this meeting by formally welcoming Miss DeLacker as a member of staff, Dumbledore announced, his eyes twinkling as he led the applause of those around her. She has kindly volunteered as part of her apprenticeship to assist Phileas with his teaching responsibilities. For those of you that were here last year, Miss DeLacker was the Beauxbatons champion for the Triwizard Tournament and demonstrated exceptional skill throughout, and we are very fortunate to have her with us. How have you found your time with us thus far? It has been very rewarding, Fleur answered honestly. The students treated me well, and Professor Flitwick has been a fantastic instructor. He is a credit to this school and is very igly thought of. The diminutive man beamed at the praise and offered her a nod of gratitude. Phileas, Dumbledore prompted, Miss DeLacker is fantastic with the students. There are times when some can become distracted by her presence, but it is becoming less frequent. Her assistance is invaluable, and when I can steal Mr. Potter from Minerva's clutches," he added good-naturedly, "I am certain they will only benefit further with the extra tutelage." "Excellent," Dumbledore declared with a clap. "I am pleased that this is proving to be a positive arrangement for you both, and the students, of course." Hem. "Yes, dolors." Dumbledore all but sighed at the interruption. "I have heard differently, headmaster," she said sweetly. "According to some students, Miss DeLacker's presence is serving only as a distraction." "I have received no such complaints, dolors," Dumbledore returned. "I have heard only positive things from both students and staff, other than yourself, of course." The woman's smile did not waver. "I would have thought that my inspection notes would have made their way to you. They have, and I have discussed your findings with the members of staff in question who categorically dispute your findings. Forgive me, dolors, but I will defer to their many years of expertise in the matters at hand." Her smile vanished, replaced with a look of rage. "Potter is not fit to teach," she declared. "Mr. Potter is proving to be a very competent instructor, dolors," Minerva fired back. "It appears that the only one who has a problem here is you. You attend almost all his lessons and attempt to disrupt them. He has handled himself very well under the circumstances, and I will not tolerate your presence within my classroom any longer. It is my job to inspect members of staff. Potter is not a member of staff, as he so rightly pointed out when I asked him to attend this meeting. He is still a student, dolors, in case you have forgotten," Minerva pointed out. "Enough," Dumbledore thundered, having grown tired of the back and forth between the two. "Dolors, I have warned you several times about your conduct regarding Mr. Potter. You will not inspect any more of his lessons, nor will you antagonize him further." "It is Potter that antagonizes me." Dumbledore shook his head, disapprovingly. "It is very unbecoming for a woman of your years to be so easily provoked by a fifth-year student," he chided. "We are educators, dolors. There will be students you may not care for personally, but your job is to educate them." Umbridge scowled as she stood and stormed from the room. "She will get herself hurt if she does not curb her ways," Flitwick sighed. "Then she will have brought it on herself," Professor Sprout offered with a shrug. Fleur could not disagree. Umbridge was playing a very dangerous game with Harry and her also. She too was nearing the end of her patience with the woman. She was rude, abhorrent, and had no place in a school. "Are there any other matters that we need to discuss?" Dumbledore questioned. "I believe we need to get Potter sitting the remainder of his NEWTS as soon as possible," Minerva suggested. "The sooner we can get him off roll, the better for him. That way, she will have no say in anything he does. Her decrees are growing more ridiculous by the day, and they all seem to be aimed to discredit him." "I agree," Phileas replied. "We should write to Griselda this evening and see what can be done, unless anyone has any reason we shouldn't." None at the table offered any protest, and the meeting broke up shortly after. It had been a strange experience seeing and taking part in a staff meeting, though she doubted the way this one had gone was usual practice. With that in mind, she took her leave of Dumbledore's office and headed towards the entrance hall where she would meet Harry. She only had another 2 days before they would spend some much-needed time together away from the school, and hopefully, only a matter of weeks before he would have completed his formal education. Of course, he would still attend for his meetings with Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, but there would be no need for him to be here as much as he currently was. The sooner she could get him away from Umbridge, the better. As if by some unfortunate coincidence, the woman was walking in the opposite direction towards her as she passed the bathroom on the second floor. "The minister will be hearing from me about your placement here," she spat. Fleur snorted, stilling the defense professor. "You are mistaken if you think I am worried about the minister, Madame Umbridge. My father is an ICW representative, and it is to them that the whole of Britain answers to." "The ICW do not involve themselves in domestic affairs," Umbridge hissed. "They will if your minister continues to be a foolish pig, and people continue to die without him doing anything. Umbridge giggled. People are not dying, you stupid girl. You are a liar, as is Mr. Potter. I do not know what you think you are doing here. But rest assured, I will get to the bottom of it. I will not have you spreading your filthy, half-breed lies. Fleur took a step towards the squat woman and peered down at her. I do hope you are not threatening me, Madame Umbridge, she whispered dangerously. It is not wise to play with fire, non. Her eyes transformed into a more avian appearance as she conjured and held a bright, blue ball of fire. You could get yourself burned. Umbridge's eyes widened, and she took a step back. How dare you, you disgusting creature. Fleur once more closed the distance between them. Do not mistake me for a silly little girl that will tremble before you. I have survived, I am, and you do not frighten me, she warned. If you ever try to threaten me again, what Arai has done to you will be nothing to what I will do, The Minister will hear of this. As will my father. Do not bite of more than you can chew, Madame Umbridge. Provoking a disgusting, elf breed like myself will end badly for you. With her parting words given, she shot the woman a final look of distaste and left her shaking where she stood. Whether it was from fear or rage, she knew not and did not care. You're looking quite feral, Harry commented as she reached the entrance hall. She said nothing but pulled him to her and kissed him deeply. People will see, he muttered against her lips. I do not care, Arai, she replied. It was late enough that the students would be in their common rooms, and she needed to vent. She could think of no better way to do so than this. Break. Teaching the first and second years had been quite unnerving, but it was not comparable to teaching those he had shared lessons with over the past years of his own schooling. He stood before the mix of Gryffindor and Slytherin students at the insistence of Professor McGonagall. She felt him ready to teach the OWL curriculum, and he could find no grounds to disagree. He had completed his own studies at this stage more than a year ago. What he found odder than standing before them was the lack of presence of Umbridge, who had thus far insisted on attending almost all his previous teachings. For reasons known only to her, she had avoided him, had avoided his stare, likely in the midst of plotting her next move against him. Not that she would succeed in her endeavors. In lieu of focusing any more of his own on her, he turned his attention to the class that were awaiting his instruction. When it comes to your OWL examination, you will be expected to be able to demonstrate animate to inanimate transfiguration, he began. You will find all you need to know on page 44 of the Standard Book of Spells. I will see how you fare with it and offer further instruction where needed. Yes, Miss Granger, he asked, noticing Hermione had her hand raised. Will we be tested, using hedgehogs in the exam? That will be down to the discretion of the examiner, Harry replied, but the principle will be the same. We are starting with hedgehogs today, but will use other creatures in the coming lessons. Any other questions? When none were forthcoming, he gestured for them to proceed with the given work. They did so and walked amongst them, offering suggestions where he felt they were needed and even demonstrating the spell for a few who requested. When the lesson ended, he took his place at the front of the class. That will be all for today. If you can, continue to practice the spell between now and our next lesson. The more you can do so, the easier you will find it. We will be moving on to iguanas and will be transfiguring them into bags. The class filed out, and Harry breathed a sigh of relief for getting through his first lesson, teaching the advanced topic. It had gone as well as he could have hoped, and even if some of the students were taken aback by being taught by someone their own age, they had responded well. You did a good job, Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall praised. It is not easy to teach your own peers, and I was expecting there to be a little more resistance from some. I am, however, pleased that was not the case. Harry nodded his gratitude. Malfoy had done all he could to not attract attention to himself, though it appeared to be taking much more effort than it should. Perhaps he had heeded the warning he had given, though that was unlikely. The boy had too much of a sense of self-importance, an unfortunate trait he had inherited from his father and one he shared with Umbridge. For how long he could curb his own stupidity, he did not know, but he was keeping a very close eye on the blonde. It could have gone worse, he agreed. Well, now that your final lesson of the week is complete, I would recommend enjoying your weekend. I will perhaps have you teaching a sixth-year class soon enough. Harry nodded his acceptance. If she believed he was ready, he was not one to argue with the woman. She had been proven to be right thus far, after all. Then I will see you on Monday morning, Professor. She offered him a wave of dismissal as she began gathering the hedgehogs that had not been successfully transfigured, and he left the room. He needed only to meet Fleur by the front gate, and they would be away for the weekend, something he was looking forward to. Despite Umbridge seemingly ignoring him for the time being, the news of the Azkaban escape hung over him like a dark cloud, and he found that Fleur was right. A couple of days away from the castle, and England would serve him well. Break. Having spent so long under the effects of the Dementors, his liberated followers were currently recovering from their ordeal, but they would soon once again stand beside him, where they belonged. Now, however, they were in no fit state to do so. They were weakened, malnourished, and each haunted by what they had endured. It would take considerable time for them to recover fully, if they ever would. He had chosen to free them sooner than he had initially intended due to this. They would need time, and that he had plenty of. He was in no rush to see to the end of his goals. Wizarding Britain remained ignorant of his presence, and he would use that to his advantage. He would continue gathering his allies, building his strength, and then he would strike. It will be over for his enemies before they can offer any resistance. Britain was ripe for the picking. With Lucius having made his political moves over the years, there was little to prevent his success. The Aurors had been all but reduced to a token force, and Dumbledore's order would yet again prove to be ineffective. He was an old man, a dangerous one, but still old and no longer at his best. He would fall with little issue. Potter was another matter entirely, and would likely grow to be his biggest threat if left unchecked. He was talented, shrewd, and a problem he would need to deal with sooner rather than later. "Bring me Rookwood," he demanded to one of his newer followers, who jumped at being addressed by the Dark Lord. He all but ran from the room to carry out the order, and Voldemort took a seat, the presence of his familiar calming his warring thoughts. Potter was not to be underestimated. There was something very unnerving about the boy, and it was not merely the similarities to himself he saw in him. No, he had already proven himself a threat, and he would not act against him until he was certain of one glaring issue. "My lord, you summoned me." The voice of one, those most loyal to him, broke into his thoughts. "Come, Augustus, sit," he instructed. Not that the man appeared as though he was capable of standing for a prolonged period. His legs already shook from the effort of answering his call, and he took the offered seat gratefully. "How are you, old friend?" Voldemort asked. "I grow stronger by the day, my lord," Augustus replied. "I am pleased to hear it," Voldemort responded as he poured them both a glass of wine and handed one to his companion. "I have need of your expertise regarding your former place of work." "The Department of Mysteries," Rookwood questioned, a light frown marring his features. "The very same," Voldemort confirmed. "I wish to know the ins and outs of it." "It has been many years since I have seen it, my lord. The security changes often and the location of each room with it. It is all but impossible to keep track of them." Voldemort nodded thoughtfully. "You are quite the brilliant man, Augustus. Do you think it is something you can do? I have need of an item within, its acquisition is paramount." "Given time, I believe so, but I will need to study it." "Then rest, my friend. When you are able, I would have you begin the task of finding the room I seek. I have had the department watched, but those doing so are not you, nor do they have your most excellent skills." "I live to serve, my lord," Augustus offered as he stood, his legs shaking under the effort of doing so. "I need only a week or so, and I will be ready." "Then I hope for a timely recovery, and do send for Bellatrix on your way back to your room. I have need of her." "Of course, my lord," Rookwood acquiesced warily as he exited. They were almost as cautious of the woman as they were of him, and with good reason. Bellatrix was prone to outbursts of anger, though he had not seen such since she had been freed. In truth, he had seen little of her at all. It was beginning to cause him concern. Before her incarceration, he had to outright dismiss her to even have space to breathe without her presence. Now, she was seldom seen, having stuck to her own rooms from when they had arrived. She was not the same woman, and the thought made him sigh. Out of all those that had been incarcerated, she had been affected worst of all. Her spirit and body had seemingly both been broken, something he thought to be impossible. She had once been his most zealous, and all that remained of her was nothing but a shadow. If fortune favored her, she would find her way once again. If not, she was still his most gifted and loyal follower, and not something he would easily forget. She had served him well in the past, and he hoped she would do so once again. "Come, Bella," he greeted as she arrived, her posture tense and her eyes darting around the room as though she expected treachery. "How are you?" "I'm doing well, my Lord," the acknowledgement of his title given as an afterthought. "No, you are not," he disagreed. "You have been here for days and are not yourself." "I apologize, my lord. Azkaban has taken much from me." "More than others, from what I can see," Voldemort sighed. "Tell me, Bella, what is it you need so that I can see you at full health?" "Just some time, my lord. I will be ready to serve you again soon enough." He looked upon her with uncertainty, though he would give her the benefit of the doubt. Her years of loyalty and deeds done had earned her that at the very least. "Very well," he decided as he approached her. "Take all the time and rest you need." The shudder that ran through her as he touched her arm was not easily ignored. It was not one of delight as it had once been, but one of fear, of uncertainty. "You may leave." She did so quickly, and he frowned at her retreating back. "What has happened to you, my sweet Bella? What have they done?" he muttered to himself. "Break." Harry entered the kitchen of the DeLacker Beach home to the smell of baking pastries and the sight of Fleur pouring herself a cup of coffee. He was taken aback by her attire, never having seen her only dressed in shorts and a crop top, her hair still wet from where she had recently showered. He had seen her dressed similarly during the second task, but he had paid no mind to it, his thoughts solely focused on what he was to do. Even during their previous visit here, she had been rather more conservative. He dragged his eyes away from her shapely legs, scolding himself for being distracted by such a thing, and took a seat at the table. "Morning, Rai," she greeted him with a smile before kissing him gently. He shook his head, a grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. "What's all this?" he asked, gesturing to the plates she had placed on the table. "I'm making you breakfast," she answered simply. "You didn't have to do that." "None, but I wanted to," she replied, offering him another smile as she removed the croissants from the oven. She placed them on the table, along with the pot of coffee, and helped herself to one of the steaming pastries. "Does that not burn?" he questioned with a frown. She shook her head and took a bite. "I am a Vila. Rai, the heat does not bother me," she reminded him. "Well, I think I'll let them cool down a little. I don't fancy any blisters." She giggled at him as she finished her first and took a second. "Do your parents know we are here?" Fleur shrugged. "They are not home. They have gone away for their anniversary and Gabrielle is with our grandmother. It doesn't make any difference if we are there or air." "I suppose not," he conceded. "What would you like to do today?" "We are going to do nothing today," she declared. "We can sit on the beach or go for a swim, but we came air so you can relax for a couple of days, non." "That sounds good," he agreed. It felt liberating to be away from the castle, from Umbridge and the responsibilities he carried. Doing nothing for once would be a welcome change. Seeing that his breakfast was now at a reasonable temperature, he helped himself to one of the croissants and poured himself some coffee. It was not often he indulged in often, but he had acquired quite the taste for it over the many breakfasts he had shared with the DeLackers. "How did the staff meeting go?" he asked, having not done so the night before. They had all but arrived and took to their rooms, the fatigue from the week having caught up with them. "Madame Umbridge proved to be an idiot," Fleur sighed. "She thought that she could threaten me," she added with a laugh. "She did what?" Harry seethed, his hands clenching tightly. "SHH," Fleur comforted as she slid onto his lap, stilling him. You do not need to worry, awry. If she wants to provoke me, she will not like the outcome, and I told her that. She placed a finger under his chin and raised it so they were looking in each other's eyes. I may not be you, but I can handle myself, non. I love how protective you are of me. Awry, but I do not need you for this, we. He swallowed deeply and nodded, aware of her warm breath trailing down his neck at every exhale. She gave him an innocent smile and kissed him once more. You should never threaten Avila. It is not something we take kindly to. Now, she continued as she stood, when you are finished eating, get ready and come outside. It is a nice day today. He watched as she left the room and wondered just what had happened. Once again, she'd had his undivided attention, and he had been intoxicated by the mere presence of her. It had not been her allure, he had grown used to that, but he was drawn in by her, nonetheless. Shaking his head, he finished his breakfast and went to his own room where he dressed in some shorts and a t-shirt. It was much warmer here than back in Britain, and he planned to enjoy the respite from the rain and wind whilst he could. Feeling the warmth of the sun on his skin was blissful, and he removed his shirt to enjoy the full effect. Although it was not as hot as it had been during the summer months, it was much more so than any other November he had experienced. With no sign of Fleur, he placed his shirt on the back of a sun lounger and took a seat whilst he waited, though it was not a long one. She appeared only a few moments later, and he once more found himself attempting to drag his eyes away from her. Gone were her shorts and crop top in favor of a red bikini, her long, silvery hair wavy from where it had begun to dry. He had always known that she was beautiful. He was inexperienced in the ways of women, but even his ignorance did not exceed that boundary of foolishness. She had always been a sight to behold, but had always been much more reserved than she was now, and try as he might, he could not shift his gaze. To him, and likely many others, she was enchanting, but to him it was different. He did not simply admire her for her beauty, though that was hard to ignore in this moment. He had come to know her sense of humor, her brilliance, and what she cared for. Despite the difficulty in doing so, he managed to avert his eyes as she drew closer. He did not want to be like the others, the ones that only saw her for what she was without seeing beyond that veil of her heritage she wore so proudly. Her form cast a shadow over him, but it did not stop him feeling warmth. Now it was another kind, one that she filled him with. It could be the coldest day, and yet he would still feel it. If I did not want you to look at me, awry, I would not have dressed like this, she murmured before walking towards the sea. She looked over her shoulder without stopping, her hair blowing in the breeze as she gave him a sultry smirk. You're not going to make me swim alone, are you? He followed her tentatively and watched as she submerged herself briefly before surfacing and pushing her hair away from her face. The water was not so warm at this time of year, but the coolness of it served to sober him from the thoughts he was having. Still, he remained enthralled by her as he too sunk into the depths and emerged only a few feet away from her. So what do you think? She asked, running her hands down her sides. It took him a moment to realize that she was waiting for an answer, and he swallowed as he nodded. Not wanting to see whatever insecurities, she held surface more than they already were from the absence of his words. You look amazing. He answered honestly, though he could not keep his voice steady. She nodded gratefully as she stepped towards him and wrapped her arms around his neck. He stiffened slightly at the difference in her touch. Before, it had always been affectionate with no hesitation. This was something else. It was as though he was being tested in a way he never had. It's okay to want me, awry, she whispered against his lips. I want you to want me, is that wrong? She needed him to speak, to assure her that what she was doing was not without mutuality, to know what it was he thought of her in such a way. I don't want you to think I am like the others. I do not, she interjected, but I am still a woman, awry. I want you to look at me that way. I want to feel wanted. I need to know that it is not just me that wants this. It's not, he mumbled as he met her smoldering gaze. I just don't know what I'm doing here. She smiled and shook her head. Neither do I, but this feels right to me, she replied. I am French and I am Avila. We are passionate creatures awry. I know. I do not think you do, she denied. There is much more to us than what you can read in a book. You cannot truly understand us until you know both sides of us. Then why don't you tell me? I'm scared, she answered simply. I am scared that if you know it, you will not be able to accept it. That side to me, it is a part of me, and I cannot change it. And you shouldn't have to. I wouldn't ask you to. I know, awry, but it is there and not something that can be ignored. Just like you add Tom, I ave my own thing I carry. She is a creature. She cannot be tamed nor can she be reasoned with. She is there and always will be, and she will fight for what she wants. He smiled unwittingly. What is it she wants? She wants you, awry. She calls for you. He nodded his understanding. And what do you want? I want you just as much as she does, she admitted. She would ave me claim you for us, and one day she will get what she wants. Is that such a bad thing? She shook her head. None, but she is still a creature, awry. She is possessive, jealous, and will act irrationally. It is a fight to keep at bay and not one I can win forever. You saw a glimpse of when we dueled, and she you because you us. He nodded thoughtfully. I don't want you to fight her if it is making you something you are not. She should be free. You shouldn't have to keep her hidden, not from me. She gave him a relieved smile. I'm still me. Awry, there's just more than what I let anyone else see. She is a strength as much as she is a weakness, but one I am proud of, and one I do not want to keep from you. I cannot even if I wanted to. Then don't, he urged. If there is anything I need to do to help, then just say. If there is something that she needs, then tell me. She just needs to feel safe and wanted. Awry, just like me. She wants to be accepted, every part of her. I can do that, he promised. Are you sure? Because she is a creature. Awry, and creatures think of little more than sustenance, nesting, and other things. She added in a whisper before she gently bit his bottom lip. His eyes widened in surprise. We are passionate, she reminded him, emphasizing the last word. The reputation we ave is not for nothing but is known for all the wrong reasons. We do ave that side to us. It is something you will ave to get used to. She is proving to be a needy creature and she wants you for her own. You already ave my eart, but one day soon I want you to ave all of me. She wants you to ave all of us both. Bloody hell, he muttered, unable to ignore the way her eyes shifted into a more avian shape. I'm sorry, awry, but she will get what she wants eventually. I will get what I want. He nodded, words failing him. You only ave yourself to blame, Fleur sighed. You ave accepted us and she knows it now. What about what you want? He asked, a frown marring his features. Are they not different things? Oh, I want what she does. I am her and she is me. We are quite the team, non, she whispered as she nipped just below his ear. He snorted amusedly. Why do I feel like I've opened myself up to a lot of trouble? You did that a long time ago. You just didn't know it yet. He shook his head. Well, what is it you both want now? Fleur giggled. She would ave me devour you, but I just want to enjoy this for now, she said, gesturing between them both. If I let her free, there would be no going back for me. Awry, I don't think I can already. The words of both Sebastian and Aline had never rung truer to him than they did in this moment. It is not something that can be ignored. You must love every part of them, even that untamable creature that is within them. She will give you eart fully. Are you prepared for that? He was. Out of everything he faced, this was the one thing he felt ready for. You won't ever have to. She melted into him, breathing a sigh of relief at how readily he had accepted her, all of her. She had been terrified that he would not be able to understand, that he would not be able to accept that part of her. She had never been so happy to have been proven wrong, and as she stood with her head resting against his chest, she promised herself that she would cherish this moment, even more so than the night of the ball when she held the rose that yet remained warm to the touch. Break. It was raining here, the weather seemingly matching his own mood. It was seldom he felt such solemnity, assured in himself as he was for the most part. What plagued him, however, was something new, something he had no experience of, and he found himself turning to the one he never thought he would again for help. Nicholas would have been preferable, but he had not heard from him in several years and found it had not been possible to make contact. It was not an unusual occurrence. The man had the habit of becoming unreachable when he set to work on a new venture. This, evidently, was one of those times. As such, he found himself looking up at the intimidating structure, arguably the most secure building in the known world, its creator having not settled for anything less to house his prisoners. It was poetically ironic that it now housed him and had done for just shy of 5 decades. With a nod of acceptance, he ascended the stairs and entered the building, the overwhelming magic of the wards as oppressive as he remembered. Though he had not been here since he placed his former friend in his cell, it was not a feeling he would forget so easily. "This is quite the surprise," the guard greeted him in broken English. "I'm afraid my mind is not what it once was. I have no recollection of you." "Wilfrid," the man introduced himself. "I now guard the prison after my father died." "Actor has passed on." The man nodded. 10 years ago, he remained at his post until his final breath. "I am sorry to hear that. He was a good man and suffered much. The loss of your mother hit him hard." "It did, but he did his duty as do I. This place is all I have, but I would have it no other way. Someone must remain to ensure that he does not find a way out." "Your service is invaluable. Does he cause you trouble?" Wilfrid shook his head. "He is quiet for the most part. He is fed and spends his days reading, lamenting on what he calls his years of glory. He sickens me, but I have kept the vow my father gave. He has not and shall not be harmed without cause." "What about the others?" "Dead. I buried the last 3 years ago. He did not shed a tear for any of them." "I would expect nothing less, but I would see him." "Of course, I shall take you to him." Dumbledore nodded gratefully and followed the man as he led him through the veritable labyrinth of corridors, up several flights of stairs, and down even more. Were it not for Wilfrid, any who entered would be lost and unable to find their way as the magic here dictated. "He is in there. Call for Greta when you are done and she will send for me." Dumbledore nodded as the man took his leave, thankfully giving him privacy to discuss what needed to be. Looking through the bars of the cell, it was hard to believe the withered man within had once been considered the scourge of Europe, had once been perhaps the most powerful sorcerer to walk the earth. The mighty inevitably fell, and the story had been no different for Gellert. What remained was but a shadow of what he once was, a very old and faded one at that. "I did begin to wonder if I would perish before you had the guts to face me, old friend," he spoke, his voice still retaining its vibrant lilt. "Do you still consider me such?" Grindelwald turned to face him, a speculative look gracing his features. "A friendship such as ours could never be spoiled by such a frivolous thing as war, Albus. We fought." "I lost," he added with a shrug. "You were always the better of us both. Even with the wand I could not stand against you." Dumbledore released a deep sigh. "But your mind was always the sharper, and you were no less talented, Gellert. I simply knew you better than you did me. It is because I cared more than you that I was victorious. And there is the sentimentalism in you that I could never rid you of. What did become of it? I do wonder. I carry it with me, not for the power, but to remind me that no man is perfect, and to seek such is a foolish errand. We are all as infallible as the next, and our desires are to our detriment." Gellert guffawed and clapped in amusement. "You always did have a way with words, but I do wonder why you are here. Surely it is not to relive our youth nor heal wounds that we no longer carry. You are not one to reopen them either, so what brings you here, Albus? For once, I would have you speak frankly." "Very well," Dumbledore conceded. "I have come to discuss another Dark Lord, this one a former student of mine. He is dangerous, Gellert, as talented as us, and his darkness knows no bounds. He has done things that I doubt even you would have considered." "What things?" Grindelwald asked curiously. "Horcruxes." Gellert frowned. "Horcruxes, not the singular." "I'm afraid not." The man cursed in his native tongue. Morgana only knows what such a thing would do to someone. How did you discover this? He was defeated almost 15 years ago by a babe, and he yet lives. He returned recently to a body not his own, and will soon be ready to continue his plans. Many died during his first rise, and I fear many more will follow. You said he was defeated by a babe, Gellert questioned. Indeed, a boy of prophecy, one that has the power to defeat him, his equal. Tom killed his parents, but the boy survived the killing curse. And what became of this boy? He is a student at my school, and I have not had one so exceptionally brilliant, but he is the reason I have come. I need to know, Gellert, what would the effects be if a Horcrux was to be created within a live vessel? Grindelwald had never only ever seen his friend so emotional, and that had been when his sister had been killed. He did not know this boy nor this dark lord, but it was clear that Albus cared for him. Such a thing has never been tested, but if the babe was exposed to magic like that, it would not be without a lasting effect, he mused aloud. You worry that the soul has taken over him. Dumbledore nodded. I do, he confirmed. The two are so very similar, it is almost uncanny. Harry arrived at school having been raised by Muggles. In less than a year, he was beyond his peers, and now, at the age of 15, he is teaching both charms and transfiguration and obtaining a mastery in both subjects. That is impressive. He is, but the similarities between him and Tom cannot be ignored. I believed he was the one to defeat him, and now I question whether or not he is him. Gellert nodded his understanding. Prophecy is not an exact magic, Albus, but creating one of those is, he pointed out. Do you not want to believe it has taken hold of the boy because you fear there is no other that could defeat this Tom? Or is it that you believe it despite your fears? I do not wish for it to be, Dumbledore admitted. To do so would concede defeat. I myself am too old to win this fight. Tom would best me, even with the wand. Harry truly is our only hope. Then I fear your hope is foolish, Grindelwald returned. If he does indeed carry a piece of the soul, then there is little chance that, as a babe, he would have been able to fight the influence of such magic. It is malignant in nature, Albus, and I can think of no conceivable way any, let alone a babe, could resist it. Dumbledore's head hung, his chin resting on his chest. I am sorry if that is not what you wanted to hear, old friend, but it is the only thing that fits. If he is, as you say, just like him, then he must be him. If you wish to have any chance to defeat him, the boy must be dealt with. I do not think I can, Gellert. Then all is lost. He will win, and you will pass from this world under his heel. Dumbledore merely shook his head, his mind awash with uncertainty on how he should proceed. Is there no way to test him, to see if he has fallen under its influence? Perhaps he is still in there, a prisoner in his own body. Perhaps, but are you willing to risk it, Albus? Are you willing to take the chance in tipping him off, give him the knowledge that you have acquired of him and what he has done? No, because it would be unwise. I do not know if I can even defeat the boy. I am old and tired, Gellert, past my prime by some considerable years. I grow weaker with each passing one. 50 years is a long time, even for those who have lived as many as me. As it is for me, old friend. We are not long for this world, but you do have the choice in how you leave it. I will continue to rot within these walls until they claim me for their own. How will you go, Albus? As an old man fighting for his last breath in a bed not your own, or will you do what you always have and stand for what you believe in? Dumbledore met the blue eyes of the man before him. I do not know, Gellert. I have much to think on still. Then you must think quickly, Albus, before your choice is taken away from you. Educational Decree, number 17. Due to continuous rule-breaking, Professor Umbridge has appointed a selection of students that will act as her representatives. The Inquisitorial Squad has been granted the same authority as prefects and can be identified by the gold badge they wear containing the letter I. They must be treated with the same respect given to a prefect. Dollars Jane Umbridge, High Inquisitor of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I'll give you one guess what students she has chosen, Neville snorted from next to her. Hermione nodded. There was only one group of students that she would choose, and they were not ones that would miss an opportunity to cause problems for those from other houses. It was no secret the woman showed favoritism towards the Slytherins, and they were happy to latch on to someone in a position of power. As such, they were now seemingly reaping the benefits of doing so. "We will still meet," she declared. "We can't let her win." "We will," Neville agreed. "We need to more than ever." Hermione shot a glance at the boy who had recently adopted a rather grim demeanor. She didn't know why, but he was on edge more than usual, though not nervous from it. He appeared to be determined to be prepared for something. Of what? She did not know, but the changes within him could not be missed. "I will send a message out. We can use the second abandoned classroom on the 3rd floor." He said nothing as he left, and she found herself wondering just what had gotten into him recently. He was not himself, and it had begun to unsettle her. Perhaps he needed someone to talk to. She sighed as she followed in his wake. Neville was not one to open up about his life away from the school. All she knew about him was that he lived with his gran and that she spent a lot of her time teaching him about the workings of the Wisengamot. Little else. She shook her heads of her thoughts of the boy. There was something much more pressing to attend to, and she removed her charmed galleon to do so. With a tap of her wand, the message was sent, and all that remained was to see out the rest of the day until the group could gather once more. It passed slowly. Even without a lesson with Umbridge, it crawled painstakingly by beginning with transfiguration, followed by potions, herbology, arithmancy, and finally, charms. Wherever she went, she saw the older students clad in green and silver with their new badges pinned to their chests, their walks more certain, pompous even. She had no doubt it would divide the school and create a conflict that Umbridge was not equipped to deal with. With such worries plaguing her mind, she arrived at the classroom on the 3rd floor shortly before 8 p.m., ensuring that she was not followed, and was pleased that the rest seemed to be as keen as she to continue with their efforts. All that had signed her parchment were in attendance, much to her relief. "Do you think this is a good idea?" Lavender Brown questioned. "Umbridge will go spare if she catches us." There were a few nods of agreement amongst those gathered. "I understand you're worried," Hermione acknowledged, "but she has left us with no choice. It's either this or we fail our exams." "She's right," Neville added. "It's not just about exams. Even my gran knows something is going on out there. It's not just a coincidence those prisoners escaped, and we need to be prepared. The last war went on for years and will probably still be happening when we finish here. It will be up to us to fight it one day." It was a sobering thought for the teens, and not a welcome one. It was seldom that finding glory in war was what one dreamed of, not when such a thing would soon be a reality. "So, what are we doing tonight?" George Weasley asked. Hermione offered him a grateful smile. "I thought for the first half, we could work on the spells we need for our owls and newts, and then practice with bludgeoning curses." "I think that is a good idea," Neville declared. "I think we are up to page 31. "We are," Susan Bones confirmed. "Should we work in pairs?" "We should. If you are struggling with the spell, then ask for help. That is why we are here," Hermione reminded them. The students split off and set to work, and did so with urgency. Their time was limited, and not a second was to be wasted. Well, what do we have here?" A voice spoke loudly, pulling them all from their work. Hermione turned to see a dozen or more students had entered the room whilst they had been working. They were dressed in the green and silver of Slytherin House, each with a dreaded golden badge adorning the front of their robes. "Professor Umbridge will be very disappointed to hear of this," Draco Malfoy declared smugly. "Ah, bollocks," one of the Weasley twins groaned as the blonde grinned triumphantly. "Break. How is it that it is our turn to do another patrol?" Harry muttered as he and Padma worked their way through the 5th floor corridors. "You know, you never struck me as someone who would moan so much," she replied. "It's one evening a month, suck it up, Potter. Carry on like that, and you won't get any extra help with your transfiguration," he returned. "I will moan if I want to." "Then carry on by all means." He shook his head as he discreetly removed the map from within his robes. Bloody hell, he sighed as he took in the gathering of students 2 floors below and another heading in their direction. What? Padma despaired, expecting another tirade of annoyance from him. He pocketed the map once more, pondering what he should do about the impending problem. Do you know about the idiots meeting on the 3rd floor? Padma's steps faltered and she turned to him, a look of surprise marring her features. Knowing they had been found out, she released a deep breath and nodded. We've been meeting for weeks, she whispered. I would have been there if we didn't have duty tonight. Harry shook his head in disbelief. He had warned Hermione, urged her to not proceed with her plans. Evidently, she had not listened, and Umbridge would now have a field day with all the punishments there would be to dispense of. Making his mind up, he shot her a look of irritation. Go back to the common room and make sure you are seen, he instructed. It will do you no good to be a part of what will happen next. What do you mean? Just go, Padma, he said firmly as he turned in the opposite direction and headed towards the staircase. He descended the 2 flights, his irritation growing, and when he came upon the room it was to find that he was too late to intercept the group of Slytherins. They were already within and had made their presence known. Ah, bollocks, he heard one of the students utter. He entered behind the inquisitorial squad, who had drawn their wands, and he cast a silencing charm and basic containment ward on the door. Bollocks is right, Weasley, he agreed, drawing the attention of all within towards him. Now the question is, just how do we deal with this problem? This has nothing to do with you, Potter, a 7th-year Slytherin spat. I am making it so it does, Harry replied. I would suggest you do not even think about raising your wand, not unless you want to keep the hand that holds it. The boy laughed disbelievingly. I would not doubt my word, he warned. Isn't that right, Draco? Malfoy had paled, seemingly torn between his opportunity to make the lives of those caught hell and fleeing at Harry's appearance. Put your wand away, Pusey, he instructed. The boy appeared to be confused by the sudden turn of events. Last chance, Pusey. Bloody hell, just put it away, you fool, Malfoy all but pleaded. Taken aback by the change of demeanor of the boy, he pocketed it. There's a good boy, Harry mocked. Now I have come to a decision and you will all accept it. Hermione, you will disband these meetings. There will be no more of them. I will know if you do not listen. Isn't that right, Fred and George? The twins nodded reluctantly, likely now regretting giving him the map. You can't do that, Hermione protested. I can and I have. Now be quiet or I will let them take you all to Umbridge, and she will have you expelled. Her eyes widened at the thought, and she fell reluctantly silent. Offering her a final look of warning, he turned once more to the blonde, and those he led. You will tell Umbridge that you found nothing, and then you will hand in your badges and resign your positions. They murmured their dissent, and Harry cut them off. If you don't, then I will make sure that every single day you wear those badges are miserable. I will hound you, and I will do to you twice over what you do to others. We aren't scared of you, Potter. Professor Umbridge is nothing, and one day soon she will be gone. She cannot protect you. Even Lucius cannot keep his own son safe from me. What makes you think she can? I am giving you this one chance to walk away whilst you can. Seeing his words were not being taken seriously, he continued. How many of you will one day be on the Wisengamot? Come on, a show of hands. Several of the students raised them, giving him a questioning look. So, most of you, Harry acknowledged the Slytherins that had done so. Well, think of it this way. How many of you wish to incur the wrath of House Black? I am the heir and will be the lord in less than 2 years. I am the heir of House Black, Malfoy seethed. Do you wish to put that to the test, Draco? My father. Harry cut him off with a slap, shocking those looking on. Your father is nothing. He is less than Umbridge and will be dead soon enough. Remember my warning, Malfoy. The boy clutched his cheek and trembled. Did you write to him? Did you tell him what I promised? Of course, you did. You're a coward and can't do anything without the sniveling bootlicker to rely on. What did he say, Draco? Malfoy swallowed deeply and shook his head, refusing to answer. He told you to keep your head down and not provoke me. You're doing a very poor job of listening, so you will hand in your badges, all of you, or I will make good on my promise much sooner. All right, Malfoy conceded unhappily. Good, now piss off. Just the sight of you makes me want to hurt you. With a flick of his wand, he removed the containment ward and Malfoy stormed from the room, followed by those accompanying him. When their footsteps faded, Harry turned back to the others, those who had been meeting secretly. They stared at him nervously, his reaction having not been what they had expected. How stupid can you seriously be? He huffed. We don't want to fail our exams, Hermione defended. It's all right for you, you already passed yours. Harry nodded his understanding and deflated. I get that, I do, but what you are doing will just get you all in trouble. Fucking hell, if you fail your exams, you can resit them. Umbridge will not be here forever, but whilst she is, you all need to keep your heads down. You don't, Neville pointed out. Because I have no reason to, Harry bit back. The worst she can do is expel me, and as Hermione pointed out, I've already finished most of my own exams. Listen, she started her grievance with me, and she will end up worst off for it. How would your grandmother feel if you were to be expelled? Neville frowned, but was prevented by Hermione speaking in his place. It isn't just about that. You said that you know who is back. Shouldn't we be preparing for that? Harry shook his head, somewhat amusedly. Tell me, Granger, what interest in you does Voldemort have? Any of you for that matter. I can assure you, he is not preoccupied by thoughts of fighting a bunch of school students. No offense, but none of you are exactly top of his priority list. His focus will be on people in positions of power. Like my aunt, Susan Bones broke in. Like your aunt who is, from what I hear, a very gifted and smart witch who will be prepared accordingly. It is not your responsibility to think of him. But it's yours, Ron Weasley questioned. Yes, because he has decided to try to kill me since I was a baby and still wants me dead. I'm not the way I am because of some misplaced desire for glory. I am the way I am because I have to be, or I will die. Don't rush to be a part of something you have no understanding or experience of. You will only get yourselves killed. We are doing really well, Hermione defended. Harry snorted disbelievingly. Well enough to fight Death Eaters. When none answered, he shrugged. That's what I thought. Unless you have experienced what they are capable of, then you will never understand it, and those that do often end up dead. I understand it, Neville interjected hotly. No, you don't, Harry denied forcefully. I would have thought with what happened to your parents, you would be the one with some sense, Longbottom. The other students began murmuring amongst themselves, questioning what Harry meant, and Neville reddened, though not from embarrassment. What right do you have to tell me what I can and can't do? He demanded. None, Harry answered, but getting yourself killed would be a poor way to repay them for the sacrifice they made. I won't be the one dying, Neville growled, eliciting a laugh from Harry. So, you're going to do what? Hunt down the Lestranges and kill all three. Is that your plan? If I have to. Then you are an idiot, Harry declared. They are some of his most dangerous followers. Your parents, two of the best Aurors of their generation, by all accounts, did not stand a chance. What makes you think you would? Neville was breathing heavily by now. His eyes narrowed as his grip tightened around his wand. If you want to try and curse me, Longbottom, then do it, Harry urged. I am only trying to stop you doing something stupid. I am sorry for what happened to them, your mum and dad, but vengeance will only get you killed. Well, what is it you're doing? I am trying to live, Longbottom, Harry hissed. I do not have the luxury of staying out of this. He is coming for me and will do so until one of us is dead. I would prefer that to be him, but do not make the mistake of thinking I am enjoying all of this. If I could, I would walk away. I can't do that because he would find me. Why? Why is he so interested in you? Because he is a nutter, Harry snorted. He tried to kill me several times and has failed. His ego won't let him let me live, so I have to be ready for that. So he really is back? Lavender Brown asked. Harry nodded. What reason would I have to lie? Why do you think Umbridge is here? She is trying to stop people acknowledging it because Fudge is too much of a coward to do anything about it. I believe you, Potter, Lee Jordan offered. It doesn't matter if you do or don't, Harry replied with a shrug. It is happening, so keep your bloody heads down. There's nothing waiting for you except death. So I should just let it go, Neville spat. Yes, Longbottom, you should. Do whatever you want, but when you're staring down the wrong end of one of their wands, it will be too late. I have seen what they're capable of, and that wasn't exactly the best of them. There wasn't a Bellatrix Lestrange or an Antonin Dolohov the night of the third task, and I barely escaped with my life. Neville's jaw clenched tightly, but he said nothing else. I will be watching for these meetings. Do not give her a reason to pay any closer attention to you. I can promise she will be gone from here. When have we had a defense professor that has lasted more than a year? All you are doing is giving more reasons for her to have more power in the castle, and that is the last thing any of us needs. He took his leave from the room, leaving behind a very chastised group of students. Had he not checked the map when he had, the situation could have escalated significantly. They could have decided to fight back against the inquisitorial squad, which would have amounted to nothing other than most of them likely being expelled. Worse yet, they could have gone quietly, and the result would have been the same. Idiots, he grumbled as he made his way towards the 7th floor. Break. I'm sorry. Could you repeat that for me, please, Mr. Malfoy? She was as stunned as she was irritated. Finally, she felt that she had devised a way to exert more control over the students with the implementation of the inquisitorial squad, and now they were all deciding to quit after just a day. My father has told me that I should keep my head down and not involve myself in what is happening within the school. Nothing is happening within the school. Madame Umbridge, I think that you forget that my father is the closest advisor to the minister. We have all been schooled in politics since we could walk, and even we can see what is happening. We do not want any part of it. She narrowed her eyes at the boy. He was oh so much like Lucius, something she hoped she could use to her advantage. He had influence, he was rather savvy, and his housemates looked up to him. Seemingly, however, it had backfired. What has happened, Draco? She asked sweetly. Just yesterday, you were relishing your new position and couldn't wait to begin with the task I set you. Malfoy shrugged. Potter, one of the older boys muttered under his breath. Shut up, Pusey, Draco commanded. Potter, Umbridge questioned, her eyes narrowing dangerously. What has the boy done now? Draco shook his head as he shot a look of frustration towards his fellow student. Nothing, he denied. No, it is not nothing. I will have the truth of it. Potter has made it clear that we are not to help you, Pusey answered. Umbridge giggled, though there was little humor to be heard. Potter has told you that you cannot help me. Pusey nodded. The boy is nothing, Dolores hissed. You are going to allow yourself to be told what to do by the half-blood bastard. My father has advised against provoking him. Potter may not be a threat now, but he will in only a couple of years. He will be the head of the Black family and the Potter one. With how the Wisengamot is, his votes could be crucial. Oh, pish, Dolores waved off dismissively. Potter will not be welcomed as a member. And who is going to stop that? Pansy asked. Even the minister cannot interfere with the lines of inheritance. Potter will be on the Wisengamot with a lot of influence. Dolores shook her head. That is something to worry about in the future, she pointed out. For now, he is nothing but a lying toe-rag that is interfering with ministry business. You should deal with him now before he gets his influence. Draco snorted and shook his head. You will find, Professor, that we value our lives more than we do a bit of power that will mean nothing when we leave here. If you think that there is anyone in this school that can handle him, then you are a fool. Potter is dangerous. We have all seen him duel, and he's not stupid enough to show everyone everything it is he can do. In this case, I will take the advice of my father. If you choose to go after him, then that is on you. I will not be involving myself further in your efforts. Good day, Professor, he offered before he left the room with his fellow students in tow. Pathetic coward, she growled. She would not let up. She would find a way to make Potter pay for his transgressions against Cornelius. The boy had made the minister look bad and had done the very same to her. How dare he think that he can get away with mocking and goading them? His comeuppance was inevitable. She merely needed to find another way to get to him. Break. Albus Dumbledore pulled himself from the pensive, his head shaking as he took a seat behind his desk. He helped himself to a sherbet lemon and popped it in his mouth, trying desperately to deny what it was he was now convinced of. It was Tom, it had to be. Harry was far too advanced in magic for one his age, was far too like the very same boy he had taught so many decades ago. Try as he might, the differences between the two was not enough to offer him the needed comfort. Were he not so emotionally invested in this venture, he would have made his decision long ago. He had clung to the last strand of hope for too long, and now it may very well be too late. Too late to stop Tom, and regretfully, too late to save Harry if any modicum of him remained. No, it had to be him. It was the only conceivable conclusion he could reach. "How do I handle this, my friend?" he asked his Phoenix companion. Fawkes offered a trill that did little to assuage his worry. He could not remain in the castle, that was a given. Whatever it was he was doing here, he knew not. Did his other self know of him? If so, were they already working together? He shook his head confusedly. From what he had seen, that did not make sense. The two had tried to kill one another the night of the final task. Unless... He stood suddenly, his stomach sinking at the realization. Harry had been alive, but he had been hit with the killing curse. He had seen it for himself. What if Harry had died but the Horcrux remained behind and now inhabited his body? "Oh, Harry," he sighed sadly. It was the only explanation that seemed plausible. The evidence he had gathered from his own memories pointing to that devastating conclusion. But what to do? He would need to ponder his next course of action carefully. Tom could not be allowed to escape, could not be allowed to join Voldemort. If that were to happen, all would be lost. Such an occurrence was not something he wanted to fathom, and he knew that he had to tread delicately, at least until he had decided on what to do. Just what that was, he did not know. What he did know, however, was that the future of wizarding Britain was bleak if what he believed was true, and he was unable to mitigate the circumstances appropriately. "Break. I will soon have you free from here, I promise." "Thank you, Tom," Serana replied gratefully. He left the chamber after giving her a final rub across her nose. He had grown very fond of the large serpent over the years, and he intended to see her in a place she could roam free, away from the darkness and damp she had spent centuries within. He had found a way, and though it would be no easy feat, he had no reason to believe it would not work. It would take time, several days in fact, but she was worth it and would be in her new home by Christmas Day if all went to plan. He smiled at the thought. She was so dangerous yet had such an innocence about her that it warmed him. None could understand her, none that cared enough to see her happy at least. He was all she had left in this world, and he would give her the final years of peace and warmth she craved. She deserved that. He checked the map and took his leave from Myrtle's bathroom, thankfully having avoided an encounter with the ghost. She was rather unsettling, and being in her company did nothing to boost his own mood. As he had hoped and expected, the corridors were free from the students other than the two Hufflepuff prefects who were on duty this evening. Much to his relief, it seemed that Hermione and even the Slytherins had taken his words seriously. The inquisitorial squad, nor wayward students were things he wanted to add to his list of things that required his attention any further than they already had. "What do you think you are doing, Potter?" The unwelcome tone of Dolar's umbrage sounded throughout the corridor. He cringed at the shrillness, the woman's presence irking him immediately. "That would be none of your concern," he answered simply. "I'm not breaking any of your rules. Students are to be in their common rooms by 8 p.m., and it is now almost 11. Harry simply pointed to his prefect badge. "You are not on duty. You didn't say I had to be in your ridiculous decree, you feckless idiot." She purpled with rage, her jowls trembling comically. "How dare you speak to me in such a way? "How dare you call yourself a professor and walk these halls like you deserve the title?" he returned. "You are an idiot, Umbridge. I would have thought that you would have learned not to antagonize me by now." She took a few calming breaths, a sickly smile tugging at her lips. "I should have known better than to expect anything more from a half-blooded bastard who cavorts with half-breeds. The Potter line truly has fallen since your father sullied himself with a mudblood, and you seem intent on doing the same. At least he had the decency to do so with a human." His blood pumped through his veins as his fury rose at her words. She could insult him all she liked, but he would not allow her to do the same of Fleur and his parents. "Dolores," a voice sounded as he flicked his wand into the palm of his hand. Dumbledore emerged from the adjoining corridor, his own wand in hand, as he stared between the two of them worriedly. "I think it is best if you return to your quarters." "I think it is best if she repeats herself," Harry countered. Umbridge opened her mouth to do so, but was silenced with a wave of the headmaster's wand. "Go, dolors, before irreparable things are said and done here." The woman cowered at the fury of Dumbledore and offered him a look of loathing before she complied. "She is fortunate you arrived when you did, or you would be one professor down." "That I do not doubt," Dumbledore muttered unhappily. "Come, Harry, I believe a conversation between the two of us is overdue." "Where are we going?" Harry asked, a frown marring his features. "To a place I like to go when I need to think about things," the old man answered cryptically. Harry followed him and was led to the 3rd floor, through a series of corridors and down a trapdoor. There was a rather unpleasant odor about one of the rooms they passed through, but soon enough, they entered one that was familiar. "Do you remember what happened here, Harry?" Dumbledore asked. Harry nodded as he circled around the mirror that remained. Voldemort believed the Philosopher's Stone had been hidden within once upon a time. Had he been right? "This is where Quirrell brought me. He died just over there," he added, pointing to where a faint redness of blood in the stone could still be seen. It was not something he would ever likely forget. Then, he had been rather weak and unable to defend himself. His mind was not what it was now, and certainly not his magic. He had been but a boy, and Voldemort had almost succeeded where he had failed many years prior. "Indeed," Dumbledore replied with a nod. "What is this mirror? I remember it from before, but forgot to ask you about it." "Ah, this is the Mirror of Arist. I am rather curious as to what it is you see in your reflection. Is it the same as the last?" Harry stepped in front of it. He appeared as he had the last time, though the age gap had now lessened. He was still older by perhaps a few years, slightly taller than he was now and more mature in appearance. The shadowy figure that had floated around him was no longer there, however, but had been replaced by a very familiar person with more silhouettes around the two of them. None were floating, their feet firmly on the ground. The thing he noticed most was that they were both smiling, carefree even. "It's different," he answered, his fingers reaching out to touch only to feel the surface of the mirror between him and the bliss he saw. "What does it do?" "I was hoping that you could tell me." Harry frowned as he looked upon the artifact. It was intricately decorated and made of what appeared to be gold. It was not a new piece, was likely several hundred years old judging by the magic he could feel. It was not too dissimilar to what a probe from one versed in the mind arts would feel, but it was still different, non-intrusive, and not unwelcome. He read the inscription, the simplicity of deciphering it taking him by surprise. "I show not your face but your heart's desire," he mumbled as he stared intently at his older self and what it was he seemingly desired. "I imagine this could be quite dangerous. There are those that would get lost in it instead of pursuing what they see." "Very astute, Harry. As always, you astound me with your skills in deduction." Harry nodded despite his confusion. "I don't understand, Professor. Why did you bring me here?" This room was once an integral part to how the school was run. It was a dueling chamber and remains one of the most secure places in the building. The latter is why we are here. "Because it is secure." He received no answer, but felt a sudden wave of magic wash over him as a plethora of wards were activated, much older than the magic of the mirror he had been inspecting. Instinctively, he twirled away from another feeling of magic, this one aimed at his back, and flicked his wand into his hand. Before him stood the headmaster clutching his own, a look like no other he had seen from the man marring his features. "What the hell are you doing?" he questioned as the spell bounced off the mirror and scorched the opposite wall. "Did you truly think I would not notice, Tom? How long did you think you could keep up this ruse?" Dumbledore returned as he began circling. Harry mimicked his steps, keeping a reasonable distance between them. It was neither a confrontation he had ever expected nor one he wanted. "Tom," he muttered, surprised by the use of the name. "I am not him." "Do not lie to me," Dumbledore roared uncharacteristically. Harry's eyes widened, and he was given no opportunity to refute whatever accusation the headmaster had leveled at him. Another beam of magic was sent his way, and not one he would have expected from the older man. It was a spell that he himself had read in Dumbledore's own notes, and if cast with enough force, it would shatter every bone in his body. Unwilling to experience such an unpleasant thing, he threw himself to the ground and rolled away, the spell missing him by mere inches. It crashed into the wall behind him and was absorbed by the wards that groaned under protest. Whatever Dumbledore was thinking was rooted deep enough that he was not aiming to hurt him, but to kill him. He pushed himself to his feet, only to find himself needing to shield as a translucent, violet wall descended upon him. This spell was not familiar, and his shield collapsed under the effort to protect him. It did so, but not without consequence. The force of the magical collision propelled him through the air, leaving him breathless as he thumped against the floor with a dull thud. He cursed under his breath, and his anger rose. His shields had never failed him before, though he had never faced a wizard like Dumbledore. He was old, but his power was certainly something to behold. However, he would not remain idle. He could not fall, not here. One day, you may come across a wizard more powerful than yourself. If you can be faster than him, and accurate, then you can be victorious. The words of his former mentor echoed in his mind, and he shook his head. Had Tom predicted that this could happen? It mattered not. The advice of the man was something that he had always been able to rely on, and this was no different. With Dumbledore seemingly beyond placation, he had no other choice, and his magic began to respond to his unconscious decision. It pulsed throughout him. His years of training under the tutelage of Tom and the effects of his many rituals reinvigorated him, readying him for the now unavoidable fight. Nimbly, he jumped to his feet and responded in kind with a trio of spells of his own that left his wand fluidly and with precision. They were absorbed by a powerful, golden shield, but Harry did not relent. Despite how powerful he was, Dumbledore was old and would not be able to keep up the same pace as him. The longer the fight went on, the more in his favor it would be. With that in mind, he began peppering the headmaster with fast and frequent spell work, keeping him on the defensive. It was not powerful, but it did not need to be. It served to keep him occupied and gave him the reprieve he needed to find his own rhythm. With any luck, such an onslaught would also work to tire the man whilst he pondered just how he could win. Losing was not an option. "Why is it you hold back, Tom?" Dumbledore called from behind his shield. "Do you hope that you can appear innocent enough that I begin to doubt my knowledge? You will not succeed. You have taken Harry, but your journey ends here." Before Harry could offer protest, the headmaster released a loud grunt, banishing his shield with a wave of his wand and ripping up a significant portion of the floor with a follow-up. He banished it towards Harry, who stilled it. With a wave of his own wand, he tore it into smaller chunks and transfigured them into a dozen spears that he sent back in reply. They were met with another shield from the headmaster, this one white, and his projectiles crumbled to dust as they attempted to pass through. Unwilling to allow the man a breath of pause, Harry sent forth 2 bludgeoning curses and followed up with a spell that would render any man unable to continue to fight if it were to land. It would all but cave in the ribcage and would be fatal if treatment was not administered in a timely manner. The lungs would be punctured, and the victim would be unable to draw breath without experiencing excruciating pain. Though he was furious with him, he did not want Dumbledore dead. He simply wanted the man to stop this madness. With a surprising show of quickness, he sidestepped his effort, his mouth forming into a hard line as he acknowledged it with a nod. "That is more like the Tom I know," he called, banishing the mirror of Arist, attempting to crush him against the wall beneath it. When Harry avoided the blow, he followed up with a barrage of spells that he narrowly escaped, though the devastation they wrought throughout the room gave the appearance of a bomb having been detonated. Ever the transfiguration practitioner, the headmaster reverted to the art, his wand twirling as he warped the debris around them, creating crude weapons of stone, a pair of lions, and even a large bear. Harry was excellent at transfiguration, perhaps would one day be as good as the man before him, but that day was not this one. Dumbledore stood head and shoulders above him still, and a contest between the two would only result in one ending. No, he could not be lured into such a fight. His only opportunity for victory would be to delve into the magic that the headmaster had failed to, the magic that he had learnt under the tutelage of Tom. He was not loath to use it for moral reasons, but because it would only cement the belief that Dumbledore already held. With no other option, he shook his head as the creatures barreled towards him, and the mixture of swords, spears, and axes were also sent his way. With a roar of fury, he brought his wand across his body with slash, the burst of energy poolsing from his actions, crumbling the stone constructs to rubble and sending Dumbledore sprawling across the ground, his hastily erected shield failing to protect him. Seizing the advantage, he hissed under his breath as he twirled his wand in an intricate pattern. Half a dozen shadowy serpents rose from the ground and slithered towards the downed man, their maws agape and black flames licking around them. They left a scorched trail in their wake, the stone melting from the heat they exuded. A look of concern came over the older man as he hurried to his feet, brandishing his wand as though it were fencing saber, and none too soon. As he took his stance, the first of the snakes lunged, and an ear-splitting screech rent the air, a blinding, white light courtesy of the headmaster meeting the serpent, the collision between the light and dark magic causing both to dissipate with explosive results. Dumbledore wore a look of shock, though he could not afford to allow his concentration to waver as the remaining 5 mounted their own attack. This time, a white dome formed around the man, and the smell of burning filled the room as the serpents threw themselves at the shield, the magic crackling under the fresh assault. Harry, however, not content to remain idle, focused the power he felt thrumming throughout him. It was like nothing he had ever felt. It was intoxicating and equally demanding. It felt so fresh, yet so rotten also, the darkness he was wielding somewhat marring what he stood for. Though he wielded it, he would not submit to its allure. He would not lose himself to it the way Tom had. With a snap of his wrist, a dark tendril emerged from the tip of his wand and careened towards the shield. It splashed against it as the last of his snakes fell victim to the magic. His tendril did not. It began to spread across the surface, the parasitic conjuration weaving throughout it like blackened veins, staining the light as it began to succumb to the shadow. The spell Dumbledore was using would be taxing at best. Under the strain he was undoubtedly subject to, it was only a matter of time before he gave out. Not even he could maintain it for a prolonged period. Much to his surprise, that was exactly what the old man did, and he did so stubbornly. His shield pulsed with the effort of trying to fend off his own magic, and they found themselves locked in a battle of wills with none willing to concede an inch. Harry gritted his teeth, doubling down on his efforts, so much so that forks of green lighting began striking around him and igniting small fires throughout the room. With a final grunt, Dumbledore's shield gave way and he was once more sent sprawling, though he did not remain on the floor. He rolled to his feet and unleashed a string of spells, and Harry reacted in kind, summoning a bronze shield that attached to his forearm. The headmaster's efforts struck true, sending him back a foot or so with each spell that crashed into it, a gong-like sound ringing loudly from the force. The final one, he pushed away, jarring his arm uncomfortably, and he swept his wand across the breadth of the room, the small contained fires merging into a roaring inferno that circled around the two. It was hotter than he had expected, and he felt the beads of sweat running down his back from the heat behind him. Dumbledore fared no better, a sheen of perspiration visible on his brow and his eyes wide in awe at the flames Harry had created. Almost immediately, the heat became unbearable, and he unleashed a torrent of water from his wand, creating a cooling vortex around himself before turning his attention back to the teen who was moving his own wand in intricate patterns. His stomach sank as the flames began climbing the walls, coalescing into a vortex of their own on the ceiling above, and he prepared himself. However, instead of collapsing down on him as he expected, it began to drip, slowly at first until several rivulets fell at once, and it was quickly as though it was raining fire from above him. His own barrier held, but it began to boil, and the weight of the additional magic began to take an unbearable toll on him. That, coupled with the quickly rising heat, had him gasping for breath, and maintaining his concentration was all he could do to avoid being immolated. So focused on doing so, he neglected to see Harry banish the bronze shield that had been attached to his arm, and his first indication that something was amiss was when it collided with him, knocking the wind from his lungs. He panted heavily on the floor, certain that now he no longer held his wand, the forces above would collapse on top of him. That, much to his relief and confusion, did not come to pass. Instead, a loud hissing filled the room as steam billowed around him like a fog had descended. Desperately, he crawled to where he thought his wand would be, unwilling to allow himself to be defeated, but as it became visible and he reached out a hand to grasp it, his wrist was crushed beneath a foot. He cried out in pain as he felt the bones break and looked up to stare into the emerald eyes of his adversary, eyes that devoid of the satisfaction he expected to see. They were almost filled with sadness and a hint of disappointment. Harry shook his head as he picked up Dumbledore's wand, only to ensure the old man could not attempt to attack him again. He frowned as a cold spike of magic ran through him, causing him to shudder. He, however, ignored it and placed the wand in his pocket before turning his attention to the downed man. "I don't know if I respect you more than I did, or if I think you're a completely crazy old bastard," he croaked, the fight between the two having pushed him further than he could have ever imagined. He was exhausted, just as much as Dumbledore, and took no pleasure from how well he had fought, despite the fact he had somehow bested the headmaster. Looking upon him, he understood. Dumbledore was old and could no longer hope to keep up with the likes of him and Voldemort anymore, not that he hadn't tried his damnedest to do so. Harry was impressed, had always been impressed by the revered wizard in truth, but he was not the man he once was. As he looked down on him, all he saw was that very old man, one that had no business putting himself in confrontations like this. "You have finally beaten me, Tom. You always said you would," he added, coughing from the effort to speak. Harry released a deep sigh as he crouched next to him. "Where are you hurt, you idiot?" Dumbledore frowned at him questioningly. "Why not kill me and be done with it? I do not believe there are any more words to be had between us." "Bloody hell, Professor, I'm not him." Dumbledore shook his head in denial. "There is no longer any reason to lie, Tom. I remember you well, the way you fight, your mannerisms. You cannot hide from me." Harry huffed irritably. "I don't know what you are thinking, but you are mistaken. No, I know what you have done, the abominations that you have created. I know that one of them was put into Harry, and you are now what controls him. Is he alive? Is he still in there?" he asked, almost pleading. "You know about the Horcruxes," Harry returned, surprised he had finally come to that conclusion. "I do. It has taken many years of work, but I know." Harry laughed, relieved but also angry at Dumbledore for keeping it to himself, resulting in what just happened. "And you think the one that was in me somehow took control of my body?" "Yes, it had to. There was not a hope that you could fight such a thing off." Harry nodded. "It is gone, Professor. It has been gone since the night of the third task," he sighed. "I suppose we both have some explaining to do, me more than you. Let me get you healed, and I will tell you what I can." Dumbledore eyed him warily as he pointed his wand at his ribs and hissed gently, eliciting a groan of pain from the man as the pain was alleviated. He did the same to the wrist he held so tenderly against himself. Better. Dumbledore nodded and struggled to sit. Taking pity on the man, Harry assisted him. I'm not him, Professor. Maybe I could have been, but I'm not. Are you able to travel? I think there is something you should see. Do I have a choice? I am unarmed after all. I will return your wand to you, but only when I know you will not try to attack me. Dumbledore nodded. If it helps put an end to this unpleasantness, then I submit myself to you, he replied with a slight bow. Slowly but surely, the two of them navigated their way out from the rooms below the trapdoor and onto the grounds of the castle. It was a crisp night, and Dumbledore shuddered at the cold. Don't worry, Professor, you will be warmer soon enough. The headmaster offered him a questioning look, but gave no comment, and Harry removed his portkey as they exited the grounds. He took the man by the wrist, and the two of them were whisked away from the autumn night of Scotland. Dumbledore took a deep breath and nodded approvingly when they found solid ground beneath their feet once more. It is much warmer, he said, but where are we? This is my home, Harry answered, as he began leading the man towards the copse of trees a short distance away. Even if you manage to work out what country we are in, you will not be able to find it again without me. That I have no doubt of. I can feel the magic here. You have done a splendid job on the wards. Harry nodded. You mentioned Horcruxes. What do you know about them? Dumbledore frowned, his gaze still wary, though he deflated only a moment later. I know what they are, and that there are several of them. There are 7, Harry confirmed. Dumbledore paused, his head shaking in disbelief. He truly took a path no other had. He did, but I like to think he has redeemed himself in some ways. Tom, I mean, he clarified as they entered the grove, the familiar smell of apples becoming prominent. Seeing the look of confusion that adorned the headmaster's features, he gestured towards the monument he had created. Dumbledore could only stare dumbly between him and the tombstone, lost for words. I was 7 when he first spoke to me, Harry began somberly. It was the same day I accidentally apparated. Vernon was furious, and he let his displeasure be known. He shook his head of the thoughts he had left behind so many years ago. Had I known at the time that such a thing was possible, I would have likely tried to end my own life. There was nothing to live for, each day more miserable than the last. I was starved, beaten, and already close to death, but then Tom spoke to me. He told me what I was and helped me. He spoke to you. He did. I had begged for someone to rescue me from that hell, for someone to care about me, and then he came along. From then on, he taught me, told me about the magical world and what would one day be possible. He pulled me through those last years there and even made it bearable. But why? It was never in his nature to be so helpful. No, it wasn't, and he told me that himself, Harry explained. He saw a lot of himself in me, both orphans, raised by people who despised us and both clueless about what we were. It wasn't until the end of my 2nd year that I realized who he was. Honestly, it wasn't something that I had paid much attention to. He had been my hero, the one that had been there for me and the one that I could always rely on. I do not understand, Dumbledore sighed. Neither do I, Professor, Harry concurred. Tom believed that being away from such a fractured soul and paired with a whole one had an effect on him. It gave him the ability to think clearly without the stain of all the things he had done to himself. He wasn't perfect. He still had the same ambition and ruthlessness, but he was not marred by the tarnished soul. I don't suppose it is something any of us can understand. Dumbledore was silent for a moment, as he took in the words that Harry had evidently carved himself. And he is no longer with you. Harry shook his head. When I was hit with the killing curse for the 2nd time, we were taken to a place, a sort of crossover between this life and the next. I know it is hard to believe, but we were there, and we spoke. If he chose to, he could have sent me on my way, but he didn't and refused when I suggested he should be the one that came back. There was good in him, Professor. He was spoiled by a miserable upbringing and his own actions. Something I fear I had a hand in. Harry nodded. I won't absolve you of the guilt for your part in how both our lives were, but the blame lies with him, and now it is up to me to put an end to Voldemort. Perhaps then Tom will get that peace, he finished, nodding towards the words he had fashioned. You have quite the task ahead of you, my boy. If there are truly 7 of them out there, it will not be easy. Harry chuckled. I haven't been idle, Professor. There are only 2 remaining, the one inside him and the one in his snake. Dumbledore turned sharply towards him, though his own eyes remained on Tom's memorial. Are you certain of this? I am. The diary in the chamber was one, there was another in the school, a diadem that belonged to Ravenclaw. Regulus Black discovered his secret and managed to get one, though it cost him his life. Creature gave that to me, a locket that was once Slytherin's that his mother had sold when she was pregnant, and the Gaunt family ring. Dumbledore was flabbergasted, his head shaking as he stared at him in awe. That is only 4, Harry, he pointed out. The last was the most difficult to get, he sighed. It was within the Lestrange vault at Gringotts. And how did you get that? Surely the goblins would have noticed a break-in. That's why I broke Bellatrix out of prison and had her get it for me, he revealed. Tom had taught me all I needed to know to get her to cooperate, and she did. When she was done, Bill Weasley tried to intercept her, and I had to ensure that he could not reveal what he had seen. But he is alive. Yes, I wouldn't have killed him unless necessary. He won't remember the event, and neither will Bellatrix. It took a lot of work, but both will remain ignorant of what happened. That was a very risky and dangerous move, Harry, Dumbledore chided. So many things could have gone wrong. It's not like I had much of a choice, Harry defended. I thought about it and realized it was easier to get to Bellatrix than it would be to get in the vault myself. What would you have done? Dumbledore frowned thoughtfully. I do not know. It is not a position I would envy. I did what I had to. Indeed, and I am relieved that you were successful, and even more so that I was incorrect. You have my deepest apologies, Harry. All the evidence I had pointed towards you being him. Harry shrugged in response. In many ways, I am, he declared. He raised me and taught me. Don't make the mistake in thinking I am something I'm not. I am not like you and never will be. You will always disagree with my methods, and I will always look at you for your own failings. I will always be much more like him than you will like, but I will not become what he did. No, you will not, Dumbledore agreed. With what you have already done, I can see that. Harry released a deep breath. Were he not forced to, he would not have shared what he had with the headmaster. We are alike, me and Tom. I grew to love and respect him for what he did for me, and that won't ever change. It is for him and for myself that I will kill Voldemort, but I will do so on my own terms. It is the differences that sets us apart, and it will be because of them that I will win. I know him, Professor, better than anyone else, and I will not be defeated by him. I do not doubt you, Harry, Dumbledore offered sincerely. Might I ask, what differences are you referring to? A ghost of a smile tugged at his lips as his mind wandered back to what he had seen in the mirror. Voldemort wishes to avoid death, merely to survive. I want to live, Professor. I want a life without him where I can find some happiness. Dumbledore's breath hitched in his chest. You know of it. When did you become aware? Aware of what? The prophecy, Harry. Harry frowned and he snorted. Tom told me about it, but said he didn't know it all. And you have not heard it. Harry shook his head. I know that it is in the Department of Mysteries, but I haven't been yet. Dumbledore chuckled in mirth, his eyes twinkling merrily as he stared at the teen before him. You continue to astound me, Harry, he offered warmly. The prophecy speaks of just what you have. Neither can live while the other survives. That is the final line of it. Prophecy or not, it is the truth. I have something to fight for, and he does not. And I will give you any support you need, Harry. I give you my word, but perhaps a little more openness is required between us. We share a common enemy, after all, he suggested. Harry nodded his agreement. It can only benefit us both, but you have to be as open as I have been, Professor. I will not be left in the dark when you have information that could be useful. Of course, the older man complied, offering his hand. Harry took the proffered limb and shook it. "Oh, here," he said, retrieving the man's wand and holding it out to him. Dumbledore took it and released a labored sigh. "I fear that it is no longer my wand, Harry. You defeated me and have won its allegiance." Harry shook his head. "No, it is your wand, Professor." "No, it is not," the headmaster denied. "It is a rather special wand, and carrying it comes with quite the responsibility. Tell me, have you heard the tale of the three brothers?" "It doesn't sound familiar." "Then I will tell you, and will one day be able to rest easy knowing that it is in your most capable hands." Harry groaned as the man grinned at him, and he expected that he would not like where this conversation was going. "E did what?" Fleur whispered furiously. "I'm fine," Harry assured her. "We both are, but it was close. Thankfully, I managed to disarm him before any permanent damage was done." "You defeated I am." Harry nodded as he released a deep breath and took a seat on a rock by the lake. "He is old, Fleur. I bettered him only because I was faster and could outlast him, nothing more. I told him about Tom, and we have come to an agreement of sorts." Her eyes widened in surprise. That was not a development she had expected. "So, he will help you." "He always wanted to. He just didn't know all the facts. It can only make things easier if we coexist." She nodded her agreement, though she was unhappy with how the headmaster had acted. "Do you trust I am, or Rai?" He shook his head. "I trust that he wants to put an end to Voldemort, but no, I will never trust him. He placed me in danger when I was a boy, and I cannot forget that." "Non, you cannot," she agreed. "What will you do now?" "I will continue as I have been, hopefully, with help when it is needed." He clenched his fist, feeling the second holster he wore press against his wrist. A burden he had not asked for, and one he was not sure he welcomed. He had heard the story from Dumbledore, learned the history of the wand that had come into his possession. Though he was not convinced by the tale of the three brothers, he could not deny that there was something spectacular about this wand. Whether it came from Death himself or not, it was an incredibly powerful artifact, even if it was not as infallible as the story told. It was not unbeatable, the two wizards that wielded it before him attesting to that very notion, but it was exceptional and could perhaps be quite the boon to his own efforts. He had experimented with it briefly this morning, and it had seemingly accepted him as its new master. The results of his work had been more than he had expected. Without it, Voldemort would be more powerful than him, but with it, that gap would close considerably. He had not mentioned it to Fleur. Not that he believed that she would be unable to keep its existence to herself. It merely felt wrong betraying Dumbledore's trust so soon after it had been given. Were any to hear that it was in his possession, he would become a target of more than just the Dark Lord that already wished the death of him. For now, he would keep it to himself and reveal it to her when the time was right. When that would be, he knew not, but it was not a pressing issue, just something else he needed to come to terms with. Fleur nodded her agreement. "What are you teaching today?" "Nothing, apparently," Harry replied with a frown. "McGonagall sent me a note this morning saying that I should meet her in the Great Hall during breakfast." "Then we should be going, Non. Breakfast will be over soon." Harry stood and took her hand before leading them towards the castle. "Someone will see," Fleur pointed out. Harry shrugged. "It won't be long before they figure it out anyway," he responded with a shrug. "I meet you every morning at the gate and take you home. Even Crabbe and Goyle couldn't miss it." She giggled as she walked happily beside him. "And what will they all think of the mean and lonely Uri Potter who is not as cold as they think?" A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. "I don't care." Break. She had not been surprised by the letter she had received, not truly. The minister was continuing to demonstrate just how much of a buffoon he was, and his underling's placement at the school would only antagonize the relationship between the Potter boy and the ministry further. She remembered Dolar's umbrage, and not fondly. Even as a teenager, she had been rather unpleasant and desired more than she was capable of. Griselda Marchbanks could not help but think the woman had certainly bitten off more than she could handle, in more ways than one. She was not of the caliber to be a professor, as shown by the ridiculous curriculum she had introduced to the students, despite her own attempts to prevent such mediocrity. Her protests had been ignored, and though it should be her that gave the final approval of these changes, she had been ignored. This, however, appeared to be the least of Umbridge's problems. Her own stupidity and sense of self-brilliance had urged her to make an enemy of a wizard who was both cleverer and stronger than she could hope to ever be. It would end badly for the woman, of that, Griselda was certain. However, she was of the mind of Minerva. It would be a shame for the boy to jeopardize his own education for such an insufferable and worthless fool. Which was why she found herself approaching the castle today instead of in only a couple of months' time. Minerva felt that the situation was deteriorating rapidly, and that Potter would soon reach the end of his tether where Umbridge was concerned. She would have no sympathy for the ghastly woman, but it would reflect badly on the boy, were he to take it upon himself to act as he saw fit and give the minister grounds to escalate whatever it was he was already doing. Griselda did not understand the man at all and would not pretend to. In short, he was a coward, too fearful to take seriously the claims that now many were making. She shook her head as she entered the castle, and then the great hall, wave after wave of memories coming to the forefront of her mind. She loved the school, loved her job, and took it as a privilege to be the one that was able to come in and assess the students. Over the decades, she had seen the best wizarding Britain had to offer, watched as these students grew from children into some of the most influential people in government. She had seen potential rise into excellence and even fall in some cases. Coupled with that, she had seen the less savory, had seen those she had assessed do horrific things, again those with much potential to be great become so, but not in the way she would have liked. Many had perished, others had been imprisoned, and some had vanished without a trace, as was the way of the wizarding world. For every student that would one day become exceptional, there was another that would become the equal opposite. She shook her head of those thoughts. It was not time to dwell on those that had come and gone. As always, there were others that needed her appraisal, and she found herself excited by the prospect of this boy. She had high expectations of Potter and hoped that he would not fall into the latter group of witches and wizards that she had been pondering. Griselda! Minerva greeted her warmly as she approached the head table where the staff were seated. She offered her friend a smile, her eyes trailing along to where Umbridge had her eyes narrowed in her direction, suspicious of her presence. "Is the boy ready?" she asked. "He is," Minerva confirmed. "I imagine he will continue to dazzle you with his work." Hem. Griselda tensed at the intrusion, the noise both rude and irksome. "What boy would you be referring to?" Umbridge asked. "Mr. Potter will be completing the remainder of his newts this week," Minerva answered. Umbridge's nostrils flared in irritation. "And has Cornelius approved this?" "The minister has no say on matters of education," Griselda answered. "I am the head of department." "You are answerable to the minister." Griselda turned her attention to the purpling, squat woman. "I will not be spoken to like that by an insipid little wretch who has no business being here in the first place," she declared bluntly. "Merlin knows how you found yourself here with your own performance in your exams, dolers. Now do shut up, you are beginning to annoy me." "How dare you?" Umbridge seethed as she stood. Griselda merely raised an eyebrow in her direction. "I will tell you the same as I did Fudge when he attempted to stick his nose in where it is neither wanted nor needed. Until I am removed from office, I will make the decisions where education is concerned. If you wish to, go and take it up with him, if he is not too busy hiding under his desk. Either way, get out of my sight, dolers. You are testing my patience, and I have more important matters to attend to." Umbridge was taken aback by how the woman spoke to her. None dared to, well, one did, but his time would come. "Cornelius will be hearing of this," she promised as she took her leave, stomping from the hall as the students watched, whispering to one another. Griselda's attention was brought back to the members of staff, as Dumbledore released a deep sigh. "Was it necessary to antagonize her?" he asked. She raised an eyebrow at him. "Do be quiet, Albus. You may be willing to feign politeness to her, but I will not put aside my laurels for the despicable woman. She can tell Fudge whatever she likes. It will make no difference. He cannot fire me, not without a hell of a stink being kicked up. Now, where is Potter? Dumbledore chuckled and shook his head, before pointing to the Ravenclaw table, where a very amused Harry was seated. Well, come along, Potter. Wipe that stupid grin off your face and help me. This bag is quite heavy. He stood and relieved her of the burden with both Minerva and Phileas following suit, the former gesturing for her to follow. Can I just say that you are my new hero? Potter muttered as they began to ascend the staircase to the first floor. She grinned unwittingly before shaking her head. Flattery will get you nowhere with me, Potter, she returned evenly, the grin remaining firmly in place. Break. We cannot continue to ignore this, Cornelius, Amelia despaired, frantically waving the piece of parchment she held in front of him. Werewolf attacks have increased by 400% compared to last year. Violent crime by 600 and crimes against muggles by tenfold. It is only getting worse since the Azkaban breakout. That was a sore point for the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Many good colleagues of hers had either been killed or seriously injured apprehending them the first time around. It now felt as though it had been for nothing. They now walked free, carrying on with the deeds they had been imprisoned for. What would you have me do, Amelia? Fudge bit back irritably. I need more Aurors on the streets. I need them better trained, and I need to be able to investigate why this is happening. Cornelius huffed. It is just a blip, Amelia. It will settle down soon enough as soon as Potter and Dumbledore stop prodding the embers of a fire that burned out a long time ago. Had they not begun with this ridiculousness, none of this would be happening. You blame Potter and Dumbledore for this, Amelia questioned in disbelief. Of course, it is their fault, Fudge grumbled. I know there are those in our society that have no love for muggles and half-bloods. Potter and Dumbledore have spurred them to act on their tendencies by whispering about the Dark Lord. It will die down. I admit, the escape has not helped matters, but I have faith that you will recapture them and much of this problem will be dealt with. Amelia could only shake her head. Before she could refute the man, the fireplace behind him roared into life, the emerald flames sending a burst of heat throughout the room. Cornelius, the shrill voice of his former undersecretary, only adding to the woman's woes of the day. What is it, Dolors? Fudge sighed. Did you know that Marchbanks is here? She is administering Potter's final newt exams as we speak. Cornelius released a deep breath. He had a suspicion that the woman would not listen to him, but to defy him so openly was not something he had expected. Dolors, as you can see, I am very busy. I have more important things occupying my mind than Potter's bloody newts. But Minister. But nothing, Dolors. So the boy gets his newts, what difference will that make? He is still just a boy. But he will be able to leave the school. I will be unable to keep an eye on him. And a lot of good that has done so far, Fudge muttered. He does not live here, and as far as I'm concerned, the sooner he leaves Britain, the better. His influence will fade. No, Minister, it will not, Umbridge denied. I have it on very good authority that he is to inherit the Black Lordship. He will be the head of 2 important families. Who told you this? Fudge asked, a deep frown marring his features. As far as he knew, Draco would be the next Lord Black when he came of age. Lucius had assured him of that. Lucius's boy told me. He is certain that it is true. His godfather is a Black, Dolors pointed out. Bloody hell, Fudge grumbled. It is the kind of thing Sirius Black would do. Why were we not aware of this? Because the ministry cannot interfere in the lines of inheritance, Amelia broke in, amused at the thought of the Potter boy on the Wisengamot. He would prove to be entertaining if nothing else. Damn, Cornelius growled, pounding his fist on his desk. He took a few calming breaths and shook his head. That will not be for some time, and he may well appoint a proxy if he does not wish to be here. For now, there is nothing we can do. If I were to act against Griselda, the Wisengamot would be most displeased, he finished, shooting a questioning look towards Amelia. They would, she confirmed. She is perhaps the most respected member of the ministry. Those on both sides of the room would tear you to shreds if you attempted anything. Then perhaps this is a good thing, he decided thoughtfully. Potter can get his education and we can have him removed from the castle. If he has a home abroad, that will be the only place he can go. He will be out of our hair. I don't like it, Minister, Umbridge denied. Merlin knows what the boy will get up to. So long as it isn't here, it is not my problem. Good riddance to him, I say. But he will not be gone. He will still be studying under McGonagall and the half-goblin, Umbridge reminded him. But he will have no other reason to be here other than that. Given the circumstances, it is the best we can hope for. Dolores huffed disappointedly, but nodded her understanding. She would get no help from the minister. Very well, I shall proceed as I have been. Her head vanished from within the flames, and Cornelius lost himself in his thoughts for several moments. Amelia did not know what he was thinking, but it was unlikely to be anything good. Minister, she questioned, pulling him from his thoughts. Oh, Bones, well, as you can see, much of the problem will handle itself. No, Cornelius, it will not, she countered. Potter is not the problem here, and you know it. Something is going on out there, and it is becoming dangerous for us all. Fudge narrowed his eyes at her. You overstep, Madame Bones, he seethed. I will not tell you again, there is nothing I can do to help you. We do not have the available funding to give you what you are asking for. I can assure you, it will blow over soon enough, and that is my final word on the matter. Do not bring it up with me again, or I will look to appoint a new head of department that doesn't bother me with problems that are theirs. Amelia stiffened, her jaw clenching under the effort to hold her tongue. Fine, she replied. We will make do as we always have, but mark my words, Minister, something is happening. My Aurors see it and I see it. It is not something we can hide from. Before he could offer a rebuttal, she left the room, slamming the door behind her. Taking a few calming breaths, she headed back towards her own office, the minister as usual having proven to be as useful as a chocolate wand in a duel. If Cornelius would not help, she would. Something had to be done, and at the very least, she needed knowledge. She needed to know exactly what was happening out there, and there was one person who seemed to be at the center of it all. Send for Auror Tonks, she instructed her secretary as she exited the elevator. I have a task for her. The woman rushed off to carry out her orders, and Amelia entered her office. She removed a fresh piece of parchment and dipped her quill in the ink. She did not understand the situation within the castle and did not trust Dolores to not read any incoming mail. It was the kind of thing she would do if she could get away with it, and she seemed to be getting away with much recently. Just as she finished scratching out the missive, a loud knock sounded at her door. Come in, Tonks, she instructed. The pink-haired woman entered, perhaps the most promising Auror she had seen in many years, though she wished she was not so exuberant. She was young and would mature with age, however, and her talent could not be denied nor her usefulness, particularly with things like this. Watcher Bones, what can I do for you? Amelia fought the urge to sigh at the informality as she sealed the letter and handed it to the Auror. I need you to get this to Harry Potter, and I need it done with no one else becoming aware of it. Tonks frowned, but nodded her understanding. He will have it by the end of the day. Good, that will be all, Auror Tonks, Amelia said dismissively. With a clumsy bow, the woman took her leave, and Amelia leaned back in her chair. Potter's relationship with the ministry was not a positive one, but she had helped him with his godfather and hoped he would have the decency to return the favor in her hour of need. It was not as though she was asking much of him, just a little time and knowledge, though she doubted she would like what he had to say. He had not struck her as one who would lie, and could not fathom why he would about something so important. She would have the truth of the matter soon enough, if he was determined to see the end of the allegedly returned Dark Lord. She was the one who would be able to help him the most, after all. Break. Excellent work, Mr. Potter, Madame Marchbanks praised. Finally, I would like you to identify and counter the curse that has been placed on this. She removed a bracelet from within the bag and placed it on the table between them. It gave him a sense of uneasiness as he scrutinized it, the magic he could feel foreboding. Nonetheless, he held his hand around an inch above it and nodded. It is a nightmare-inducing curse that can be keyed to a specific person if you have some of their hair, blood, or other bodily fluids, he explained with a frown. This one is keyed to yourself using one of your hairs. I will need another one to counter it. Marchbanks nodded approvingly and pulled one of her gray hairs from her head before handing it to the boy. Carefully, Harry cast the counter, his success indicated by the hair glowing with a golden hue. He then used his wand to wrap it around the bracelet and continued with his work, his efforts eliciting a questioning look from the examiner. When he had finished, he gestured for her to pick it up. "What did you do to it?" she asked. "I countered it and made it so you are immune to the curse, as long as you keep this in your possession," he explained. She picked up the bracelet, her eyes widening as a smile tugged at her lips. "That is some very advanced magic," she acknowledged. "That will be all for this evening, Mr. Potter. I will return tomorrow, and you can complete your work in potions and ancient runes." He accepted the dismissal with a slight bow, pleased that his efforts for the day had come to an end. It had been a trying one, full of completing exam papers, a demonstration in arithmancy, and his defense against the dark arts practical. He was drained mentally, but still had his own work to complete. Much to his relief, tomorrow would be the final day of his testing, should he be successful in passing them all. He hadn't expected to be doing so until February, but he was not averse to them having been brought forward. He had been preparing for weeks already, and it was not like he would be any more ready than he was. He had simply been waiting for the day to arrive. Still, he was pleased that the day had come to an end and was keen to return to his room. Before doing so, however, he would need to escort Fleur home as had become the arrangement. It was when he rounded the corner on the second floor that a young Hufflepuff girl he did not recognize bumped into him. He frowned at her, knowing she should be familiar as he had taught all the younger years within the school. "What's your name?" he asked. "It doesn't matter," the girl replied, her voice not matching her appearance. "I've been asked to deliver this to you," she explained as she handed him an envelope. He immediately recognized the ministry seal, and everything clicked into place. "Tonks?" he questioned. The girl offered no reply as she vanished as quickly as she appeared around the corner and out of sight. With her disappearance, he turned his attention to the missive and frowned as he tore it open. "Dear Mr. Potter, I would be much obliged if you could join me for a chat this evening in the Three Broomsticks at 11 p.m. I believe there is much to be discussed. I would appreciate your discretion in this delicate matter and hope that you will remember that I have assisted you in the past with a problem of your own. You will be able to identify me by the Hufflepuff scarf I will be wearing. I would recommend you also disguise yourself suitably, as it would do neither of us good if we were to be seen together. I thank you in advance for your time. A.B." It took little effort on his part to deduce who the letter was from, and as Bones had pointed out, she had helped him when he had been in need. Although he was not on the best of terms with the ministry, the woman had always been fair with him, and he would treat her with equal respect. Perhaps there was something to be had from this meeting. He doubted it would change much where Fudge was concerned, but it certainly would not hurt to have an ally in someone as valuable as Amelia Bones. One never knew when such a connection could become useful. He nodded as he pocketed the letter and continued on his way towards the entrance hall. It was quite the unexpected development, but one that could prove to be fruitful if she was open to accepting the truth. If she proved not to be, he would be no worse off after all. Break. The hamlet they arrived in was peaceful, quiet, two things that would be intruded upon momentarily. This was her first excursion since she had been liberated from the hell that was Azkaban, and though she did not feel ready, her master had insisted she led on this one. The others had been active again for some days, and he felt that doing so could only benefit her, shift her from her current disposition. It felt wrong being here. She despised the Muggles, loathed them merely for their existence. There was no place for them in this world. They were an unnecessary parasite, one that plagued the world with their inferiority. She was a witch, and there were many like her who stood above each and every one of them. "Well, are we going to attack?" Greyback growled. Her nose wrinkled at the stench of blood that seemed to continuously waft from the man. Such was his appetite for flesh. He was a disgusting beast, one that had developed a taste that went beyond the necessity of feasting only when he transformed. He had turned feral, more wolf than man as the years had passed by. "When I give the command," she replied coldly. He bared his yellowed teeth at her but said nothing further. He knew not to cross her. A wolf he may be, but to her, he was nothing more than an insect that would be crushed beneath her heel if she so chose. He knew it also, as to why he remained silent as she glared at him. After a moment, her gaze shifted across the rest of those that had accompanied her, all of them werewolves. It may not be a full moon, but they were still dangerous, the years under the leadership of the bloodthirsty alpha having instilled a hatred of those not their own kind. They stood fidgeting, their clawed hands wrapped around their wands, though they would likely get little use. They were savages at best, and would act as such, none maintaining any semblance of composure. No, they would revert to their beastly nature and tear flesh from bone, with their filthy hands and teeth. They sickened her, just as much as the muggles did. Finding no reason to delay the inevitable any longer, she took a deep breath and drew her own wand. "Go." With an array of baying howls, the werewolves descended onto the streets below in an untidy charge, the nature of the attack in tandem with how they lived, poorly organized and with little thought. She watched the carnage unfold before her as she followed them at a leisurely pace, seeing no reason to rush into the fray. She reached the dwellings in only a few minutes, the roads awash with fleeing and panicking muggles who were being picked off by the pack. Agonized screams pierced the air, drowning out the growling and snarling of her master's pets. It excited her. The screams of those beneath her elicited a euphoria within that she had not felt in many years. It made her skin tingle and her head swim with memories of other times she had found herself in these situations. She thrived on it, the screaming, the chaos, and the stench of fear that could not be missed. She too became fidgety, her body twitching in anticipation, and she found herself almost pleading for someone to cross her path. She cared not if it was one of the muggles or those that had joined her. She needed to hurt someone, have them submit to her before she snuffed out whatever life remained when she was finished with them. A loud bang in the distance sobered her from her intoxication, and her stomach churned at the smell of feces permeating from a lifeless body only a short distance away. "What was that?" she murmured, a frown forming as she pressed on. An agonized roar sounded, and she could see spell fire reflecting off the buildings a few streets over. She rounded the corner to investigate, only to be hindered by an enormous muggle man holding a long metal thing with a wooden handle. She watched as he took aim at one of her comrades, removing half of his head with a projectile that was fired from the end, another bang like the one heard earlier echoing around them. "Come on then, you bastards," he challenged as he opened up whatever it was he was holding and inserted two red, cylindrical implements before snapping his weapon shut. Her eyes widened, and she leveled her wand at him. "Crucio," she hissed. The spell did not leave her wand. Instead, she collapsed to the ground with a pained gasp, her hands clutching her midriff as wave after wave of agony coursed through her body. Her head began to spin, and she vomited. Through the haze of sickness and pain, she was confused. What was happening to her? She had never experienced anything like it. After what felt an eternity, the pain began to subside, though the nausea remained as strong as it had been. She took several breaths and rested her forehead against the cold pavement to alleviate the spinning, her breathing quickening as a fresh wave of panic settled over her. "Aurores," a muffled shout sounded. It was all she could do to crawl away towards a nearby house where the door had been smashed off the hinges. Much to her relief, she made it inside and found it to be empty, the occupants likely among the dead that littered the streets. She turned sharply as a shadowy figure appeared in the doorway. Instinctively, she aimed her wand, another scream escaping her lips as her curse failed. and she was racked with the sheer agony once more. She could do nothing as the man approached, his features distorted by her blurred vision. He was a wizard, the silhouette of the wand he clutched still easy to make out. "No," she groaned as he drew closer, his wand now pointed at her. "Break." It was not often he came here, the liveliness of the establishment not appealing to him, and tonight was no different. Each table was filled with patrons, drinking and eating their fill on a Monday evening, indulging in the merriment. Harry would always prefer the hag. It was unsanitary and the clientele less than savory, but it featured entertainment of the very best quality. He could not imagine any of those here enjoying such a place, but it would always hold fond memories for him. It had been the first place he had witnessed dueling, where he had found a love of the art and had spent countless hours enthralled by the spectacles on display. Tonight, however, he had to endure the rabble of the three broomsticks, something he vowed would not become a regular occurrence. His gaze swept across the room, seeking out the yellow and black striped scarf he had been instructed to look for. He spotted it, the woman adorning the garment seated at a small table in the corner. Were it not for the length of wool, he would not have recognized her. In lieu of her trademark red locks, she had colored them blonde, and her features had been softened considerably. No longer did she appear to be the stern head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, but a patron that had stopped in for a drink on her way home from work. "That is quite the disguise," he offered as he took a seat opposite her. "As is yours," she replied, her eyes trailing over him, seemingly looking for something familiar. "I heard you were gifted in transfiguration. I see the rumors are not unfounded." He acknowledged the praise with a nod as he discreetly removed his wand and cast a series of privacy wards around them. The woman stiffened as the magic washed over them, and she offered another respectful nod. "It is clear to see why you are already being assessed for your newts. I would like to know, however, where you learnt the last charm you cast. It is supposed to be only taught to aurors." He grinned in response. "That one I found in an auror manual I purchased in Nocturne Alley," he answered honestly. "I imagine it was misplaced, sold, or stolen." Bones shook her head irritably. "It happens occasionally," she sighed. "They fetch quite a hefty sum." "They cost it too," he snorted. "Putting aside that you are illegally in possession of ministry property, I asked you here this evening because I have need of knowledge that you are rumored to have." "Rumored?" "You are at the very center of what is going out there. Ever since you declared the Dark Lord has returned, things have started happening, and I would have the truth of it. So, Potter, what is it you know?" "About what is happening out there, very little. As I explained during that farce of a trial, I do not live here anymore and have no plan to return, but," he added, seeing her irritation increasing, "I will tell you that he is back. I fought him the night he returned." "And you survived?" she asked disbelievingly. "I did, but not unscathed. It was close, but we got away." "You and the French champion." Harry nodded, pushing aside the thought of how close he had come to being killed or losing Fleur during the fight. "I can give you a list of some of the Death Eaters that were there if you like, and can even provide the memory of what happened. Mind, Fudge will not believe it. He has proven to be nothing but a fucking clown." "No, he will not," Amelia concurred. "He is quite steadfast with his ignorance, and people are dying because of it. In the past month, attacks are becoming almost daily, and he will not see reason. I fear that if something is not done, we will lose before the war even begins." "You will," Harry replied with a shrug. "Voldemort is as dangerous as he ever has been, as cunning and ruthless. Having Fudge in charge will see the country fall. That is why I asked you here. I will take the list and the memory you have offered and hope that I can work around Cornelius to prevent some of what is happening." The usually unshakable woman was truly concerned, and it did not fill the teen with confidence. "How bad is it?" "It is getting to be as bad as the first was. We are dealing with werewolf and giant attacks. By the time we arrive, they have fled. I do not have the numbers to patrol effectively, and those I have are poorly trained for the most part. If an all-out war breaks out, we will be unable to protect the public for long." Then the people need to be aware of it, Harry mused aloud. If you can get me some reliable statistics and a list of places the attacks have happened, I can ensure they will know. Amelia shook her head. It will not work. It will if the news is given by the Daily Prophet. Amelia snorted. They will not print it. Cornelius will come down on them so hard and fast that they will likely never print another thing. Harry smirked. I can assure you, Madame Bones, they will print it if given the right incentive. Bones looked at him questioningly. Can you really make it happen? He nodded thoughtfully. I don't see why not. It will need to be spun in a way that focuses the attention on the negligence of the Auror force by the Fudge's establishment. Don't worry, I will ensure he knows that it is me that it has come from. He will be too blinded by his hatred towards me to even think where the information came from. Amelia huffed as she scrutinized him. He already despises you, Potter. I do not think it is wise to provoke him further. Ah, fuck Fudge, he said dismissively. The man is an idiot, and if he decides to come for me, then so be it. It will be him that is made to look even more of a fool, especially when he cannot refute the truth that will be printed. Amelia chuckled as she stared at the boy before her. He cared not for the delicacy of politics. It was quite refreshing. All right, Potter, I will give you what you want, but if this come back on me in any way, it will be me that comes for you, she warned. It will not, and then perhaps you will get the additional funding you need, not just for what is happening. Amelia released a deep breath. This is very risky. And there's little reward where there is no risk, Harry countered. That is very true, I suppose, but... She stiffened briefly before withdrawing a leather case from her pocket and opening it. Bloody hell, another one, she grumbled. Another attack. She nodded as she stood. Werewolves, it's been reported by a wizard that lives there. They will be gone by the time we assemble and arrive. They always are. Where is it? He asked as he stood. She eyed him warily. I cannot tell you that, Potter. Then more people will die. She swallowed deeply, torn between doing what was right and following the guidelines that had been instilled within her. It is a village on the south side of the Mersey River about 4 miles east of Runcorn. If you are caught, I will not bail you out. Harry nodded, but his wrist was gripped as he turned to leave. Here, this will get you there quicker, Bones offered as she hurriedly turned her glass into a portkey. You will have about 5 minutes before the Aurors arrive. He took the glass and felt the familiar hooking sensation in his navel as he vanished from the pub. Amelia could only stare at the spot he had just occupied, cursing herself for giving in to the boy. She had no doubt he could handle himself, but she had made a hasty decision, one she hoped she would not regret. Break. The screams filled his ears as he landed in a back garden, followed by frantic footsteps, as people ran in all directions to escape the attackers, not wanting to waste a precious moment. He flicked the elder wand into his hand, the coldness of the magic washing over him as he kicked a gate open that led him into an alleyway. I've GOT1, a male voice declared gleefully. Only a dozen feet away, Harry saw a young woman beneath a large, unkempt man, his grizzled features illuminated by a lamppost above. With a wave of his wand, the metal creaked as it bent, seizing the attacker around the neck before returning to its original position. The man wheezed as he dangled helplessly, his hands clawing desperately at the metal that was choking him. Harry ignored him. He would be dead in a moment or so. He approached the trembling figure on the ground and pulled her to her feet. If you want to live, get out of here quickly, he urged. She did not respond, her eyes bulging from fear, and he shook her. Did you hear me? Run. His raised voice snapped her out of her stupor, and she nodded before sprinting away. To where? He did not know, but anywhere was better than here. With the woman going, he sprinted to the end of the alley and onto what appeared to be the main road that passed through the village. In the short time the werewolves had been here, they had caused considerable devastation. From where he stood, he could see several bodies, unmoving, having been left where they had been ravaged. Houses had been unceremoniously broken into, and those that lived here were sprinting around aimlessly, running from a threat they did not understand. With a snarl, a puncturing curse left his wand and felled another pursuer, the wound in his neck bleeding profusely as he grabbed it, attempting to stem the flow of blood that spurted between his fingers. A loud bang sounding from a short distance away caught his attention, and he wondered if the Aurors had arrived already. If so, they were close, but not close enough to make difference here. Several of the shabby, robed figures were still running freely, unconcerned about anything other than carrying out their perverse tendencies. He proceeded along the main road, his pace quickening as he drew closer to where a large gathering of people was being herded and blocked in by a group of what he counted to be 7 attackers. Thinking quickly, he transfigured a broken picket fence nearby into a collection of sharpened projectiles and banished them towards the robed men and women. 4 of them fell victim to his onslaught, wailing as the spears pierced their bodies in various places. "Wizard!" one of the others shouted, and the remaining 3 charged towards him. Even in their natural form, the werewolves were impossibly fast, but they had made a severe error of judgment in their euphoria of the hunt. They barely made it 10 feet before Harry fired a wall of purple fire at them, a spell that Tom had taught him. It consumed them, and as the flames cleared, all that remained was 3 burnt and smoking husks that had only a few seconds prior been reckless creatures intent on causing harm. They would harm no one else. "You bastard." Harry turned to see perhaps the largest man other than Hagrid he had ever seen barreling towards him, bare-chested, covered in blood, and with a wand in hand. His eyes were amber, and though it was not a full moon, his appearance was wolfish and not one he would ever forget. A severing curse was sent his way, and he batted it aside, the power behind the spell more than he was expecting. As such, he adjusted his stance, bidding his time for the right moment to strike. This was not a run-of-the-mill werewolf. He was a strong wizard and one he would need to be cautious of. Another 2 curses careened towards him but were easily avoided, and he silently urged the man to proceed closer, baiting him with a couple of bludgeoning curses of his own that the man blocked with a shield, his progress unhindered by the attack. "I'll rip your fucking guts out," the behemoth snarled as he came within striking range, and Harry unleashed another onslaught. An array of colors illuminated the streets, and the man bellowed as a searing curse scorched the front of his body, leaving him horribly burnt. The bellow was not one of pain, however, but one of fury as he charged, aiming a swipe at the teen's head with his gnarled claws. Harry avoided the blow and struck out with a flame whip, the magic crackling as it lashed across the werewolf's back, eliciting a hiss of pain. "You're good, boy, but not good enough," he jeered, running a finger along the fresh wound before wiping his own blood across his tongue. "It will take more than that to beat me." His own wand snapped upwards, and Harry felt his shield waver under the force of the blasting curse, though it held firm. "Impossible," the werewolf declared. "Not so much," Harry returned as he fired off a blasting curse of his own. The shield of the werewolf did not withstand, and he was sent several feet away across the gravel, a look of surprise marring his features. Before he could right himself, he was swept up by a sudden gust of wind and lifted into the air. As quickly as it came, it vanished and he plummeted to the ground, several of his bones breaking on impact. It mattered not, he could be healed from that quickly, but he soon came to realize that broken bones were the least of his problems. A flash of light in his periphery was the only warning he received before a fresh wave of agony lanced through him, his mouth opening in a silent scream. He coughed as he came to his senses once more, his body twitching involuntarily from the lighting that had passed through him. He tasted blood in his mouth, and he turned to face the unfamiliar foe. "Who are you, boy?" "I am your end," was the callous answer he received as another curse was fired at him. Harry watched as the man's chest split down the middle and opened like a set of crude doors, revealing his rhythmically beating heart. His breathing became rapid as Harry conjured a long, ornate spear, the tip made of silver. Without hesitation, He drove the spear into the cavity and left it and the man behind as he experienced his final death throes, a death that was well-deserved as far as he was concerned. He rushed off once more to where he could hear another flurry of activity a street or so over, and another bang, the same as he had heard earlier, sounded. He frowned as he sprinted once more, rounding the corner as a startled voice announced the arrival of the Aurors. Those that remained of the attackers panicked and began fleeing, and Harry readied himself to do the same, pausing when a familiar presence alerted him. He turned towards where it was coming from, his own magic responding to it in a way he had not experienced before. Cautiously, he approached the house that had been intruded upon and saw a sight he had not been expecting. Huddled in the corner of the living room was Bellatrix, her eyes glassy as she clutched at her stomach. He watched her for a moment before approaching, shaking his head as she attempted to curse him, only to cry out as his own work on her came to fruition. "No," she pleaded as he approached. "SHH," he soothed as he crouched next to her. "Do you have a portkey?" She nodded weakly as she reached around her neck, her eyes searching his own for any sign of recognition. "I know you," she whispered. "No, you don't," he countered as he reached into her robes and pulled out the pendant that was concealed within. He placed it in her hand and gave her a nod of encouragement. She hesitated for a few seconds, staring at him questioningly before she activated it and vanished, just in time for him to do the same. The evening had not gone as planned, but he felt a sense of accomplishment for helping the Muggles here. If Fudge was not willing to acknowledge what was happening, attacks like this would continue. He would not allow that. He could not be everywhere at once, but if the opportunity arose, he would do as he had tonight, if only to ensure Voldemort had less followers when the time came for their inevitable confrontation. "Break. What do we have, Dawlish?" Amelia barked as she arrived on the scene. Dawlish pulled himself away from the Muggles he had been speaking to and approached, his head shaking. "A mess," he sighed. "We have 15 dead Muggles and 11 werewolves. These two," he continued as they began walking the length of the street, "were shot by a Muggle with a gun." Amelia grimaced at the mess the firearm had left behind. "And the others?" "The chap over there is the wizard that reported it," he explained, indicating a man dressed in his pajamas talking to one of their colleagues. "He says that a wizard arrived out of nowhere and slaughtered them. He didn't get a good enough look to identify him, but he was adamant it was only one. He killed 9 of them." Dawlish nodded gravely. "It's not pretty either. Those lot over there were hit with some transfigured debris. We have 2 survivors from that group that will need treatment, but I think they will talk. They're bloody terrified by what they saw." "What of the rest?" Dawlish sighed. "Another was killed with a puncturing curse, already dead when we found him. There's another hanging from the lamppost over there," he continued, pointing to where the body dangled limply from the Muggle streetlight. "That's not all. You'll need to see it to believe, ma'am, but if we find this person, he is due the 20,000 galleon reward." Amelia frowned as Dawlish gestured for her to follow. He led her to where several Aurors were looking upon a final body. This was considerably more gruesome than the others. "Is that Greyback?" she whispered in disbelief. "It is," Dawlish confirmed. "The witnesses said a duel broke out between him and the mystery wizard. You can see the results for yourself." "Merlin," Amelia whispered. She doubted Potter even knew the favor he had done to the wizarding world by eliminating Fenrir Greyback. He had been wanted by many countries for decades, but had thus far eluded capture and left many dead in his wake. "I don't know whether to be fuming or bloody by the sod a pint," Dawlish mused aloud. "I mean, what do we do when we find him?" "We do nothing for now," Amelia decided. "Not until we know all the facts." Dawlish nodded his agreement. "Who the hell could have done this, Amelia?" "I have no idea, but whoever it was has done more to solve this problem in less than 10 minutes than we have in the past month. Fudge will not like it. And what will he have to complain about? He has ignored these werewolf attacks. It's not like he can do it now, not with this much evidence." Dawlish snorted. He will find an excuse. The Git is full of them. Amelia was under no illusions that he was wrong. She wasn't fond of Dawlish, but he was one of the best she had working below her and appreciated his dedication to the job. He, too, was frustrated with the current administration having experienced better ones in the past. He will, she agreed. For now, get this cleaned up and the obliviators here. The last thing these lot need to remember is anything that happened tonight. Of course, Dawlish complied. Would you like to interview the witnesses? When they are ready, have them put in the cells and let them sweat overnight. I will speak to them in the morning. Dawlish nodded and left to carry out his tasks. Amelia surveyed the damage around her. Had Potter not been here, it would have been much worse, and she would have once again found herself watching over her colleagues as they cleaned up what remained of victims of these attacks. She didn't know whether to be angry with the boy herself, or, as Dawlish had rightfully done, offer to buy him a drink. Either way, he had proven himself to be effective, and any reluctance she felt at having given him the portkey here had all but faded. Now, she was curious to see how he would comport himself when dealing with the media. She remembered vaguely the apology to him the prophet had printed the previous year, and if he had half as much success with them this time around, the entire country would soon know of the danger that was lurking in the shadows. She felt herself relax at the thought. If people could accept what was out there, half the battle she currently faced would be won. All that would be left was for the minister to get off his backside and do the same. Break. Move aside, Voldemort demanded as came into the entrance hall of Malfoy Manor, his peace having been disturbed by the raised voices. What has happened to Bella? He asked as he took note of her sprawled across the floor. My lord, she whispered as he knelt next to her. It's me, Bella, he answered, cupping the back of her head in his hand. She was in a bad way. Her eyes were glazed over and she winced in pain when she attempted to move. Stay still, he instructed. Where is the damned healer? I'm here, my lord, the man announced, taking a knee next to them. The Dark Lord watched as he began muttering under his breath, his wand waving in intricate patterns and a deep scowl of concentration marring his features. Well, the healer sighed and shook his head. There does not appear to be anything wrong with her, my lord, he answered. She has not been cursed, there is no foreign magic within her, and she has not been administered any potions. There has to be something, Voldemort growled. She has not been well since I retrieved her. You will find it and fix it, or your services will no longer be required. The man swallowed and nodded. Of Seacourse, my lord. He stuttered and levitated the woman before taking her through to where he carried out his work. What happened? Voldemort demanded. My lord, we were attacked, one of Fenrir's werewolves informed him. A wizard. He just appeared and started throwing spells around. Voldemort frowned, his waxen features pulling the thin skin around his eyes taut. You were bested by one wizard. He caught us by surprise. Voldemort waved for the creature to be silent. I do not want your excuses. Where is Fenrir? He asked, looking for the large man. Dead, my lord, the werewolf stuttered. I saw him killed by the wizard. The Dark Lord glared at the man but saw no lies in his words. Greyback's loss would cause problems within the pack, and in turn, problems for himself. If they were fighting amongst themselves to decide their new alpha, they would be of little use to him. And the others? Also dead, my lord. It was just the wizard until the Aurors arrived. Voldemort took a deep breath to quell the rage that was surfacing. I want all of your memories of what happened tonight, he instructed, to which they nodded their compliance. None of you were foolish enough to set off the mark. No, my lord. Then all is not lost, he muttered. Think yourselves fortunate now, get out of my sight. The gathered followers dispersed quickly, and he followed in the footsteps of the healer and headed to where Bellatrix would be being tended to. Something was wrong with her, and as much as he had tried to attribute it to her stay in Azkaban, it was clear that it went beyond that. Something had been done to her, and he was determined to find out what that was. How is she? He asked as he entered the room. Sleeping, my lord, the healer answered. I gave her some dreamless sleep and a restorative draft. Until we know what is wrong, it is the best I can do for her. Voldemort nodded appreciatively. As skilled as he was in magic, he was no healer and had need of the man before him. What could be wrong with her? The man sighed as he shook his head. The only thing I have not checked for is a mental ailment, and I am loath to do so with one so skilled in occlumency. It could be very dangerous for both of us if an error was made. Of course, Voldemort agreed. The mind arts were not something to be taken lightly and took years to master. Bellatrix had dedicated herself to them since she had been a child, and there were very few with the ability to match. It can't be a mental problem, he mused aloud. Even I cannot breach her shields, and there is none that can compare to me in legilimency. Then I am at a loss, the man mumbled. The only other thing that I can fathom would be a rather poorly concocted ritual that has backfired spectacularly. A ritual? Voldemort questioned. It is possible that she has completed one in the past. She is a black by birth, is she not? Voldemort nodded. It is certainly not beyond the realms of possibility that they have their own type of that magic. No, it is not, the Dark Lord muttered thoughtfully, and it would not register as foreign magic. No, but if that is what has happened, then it could be exceptionally dangerous for her if we were to attempt to break it. The Blacks are not known for the friendliest things. Voldemort sighed, not relishing his ever-growing problems. Do you have experience of dealing with ritualistic magic? The healer shook his head. I do not, my lord. For that, you would need a specialist in the field, and they are few and far between, he explained. It is not something we encounter often. The Dark Lord nodded his understanding. Rituals were a very complex and exact art and difficult to reverse. Such a thing would not come without a cost, and he hoped that they were mistaken, that their latest thoughts on the matter would prove to be false. I suppose there is only one way to find out, he declared as he drew his wand. The healer's eyes widened, and he stepped in front of him, his hands held up placatingly. My lord, I must advise against what you are planning. We cannot be sure just how dangerous this could be. Voldemort pushed the man aside irritably. Do not hinder me, you fool, he spat. The cowed healer merely stared at him worriedly, though said nothing else as he approached her slumbering form and tentatively placed his wand against her temple. For the first time in many years, he felt nervous. The magic of the Blacks was not something to be taken lightly, and not something he had much experience of. Once upon a time, he had thought that Bella or even Regulus would be able to teach him, but such a thing was not to be. When a member of the house began their education in the family magic, they were subjected to several oaths, which meant the knowledge could not be shared with outsiders. At the time, he had been disappointed, but he had gotten over it. He knew more than enough magic that the loss was not one he would miss. Now, however, that knowledge could be key. Steeling himself, he began mumbling, his eyes closed as he felt for the magic within her. After several moments, he had yet to identify anything untoward and was readying himself to cease his efforts when something brushed across his own magic, sending a shiver down his spine. It was the minutest of tingles, but he had felt it. Taking another deep breath, he searched for it once more and soon found it, the magic offering little effort to conceal itself from him now. He frowned as it thrummed against his presence almost challengingly. Bracing himself for what may come, he prodded it gently only for it to prod back much harder, sending him crashing into the wall several feet away, and the room blackening around him, the final thing he heard being a somewhat familiar pleading scream.